mic is muted. Yeah, that's... You didn't miss much, chat. I was just saying, I thought I'd do a cold open today. A cold open with no lipstick and no void coffee, but whatever. I'm a little late to the stream to start out with, so I want to make the most of our time together today, because we've got to talk about a transformation. A man named Joe Biden, who drank a vile foamy liquid and turned into a monster. And some people would tell you that that monster's name is Dark Brandon, but I think that it's becoming clearer and clearer that that monster's name is Donald Trump. And I'm not sure I like this switcheroo. Joe Biden, wake up. Ice cold open, yeah. Really cold open. Well, I mean, there's people in chat, so, you know. And I never get enough chance to talk to chat. And chat gets weird. If I don't talk to you, weird things happen. Found out the hard way. So, I mean, look, I'm not... I like absurdism as much as the next performance artist adapting herself to the streaming genre. Trying to hide the fact what I actually am. Although if you've seen some of my earlier videos, you might be familiar with my more performative side. We're really needy. Weirdos. Brandon Unchained, that's right. Stream artist Irene. But yeah, there's actually a decent amount of stuff to go over today. I've got some cool stuff for you in the second half, should we unlock it. The only thing I actually kept from last time was the Mehdi Hassan debates Dane Phillips thing, because I feel like the other stuff just was not interesting to people. But I did find some stuff that is interesting to people. I mean, you are people, right? Not dream characters. That's one of my performance art callbacks, is to assure myself that I'm actually dealing with real chatters, that were they to pinch themselves would not wake up, because that would suck. Can you imagine that? If I thought I had like X number of chatters and then everybody pinched themselves and they were only dreaming. It was a dream character chat. But yeah, I had a little time, a day off. I mean, like, I feel I'm acting like I just came back from a vacation. I don't know, chat. One day off after what I've been doing kind of feels like a vacation. That's my vacation, one day. I mean, I think I'm happy with that. There was one time I thought that I made up the entire NCC show in my mind. Oh my god. So the real question is, am I a dream character? I never really thought of taking it that way, but... Nice color. Thank you. Well, yeah, we got a lot of stuff to cover. We got a press conference. Very raucous press conference to go over. Karine Jean-Pierre trying to defend Biden and act like you're the weirdos for thinking that Biden shouldn't run. So we'll take a look at that. We'll also take a look at the angry call-in to Morning Joe. We'll ask ourselves, what is up with the spray tan? And in how many ways is Joe Biden turning into Donald Trump? What's up, Biden Gale? Wanna be? Welcome in, Vitengale viewers. You caught me at the very beginning of my stream for once. Yeah, sometimes raids happen when I'm right in the middle of something and I have to just completely, I don't know, take myself away from the content, or I don't, and it's even more confusing because you're like, what am I raiding into? She's like in the middle of something, but no, you caught me right in the beginning. This is a great time to raid me. Thank you for the raid, Vitengale. Actually, any time is a great time to raid, and I'm glad to see you. Glad to see you all here. Yeah, we're talking about Joe Biden. We're talking about Donald Trump. We're talking about whether Joe Biden is actually turning into Donald Trump. You've all heard of Dark Brandon, the alter ego of Joe Biden. We are asking ourselves the question today, maybe that was just Trump all along. Maybe that is Biden's id. Maybe these two men have a lot more in common than we think. So yeah, if you've not been under a rock, which some of you may have been, you could be forgiven for being completely surprised by this, right? If you've been on vacation or you've been on a vacation from the internet, right? If you've been taking some time to touch grass and stuff like that, and you've just come back, you might not know we're in a strange place already in the election cycle. It's sort of a unprecedented place, right? Where one of the presidential candidates has shown himself, and in an attempt to silence concerns about his ability to hold office, his ability to run a campaign, a very important campaign considering who he's running against, and the weird Project 2025 plan that Trump and his cohort have in mind. He's achieved the opposite. He's reaffirmed those doubts. And, you know, it's left the Democratic Party in a strange place where they half want to leave him behind and they half say, that is crazy. You don't like, it's too late. He's got to run. He's the candidate. What are you going to do? He's the candidate. Stop saying that he might not be the candidate because you're hurting him. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Vitengale. That's really sweet of you. That's really sweet of you. Yeah, welcome in. I'd love to have you become followers as well. I think we're hovering right around 4K on Twitch, which is interesting because I just passed 4K on YouTube a little while ago. So not that it matters, not that follower accounts or sub counts or any of that stuff really matters, but I don't know. There's a gestalt to it, right? There's like a sense of completion. It's like a video game thing. That's what Twitch is, isn't it? We gamify our social media habits with all kinds of fun things. Oh my god, that coffee is still good. It's kind of been sitting around for a little while, but I'm still enjoying it. So anyway, yeah, what do we have to do today? We're going to go over the Morning Joe appearance. Not appearance. I shouldn't say appearance. He phoned it in, which is a very Donald Trump thing to do. This might be ancient history to some of you, but back in the year 2016, which doesn't seem like it was a year, but it was. I'm pretty sure, unless I was implanted with false memories, and 2016 was just an illusion of the mind, was just a dream that I dreamt. Back in 2016, like, Donald Trump was the one calling into Morning Joe angrily calling into Morning Joe, and they love to take it. But now they're fielding an angry call from what used to be their favorite guy until they decided that maybe he shouldn't be running. Maybe he's just not all there anymore. But yeah, he's all there for the phone call into Morning Joe, and we're gonna check that out. We're gonna check out his press conference, not his press conference. I'm sorry, the press briefing from Karine Jean-Pierre defending Biden. I almost said Trump. That's okay. I can be forgiven for that. The dude is covered in spray tan. We're also going to take a look. I think we've got a interesting debate. Pacman's been doing debates lately. Not the biggest fan of David Pacman, and for for some pretty substantial reasons. But he has been hosting debates lately, and I guess they're interesting. I mean, the last one we saw was really interesting. We couldn't decide if Brianna Wu, and thank you for everybody who told me that, right, about Brianna Wu and the AI filter. I think you're right. I just thought that Brianna Wu was a weirdo, and I thought that the reason she was just giving us weird looks. But the more I look at it, like, there's something going on there, and I'm not trying to make fun of her appearance or any reason that she might be choosing an AI filter. Like, the spotlight of the media is a rough thing, and I don't blame anybody for, you know, trying to appear the way that they want to. But whatever kind of technology Brianna Wu is using, I don't think it's ready for prime time yet. I think it's the technology that's the problem. I don't have a problem with Brianna Wu's looks. I have a problem with Brianna Wu's takes, and we got more than our share of those on the last stream. We got to watch 2 Brianna Wu debates, and that's enough for me for now. So there's no more Brianna Wu in this stream, but we are going to be watching another debate on David Pakman with Cenk Uygur talking to an author, talking to a political science author who's got some interesting ideas for the Democratic Party. So Videngale is saying, let's fucking go. If 2 other unique gifters cheer over 100 bits or activate the sub event of any kind, a hype train will begin for our host. Yeah, somebody was telling me that Twitch... Like, I was under the impression that there's no Twitch algorithm. Maybe there's like a factor where people that you raid and people who raid you, maybe their viewers might see your stream, you know, as a suggestion. Maybe the featured clips might help you. Somebody might see your featured clip, but there's not like what there is on YouTube, which is a straight up algorithm, right? YouTube tries to look at its streams, look at its videos, and ask itself what viewers that I already have might be interested in this video. And if it thinks that you might be interested, it'll show you the thumbnail, it'll show you the title. If you click on that thumbnail and title, if enough people click on that thumbnail and title, then it's like, hey, this is a pretty good video. It's a pretty good stream. Let's bring some more people in here. And that's nice, right? That is really nice that on some level your content can rise and fall by its own merits. More like Brianna Boo. Some people say Brianna Who. Oh, Sunday was the 1-year anniversary. I heard about this, Videngale. So Videngale is pointing out that Sunday, this last Sunday, the 1-year anniversary of the TYT mods quitting. This is when Anna Kasparian's takes just got toxic. And people did not want to be associated with that. People did not want to be seen as being part of that. And it's a weird thing because, right, a lot of the TYT mods had been with TYT for the longest time. They did represent something different, and they didn't always represent it the best. But as far as like large YouTube news accounts that were decidedly progressive, TYT is one of the earliest, you know, news sources to pop up like that. And so for a lot of people, it was like leaving home, you know, leaving something that you always associated with good stuff, and that now was tainted with some stuff, just very transphobia, if to be completely honest, right? It was what was going on over there, and it had been building up. There'd been signs, right? But it just got the levee broke at that point, and a lot of people who had been associated with TYT, who had been working with TYT, had to say, hey, I'm not with this. This is not what I stand for. And so, yeah, very principled stand taken by the mods a year ago to step up and call attention to with their manifesto. I don't think Anna Kasparian ever really paid attention. She claims that she never read it, but I don't know. She reads everything about her, so who knows? We can never know. But yeah, it's been a year. I don't think he necessarily has dementia. Okay, so I guess maybe we're going to talk about that too, right? There's a controversy now about, does Biden have Parkinson's? And I think it started from the fact that, on the logs of who's visited the White House, there's a number of Parkinson's experts. But as far as what that's for, there's a little bit of a controversy. Now, on one hand, Biden did just sign a bill that has an impact on treatment of Parkinson's. So it's, I guess, entirely possible that that's what that has to do with. But there's some strange little Easter eggs, I guess, in things said by Biden and his surrogates, in terms of, you'd expect them to just say, no, those doctors were not there for Biden. No, he, right, this is not a thing. And the denial is not quite as unabashed as you might expect. So who knows? Who actually knows? There's other people that have looked at what Biden's doing and said it doesn't seem to be Parkinson's. And again, when doctors diagnose people, they see the people. They have the people come into their office, and they it's not something that's done by looking at video of someone. So yeah, that's a controversy as well. The fact that he's seriously trying to go through with this in his condition makes him and people around him see him as selfish and reckless as Trump. RGB 2.0. Okay, so yeah, if you don't know I think you mean RBG. Yeah, Ruth Bader Ginsburg stayed in the Supreme Court past 2016. There was some thought that maybe she should resign while Obama was still president, and that they could replace her with another justice who was going to be similar to her perspective on the cases that she would hear. But Ruth Bader Ginsburg said, no, I got this. And she, in fact, did not get this. And, through no fault of her own, she died before. She died, while Trump was in office, and got replaced by, I believe it was Amy Coney Barrett, right? The guy can't complete a thought, even in his scheduled interview. He can't even do it with the teleprompter half the time. Frankly, he shouldn't be president now. Yeah, many people saying this. I sent you a clip, says Natalie Marie, of CNN polling going over what Biden staying in the race could cost the House and Senate. That's another issue, right? Down ballot considerations. So there's an effect that it's called coattails, right? That the president is thought to have, the presidential candidate is thought to have on members of his or her party running down ballot, right? So senators, members of Congress, etc. And that's the idea that most people, when they come out to vote for the president, there's a better chance that they're going to vote down ballot. Some people don't. Some people don't know anything about anything other than the presidential race, and they're just going to fill out the top of the ticket. But in general, there's thought to be coattails, that if there's a popular incumbent that's going to win by a lot, which may not be the case with Biden, or there's a popular candidate, that there's going to be an effect down ballot on the other candidates of that party. And, that could go either way. In a route for Trump. A down ballot effect would mean that Trump has a way easier chance enacting his agenda. In a Biden win, a down ballot effect might, give him a better chance of having a Congress and a Senate that he can actually get stuff done with. Although, again, that's not guaranteed. And replacing Biden, if it is the fact, the case that he is the problem, ostensibly would have a better effect on the down ballot races. Biden's dad died of a disease that is not specific in the obituary. Oh no. So we're talking about things that affect his health history. He literally got tucked into his bed. So if you don't know, there was a NATO meeting today in Washington. I believe that Biden, he was scheduled to speak at too. Did that happen? If he was asleep at 5 p.m. Eastern time, you know, that's like 3 o'clock Pacific. Then yeah, that's like an hour after he was scheduled to speak. Okay, Natalie's got something for us to take a look at here.
Biden. But the fact of the matter is, you look at the national polling, the generic congressional ballot choice for U.S. House.
So quiet.
CNN poll, +2 Republican. Wall Street Journal poll, +3 Republican. Monmouth University poll, +3 Republican. Yeah, Joe Biden may be in slightly worse shape in these particular polls, but the fact is, when Biden's down 4, 5, 6 points in these polls, you can only run so far ahead of Joe Biden. At this particular point, at least in the race for the House, it does seem like Republicans are ahead because Donald Trump is so far ahead.
So that's the down ballot effect. Like I said, you know, they call it coattails. The idea being that the winning or the candidate that's doing best has coattails that people can ride on. And this is a poll showing down ballot Republicans riding on Trump's coattails. Now, this is particularly disturbing because you've got a year in which the generic ballot favors Democrats. So in other words, with no down ballot effect, if it's just, you know, kind of generic Democrat versus generic Republican, people are choosing generic Democrat. And this is how Biden's staying in the race, doing the goodest job. And you know what? If he loses to Trump, well, he'll just know that he did the goodest job that he could. He'll be proud of himself for his second place trophy. Nonetheless, right, it has more effects than just on the White House itself. And that's an example. Can you hear this okay, chat? I feel like this is super quiet. This is super quiet. Are we super quiet here? I can't hear it. Wait, you mean there's like no sound? It sounds good on Twitch, says Vitengale. It's a little on the low end, says Natalie Marie. That's like really disturbing if it was like completely I mean, I can definitely try to ride this gain up. Yeah, like that. Let's try this. I'll just put it back down after we watch this. Okay, let's try this again.
Biden, but the fact of the matter is, you look at the national polling.
Is that better?
Congressional ballot choice for U.S. House. Look at this. CNN poll.
Wait. He's talking about the generic ballot.
Biden, but the fact of the matter is, you look at the national polling, the generic congressional ballot choice for U.S. House. Look at this. CNN poll, +2 Republican. Wall Street Journal poll, +3 Republican.
These are generic ballot polls. These were favoring the Democrats. And post-debate, these are favoring, and now granted, okay, there's a margin of error, but these are 3 polls that all show pretty close to the same figure, just 2 to 3%.
Monmouth University poll, +3 Republican. Yeah, Joe Biden may be in slightly worse shape in these particular polls, but the fact is, when Biden's down 4, 5, 6 points in these polls, you can only run so far ahead of Joe Biden. At this particular point, at least in the race for the House, it does seem like Republicans are ahead because Donald Trump is so far ahead.
What's the Senate landscape?
Yeah, what's the Senate landscape? I mean, take a look here. GOP needs just a gain of 1 for control if Trump wins. And their path is extremely clear because their best chance for a pickup opportunity is in West Virginia. That's a very likely GOP win with Joe Manchin retiring. And the best Dem pickup chance, perhaps to reverse that so the GOP doesn't gain a net gain of at least 1, is Texas. But that's still a likely GOP win. So the fact is, if Donald Trump wins this election, the race for the Senate, for all intents and purposes in my mind, is over.
One of the things I have heard from Democrats running for Congress is, okay, if President Biden's not doing well, what we'll say is it makes it all that much more important to elect a Democratic House and a Democratic Senate. Maybe they can gain support that way. But does it work like that, split tickets anymore?
It really doesn't. Let's go back since 2000. Same party won presidency and Congress. Yes, 5 times. No was just 1 time in 2012, the House that year. But the House popular vote that year actually went Democratic, even though Republicans maintained control of the House. So the fact is, 5 out of 6 times, that's not good math. And let's just take a look at the Senate here. Senate and presidential races in 2016 and 2020. States that voted the same way in both, 68. States that voted for a different party, just 1. That was Maine back in 2020. The fact is, straight ticket voting is the way of the land these days. The idea that Democrats down ballot could somehow
So I think that what he's saying, and like, I don't know, I don't remember the last time I've heard this, but maybe if you go back to the 80s, you'll see a president winning the White House, and you'll see the opposition party winning the House and or the Senate. And the explanation they usually give is something like, Americans prefer checks and balance. Americans prefer a split government, right? The idea of they're like, yeah, well, you know, we like this president, but let's have like the other party, and I don't know. It feels like it's putting too much like you're like personifying the electorate, right? Like I don't know. Does anybody really think that? Is anybody really thinking that when they go into the polling booths? Was anybody ever really thinking like, yeah, I want this president, but I'm going to have this? I don't know. But it's not something that happens in recent history. In other words, like since like 2000, I think. Most often what you'll see is you'll see somebody take the White House and their party will win more seats in the Senate and the House, maybe not a complete like majority, but they'll win more seats. And then in the midterm election, you'll see generally the party that's out of power, the party that's not in the White House, will win some seats, and then that's generally how it goes.
Outrun Joe Biden to such a great extent to win control in the House or maintain control in the Senate, that seems to be an unlikely proposition.
That is a pretty stark number.
Yeah,
right?
those are pretty clear numbers, John.
Harriet, thank you very much.
So yeah, there's your poll. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and put up another version of this poll for you. Oh yeah, we've got the Mehdi Hassan Dean Phillips debate. I'm gonna leave that on there just because it got a lot of votes last time, and you know I want to give people multiple chances to like the thing that won last time, right? It was on the poll for a while, it didn't win, and then it won, or like the Dave Rubin thing, right? It was on the poll like 3 or 4 times, and it finally won. So I'm gonna leave the Mehdi Hassan Dean Phillips debate up. I've heard it's good. I've heard it's good, but I'm gonna give you another chance to pick that if you want to. We also have What If Alt Hist going into some esoteric forbidden knowledge type stuff, right? Going into that occult library with Carlos Castaneda and coming out with who knows what, probably something less interesting than the works of Castaneda, but we'll have to see. We'll have to see. And then we've got Marjorie Taylor Greene. She's back again, and she's on a boat. Do you remember the Trump boat thing? The boaters for Trump. It's like this whole thing where there's this weird people that spend their weekends on boats at the lake. They tend to be Republican voters. So we've got that. And then we've got Jesse Gender offered a take on this whole Biden thing. Will they, won't they? Keeping Biden or leaving. And we can check in with Jesse Gender if you want to. As always, I've got Fallout New Vegas on there as an option, should chat wish, right? I need to find, okay, I gotta be honest, right? I was not getting enough sleep for a long time, and part of that was because of the super late night Fallout New Vegas streams. I do want to keep doing that playthrough, but I gotta find a way to do it without making myself super tired. I got actually to sleep early last night for the first time in a really long time, and it felt pretty good. So I'm going to go with that. Also, being able to have time to get stuff done in the morning is really nice to me. There's also Vox Populi. Oh yeah, how does this work again? Let's go here, and that's what I'm looking at. There we go. There's the dono goals. So yeah, go ahead and vote. Vote for the second topic of the stream that we will get to if we hit the sub goal after we cover this Biden stuff. And also if and when you donate in any way that you might donate, that being through super chat, super stickers, that being through getting yourself a membership on YouTube to get yourself those weasels, or passing on the weasels to other people through gift memberships, right? If it's on Twitch through Biden Gale is trying to get a hype train going early, but it's kind of a hard thing to do these days. But yeah, if you sub on YouTube, which, oh my gosh, we've got like 30 minutes until the top of the hour ad break, so I'll probably let you know the details on that later. But that's one of the things that it does. It gets you out of the ad break, which is unskippable on Twitch. You can also get out of that for free with a Twitch Prime chat. We are getting up to the point where they're going to raise the rate on that, though. It's $5 right now to get a sub on Twitch. It's going to be $5.99 on July 11th. So that's coming up pretty soon here. That was supposed to be the original date for Trump's sentencing, but that got pushed back to September. So now the only reason that July 11th is sticking out in my mind is it's because it's the day when the subs cost $5.99 instead of $5. If you're Canadian, it already costs that much. So no big change for you, I don't think. But for the rest of you, it might be a good time to lock in the lower price if you want to. And also, yeah, you can let me know. So yeah, the whole idea is that when you donate, you can also tell me, like, I want this donation going to Mehdi Hassan Debates Dean Phillips, or I want this donation going to What If Alt Hist Goes Spirit Science. I want to see MTG. right? And what that does is that adds a percentage. So like I'm polling on this in YouTube, and coming up in just a second on shorts, as soon as I get shorts started, I'm going to average those two polls, and then I'm going to add 1% for every dollar that gets donated and that says like Mediasan, or that says what if alt hist. There's also the option that you can say Vox Populi, and when you're saying that, you're really just saying that you have great faith in the voters. You have great faith in the poll, and you want whatever one in the poll to to be what we watch. So what you're doing there is you're actually taking points away from the points that people add by donating and saying like a specific subject as their preferred subject to cover. So let's see, what do you want to see next? Question mark. And I'm going to add this for the shorts stream as well. If I can get it to select. Here we go. Okay, so now both polls are active. And I should probably tell you that you can vote on, if you're on the full screen stream, you can vote on that one. If you're on the short stream, you can vote on that one. You can also cross over and vote in the other one. And there's honestly another thing I could do to stop you. I don't even know if people do this, right? So that's why I'm telling you now that that is a possibility. Some people might be doing that. Some people might be trying to get 2 votes. So if you want 2 votes, that's how you do it, right? If you want to vote in both polls, it is possible. And some people are going to be doing it. And there's literally nothing I could do to stop you, even if I wanted to. So I might as well ask you that if you do that, if you're going to go on to the other stream, just leave me a like, because that helps me out a lot. And I really appreciate it. Something else that I appreciate is my Patreons. And we have a level of Patreon that's called Fancy Weasel that comes with a shout out. And I think I might have forgotten like 1 or 2 shout outs. Still haven't seen if there's like there were some people saying that they weren't getting their thing counted somehow. So again, message me if you're in that. If you're in that basket. But for now, I want to shout out my Fancy Weasels over on Patreon. That is Omega Star, Jules K, Moe Nope, Funky Monkey, and Temporal Insanity. You are all Fancy Weasels, and shouts out to you. Thank you for helping the stream continue, because really it is, like kind of a group effort, and both the Thumb Gang, the Throne Gang, the Patreon gang, everybody does their part in helping the stream actually run, and helping me keep body and soul together and keep coming to you with a slightly better version of the stream. If you've noticed, some stuff has been upgraded, Waluigi's seat being the first and foremost, and thanks to Throne Gang for that. People who donate to me on Throne, you're literally building a better stream for me right now, and yeah, thank you to those who I think I've got a I've got a room separator coming, and I'm going to try to use that for hopefully getting out some prepared content videos, just to have a little bit more of a neutral background. I mean, this is a nice background, right? Does it feel like you're in my bedroom? You are. I mean, technically in my bedroom. So it's a very cozy kind of feel. It's a very comfortable feel, but maybe it's not the appropriate feel for prepared content. Like if I'm making videos that are like me explaining politics, me explaining, oh yeah, streamer drama. We haven't covered that in a little while. Look, I'm not somebody who's like obsessed with drama. I'm not somebody who wants to build their stream on drama. Hopefully you're here for me, and you're here for my coverage of topics, what's going on, and everything like that. And but at the same time, when there is drama that has like a point to it, that has a point behind it, it's not just like so and so, disrespected so and so, and now we're going to talk about which of these two streamers we like best, right? That's not as interesting to me as when there's a legitimate difference in opinion, and we do have a legitimate difference in opinion between Demon Mama and Westside Tyler. So I thought I might take a look, and it's about Biden. It's actually about Biden. We might get into the Westside Tyler. I don't know. We probably won't have time today. But I'm thinking about tomorrow covering the Demon Mama versus Tyler thing in terms of it's a question of Biden. It's a question of Biden, and it's a question of ContraPoints, right? So Demon Mama put out a video talking about a take that ContraPoints had, and I guess Westside Tyler disagreed with it. So we'll take a look at that. We'll take a look at that. So let's see. We've got everything ready to go. And as you know, any kind of donation, if you tell me what you want it to support, right, of these topics, right? So again, that's Mediason debates Dean Phillips. That's What If Halt Hist goes Spirit Science. That's MTG is on a boat, or Jesse Gender on Joe Biden, right? You have the ability to affect the polls. You have the ability to add percentages to the poll total, and sometimes that affects the outcome. Sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes the donos and the votes go exactly the same way. Sometimes they go slightly different way. Most of the time, it's, the votes prevail. But if you really want, if you feel strongly about the votes prevailing, right, you can always tell me Vox Populi, and I will put your donation right down there, and it will actually count against all these other pluses, right? And bring them down by 1% per dollar. So that's, that's kind of a powerful way to vote with your money. But again, any sort of donation, whether it be on Throne, on Patreon, on any of the links down in the description, just let me know what you want to support with that. And I'll let you put your thumb on the scale. I'll let you put your finger on the scale. I'll let you put various appendages within reason. Within reason, nothing obscene, all right? But various appendages on the scale and possibly affect the outcome of that vote. I sound good to you? At least my voice? I don't know about the video yet. Wait, no. Oh, you were talking about the, sorry, I'm catching up with chat here. But yeah, we're about ready to get going. Oh, Jesus Christ. Wow. I am so glad that chat's letting me know when things that I think are already done are actually not done. There we go. Hi, Shorts. Sorry that I didn't turn you on until just now. Sometimes it takes me a little while to realize that that's, but thank you people in chat for letting me know that Shorts were not officially on. So as you know, you've got the ability to vote on any of these topics. This is what we're going to cover after after the stream. So it's like a fun half, right, that you can unlock if we push the dono goals from 0%, which is what they're at right now, to 100%, which is the win state at which we get to watch something cool, right? And that cool thing could be a Mehdi Hassan debate with Dean Phillips. That cool thing could be What If Alt Hist's latest esoteric mumbo jumbo. We've also got, let me show you what this MTG thing is. MTG, I'm on a boat, okay? So I'm saying this because she's like literally on a boat. somewhere here. There she is.
We're gonna kick Biden overboard.
She's gonna kick Biden overboard
Save America.
because she's naughty.
Trump. We're gonna kick Biden overboard.
Okay, well, that's MTG, and she is very much on a boat. And if you remember this from a few years ago, there's like a weird correlation between like Trump and people who own boats. And so they have these boat events. They have I think this happened a while ago, and there were too many boats on the lake, and one of the boats actually ended up sinking. So there was this great image of a boat with a Trump flag at the bottom of the lake. But yeah, here's Marjorie Taylor Greene, and she's got all kinds of boat content. So that's what that is. That's what the MTG I'm on a boat thing is all about. And that is an option. The other option that we have that I need to mention is Jesse Gender talking about Joe Biden. So we've been talking about this Biden thing. Will he, won't he drop out? There's various opinions from the Democratic Party. There is a substantial, surprisingly substantial cohort of Democrats that either overtly or implicitly are telling Biden that it's time to go. And there are also a lot of Dems that are saying, nah, you're crazy. He's our candidate. We're going with him. So yeah, it's a bit of a war right now. And Jesse Gender has an opinion on voting for Joe Biden and I think on the whole situation. So it'd be neat to get Jesse's take on all that stuff. And that's an option for you too, as is Fallout New Vegas. Always, I leave that on there just in case the gaming frogs want to come along and steal the fun half for themselves, right? And Vox Populi just means that's what you say if you're like, you know what, let the voters decide. I want the vote to be what decides, right? Then you say Vox Populi, and this is when you donate, right? I will add 1 percentage for every US dollar donated to the subject of your choice. And that subject could just be Vox Populi, meaning that you want the voters to decide. Again, you can vote in shorts, you can vote on YouTube full screen, you can even cross over and vote in the stream that you're not watching. There's literally nothing I can do to stop you. All I ask you is if you do that, you go ahead and hit the like button because that helps me out greatly. I wonder if Marjorie Taylor Greene chooses the battery or the shark. We can hope that some of those Trump sharks are around at this boating event. But yeah, again, Moyanope, thank you. You are the hero of the day for letting me know that shorts hadn't started yet. I was about to get into it without even taking a look at that. Is Biden becoming Trump? No, I think Biden is becoming slower than the rotation of the Earth itself. Yeah. Well, that's what we're asking. Is Darth Brandon actually Trump? Is Darth Brandon? Darth Brandon? Is he going Sith mode? He kind of is going sicko mode. Here's the whole thing, though. Here's what I think is going on, right? And this is just, you know, I'm going to posit this explanation, and you can tell me by the end of today's stream whether you think I'm onto something or you think I'm just off on a weird tangent, on a weird theory, right? And here's what I think, okay? I think that Biden is shook. And maybe he should be. Like I said, the generic ballot for the Dems looked good. There's a lot of skeletons in Trump's closet, more coming out every day. Some of those skeletons are Epstein, are literally Epstein, right? One of those skeletons is literally Jeffrey Epstein. And so it should not be the case that Biden is down like this early in polling, right? It's a little bit spooky. If you look at the Hillary campaign in 2016, if you look at the Biden campaign in 2020, they were both up by that. Now, Hillary managed to lose the Electoral College, although winning the popular vote, and Biden won the Electoral College by just a smidge, right? A few votes in either direction, and things could have been totally different. So it's very spooky that Biden is down, and he's down substantially. And, he was down even before the debates happened. So I think that Biden is spooked. I think that Trump has gotten to him. I think that he's kind of like this, right? This guy is such a piece of shit. How is he beating me? Maybe I should be more like him. I don't know. I don't know how else you explain the spray tan. How else you explain the angry call-ins. How much you explain attacking the media, attacking the elites. Like, he's taken a lot of pages from the Trump playbook. And look, I don't know about an establishment Democrat being like, trying to do the fuck the elites thing, right? I mean, they're there because of the party establishment, right? Trump is a terrible candidate, but he is a outsider candidate. At least was in 2016. He was somebody that the main party people did not take seriously, and much to their peril, right? Whereas Biden is the person that when Bernie was winning in 2020, they brought in, they shored up his failing campaign. Just kind of, he's like the macaroni and cheese candidate. He's bland, but he's filling. And he was filling that spot as the caretaker of government, somebody like a safe choice that people could choose if they wanted to sort of get out of this nightmare of having Trump oversee a major public health crisis. So, as a result, I think that Biden is trying to emulate Trump, and it just doesn't seem like a good idea. If people want to vote for Trump, they'll vote for Trump. Right? A lot of Biden's votes are honestly coming because he's not Donald Trump. A lot of the people that are choosing Biden are not attached to Biden, but they are attached to the idea of not having Donald Trump. Oh, Videngale, I forgot to ask you. Hey, maybe you can help me illustrate this point of how the sub goal thing works. So, Videngale resubscribed on Twitch. That puts 5 points in the dono goal. So we're now 5% of the way there, right? And if Videngale wants to tell me which of these subjects to watch next, I will put 5 points in any of these or in Vox Populi. So if you've got an opinion, if you've got a favorite of these topics, Videngale, let me know. And I will add that in, and it will actually skew the poll by 5 points. Now, somebody else could come in and skew the poll 5 points the other way. Somebody could come in and do Vox Populi and skew all of the subjects down by whatever they donate. Right? That's how this works. When it works, and if it works, and we get to 100% out of 100%, then we get some extra content. You get some free content. Well, no, not. Well, I guess it would be free content for everybody else is kind of how that works. But yeah, we're about to get going. We are what? We are 4 minutes. I voted on YouTube for Jesse Gender's take on Biden. Okay, so here's how this works. See, so Jesse Gender's take on Biden is going up to 5%. So, and if we look at the voting, MTG on a boat is winning at 39% on shorts. Mehdi Hassan winning at 30% in terms of the full screen stream. And again, you can vote in both of these if you want to. You can cross over. There's nothing I can do to stop you. All I ask is that you hit that thumbs up, because it really does help out a lot. But yeah, it looks like Jesse Gender off to a good start in terms, yeah, actually tied kind of. Well, anyway, I'm not gonna do the horse race just yet because we're really early on. But the takeaway is that when you donate, it's gonna potentially affect. It can affect what we end up watching in the fun half, right? And all you got to do is when you donate, let me know what subject you want that going to, and I will add that on there. And it will actually, you know, add 1 percentage point per US dollar. So that's how that works. But again, we only got to see that if we hit 100% on the dono goal. We are 5% there now, so kind of like 1/20th of the way there. If you wanted to like look at the, you know, if I had an actual like sub goal up, it would look like this, and then we'd be like right here, right? So it's like 1/20th of the way there. Did someone say horse race? Oh my God, we're gonna call Vosh if we're not careful. We're gonna summon Vosh. Maybe we should summon Vosh. We haven't really talked about Vosh in a while. But the first thing that we're gonna talk about have I got that saved? I don't have that saved.
The truth is a cone.
First thing we're gonna talk about is Biden. Oh, there we are. We're actually there right now. Here we are with the internet today for a little wrap up for all of you who may have missed it on what exactly is going on with Joseph Robinette Biden, aka Brandon, aka Darth Sidious.
So we'll get to Biden in a second. But since it's the first episode back since the 4th of July holiday, we should probably cover some fireworks-induced catastrophes. So
No.
your butts, because it's going to get pretty dark.
Yeah.
Honestly, based on
I didn't sign up for this.
the rise of the new Nazi party.
Yeah, it was. Welcome back, everyone. Hope you would hope.
So with the 4th of July fireworks out of the way, it's time to start taking a sobering look at the state of our country. Most notably, the condition of our current president. His age, his cognitive decline, and his absolute refusal to acknowledge that his time in politics should come to an end if he actually cares about the future of democracy and this country. Even we agree that Kamala Harris would be the better choice if it came down to that. I can barely believe myself. That's how far we've come. The children yearn for Kamala.
Yeah.
And
If I can explain this for a minute, right? So this is Internet Today. I'm pretty sure these two were Bernie supporters, and you're seeing the strangest convergence of ideologies, if you will, in that you've got K-Hive, right? The Kamala Harris supporters that are, I think, on board with switching candidates, right? And the reason that Kamala Harris might make more sense than other options is that she has the advantage of being able to benefit from Biden's war chest. The money that Biden has raised so far cannot go, except in a really roundabout way, to any other candidate. So in other words, if there was like a Gretchen Whitmer, Josh Shapiro ticket, right? They would have to raise their own money, and it's pretty late. It's pretty late. You're supposed to make hay while the sun shines, and they would have missed out on a lot of potential fundraising were they to be the ticket that takes over. If Kamala Harris were to be, if she's the vice president, and if you got an issue where you're replacing the president on the ballot, it kind of makes sense that Kamala gets first shot at it, right? Outside of that, you're kind of entering the unknown, and this is there's nothing about this that is like on firm ground. There's nothing about this that's safe. This is a unprecedented situation where a presidential candidate post-primary, right at the beginning of the campaign, really reveals himself to be possibly not competent to execute the office of presidency, let alone to run for another term. And so going with Kamala has that sort of benefit of it being a little bit less unsure than the other options, which I'm sure we will get into.
We would be happy to see her, or honestly anybody that is younger than, I don't know, 65. Let's say 65 years old.
That's a good line.
Normal
right there.
fucking, like, what should be normal retirement age.
Yeah.
People who have the means to retire generally do it around then. They don't just keep working until they fucking die.
Yes, I would say that is not a way to live.
Yeah.
And you know what, Biden, on a few things, you done a good job. Why not just retire and leave your legacy intact? But no, he's decided to do the other thing.
It's fascinating hearing a lot of the chatter from behind the scenes about how, like, apparently he is very concerned about his legacy.
Yeah.
Okay, so the second half of the Kamala thing is that she has run for president before, and she hasn't gotten very far, and a lot of it has to do with the awkward way that she presents herself in public. There's a famous clip of her singing "The Wheels on the Bus Go Round and Round." She has like a weird laugh. There's a lot about Kamala that's not ready for prime time. Also, if you are aware of who she was, previously, how she sort of, got, how she became vice president. She was a prosecutor before that, and she was a prosecutor with a tough on crime kind of record. So for this reason, a lot of people call her Kamala Harris, and have some reservations as far as putting somebody like that in a higher position.
And that's one of the main reasons stopping him from doing any of this. And it's like, I want them to remember me as the guy who defeated Donald Trump. It's like,
You did that already.
You did that.
Yeah.
And honestly, if you...
So somebody else asked in chat, if Biden resigns, would Kamala be the default candidate? Yeah, well, okay, no, but if he resigns, Kamala would be president, right? If he resigned or became incapacitated, or somebody invoked the 25th Amendment on him, right? The succession says that Kamala is the next president. Now, as far as candidates, it's a little bit of unknown how that goes. I keep on reminding people that the Democratic Party and the Republican Party are private clubs. They are not arms of the American government. They're not subject to, things like a line of succession, right? In the past, the Democratic Party and I think the Republican Party, they would hold primaries, but then they would do these brokered conventions, and you never knew what was coming out of there other than people with power in the party would tend to be able to exert influence. So they would go into the proverbial smoke-filled room with cigars and stuff, and they would come out and say, here's your candidate. And sometimes it's not the candidate that's doing the best in the primary. They've kind of reformed since then and tried to at least present the auspices of acting in a somewhat democratic way, responding to the choices of the voters. But, as we know from the 2016 election, superdelegates, for instance, people that are VIPs in the Democratic Party that get an automatic vote in the convention, that you automatically become delegates, right? Can and sort of did sway the election in that when the media would put up the delegates race, this is like the horse race of the nomination, in the 2016, when there is no incumbent candidate that has that presumption of being nominated, right? They would count the superdelegates. These superdelegates, these VIPs of the Democratic Party, would pledge their support early on. And so instead of just seeing, here's the numbers from Iowa and New Hampshire, the first two states to vote, you'd see Iowa, New Hampshire, plus the superdelegates. So this gave you, if you were to watch the media, an impression that Hillary Clinton already had this insurmountable lead, despite the fact that any lead that she actually had was limited, was much smaller than the delegates with the super delegates would show. So yeah, it does have an effect.
You had said a year ago that you weren't gonna run for, like, you would go down in history as like a pretty important president.
Yeah.
And now you're leaving the door open to being the guy who lost to Donald Trump.
Yeah, and kind of allowed American democracy to be dismantled.
Well, what matters is not whether or not this country descends into a fascist hellscape. What matters is that Joe Biden gave it 110%.
And that's why he's going to get a personal
He did the goodest job.
pizza and a participation trophy after this big game.
That's right. So there have been rumors of Gretchen Whitmer or Gavin Newsom stepping in, which would also, Gavin wouldn't be my first choice. I think Gretchen's pretty solid.
Yeah.
And she's very well liked. She polls very well. The people of Michigan like her a lot.
At this point, I'm happy with anyone under the age of 65, and that's called being pragmatic.
Yeah. But yeah, all of this seems to rely, the goddamn ambulance is here again.
Must have been another fireworks incident.
I hope not, but they are still launching them, and it's very annoying.
Yes.
But all of this talk, it relies entirely on Biden stepping aside, which he very stupidly will not do. And he's been on a tear recently in increasingly desperate attempts to prove that he's not only capable of doing the job, but that he can and will do that job successfully for the next 4.5 years, which would put him at 85 or so when this is all said and done.
I believe he might actually be 86. His birthday's in November.
Yeah, he will be 86 by the time he wraps up that second term.
So the strategy for Biden and his supporters at the moment seems to be saying he's in it to win it. He's in it to stay. There's nothing anybody can do to change that. And therefore, if you are talking badly about Biden, if you are saying that he needs to be replaced, or if you are questioning his fitness to serve, you are doing work for Trump. And they're not shy about saying that. And they're using this very much as a cudgel to quiet down any dissent and to sort of make this a self-fulfilling prophecy. His family is kind of reaffirming his false confidence. There doesn't seem to be anybody in his family that is maybe acting in his best interest, maybe acting in the best interest of the country, and telling him that it might be time to step down. There are people in the Democratic Party that are saying that, but again, there's a lot of cost to that. There's a potential downside, right, of being sort of blackballed. The Democratic Party has a tendency to blackball anybody who runs against an incumbent and blackball anybody who says anything bad about an incumbent. And for that reason, there's less people that are out and out saying we need to change the nominee. And you've got people that you wouldn't expect shoring up support for Biden. Who do I mean? I'm talking about like people like Gretchen Whitmer. I'm talking about people like AOC who have come out in with, just kind of support for him staying in.
Which means he'll be 82 after this, like a week or two after this election. Anyways, that's a big if if Joe Biden stays in and is successfully elected president. And that seems increasingly unlikely as more members of his own party, some of his staff, have started publicly asking him to step down for the good of the country. Like we said, though, the correct way to do this, and the one that will create the least amount of political nonsense, is Joe Biden willingly stepping aside.
Yeah, no, that's another thing. It's you want to talk about legacy. The longer you let this go on, the longer you dig your heels in, the worse your legacy looks in the end. Even if you do step aside, which would still be the right thing to do.
Yes. If you are pushed out,
There's a graceful way to
looks
do it,
bad.
and then there's a fucking embarrassing way to do it.
If you're pushed out, looks bad. If you lose to Donald Trump, even worse.
The thing is, he can't get pushed out.
Yeah.
It's his choice.
That's
in
the
end.
problem. Yes. Even though we are over a week from this disastrous debate performance, he is not showing any signs of stepping down. In fact, he's done multiple interviews with major news outlets to prove he's got the juice. But the only thing these appearances have done for Biden are just reaffirmed everyone's belief that he is too old to have the most important job in the country.
Yeah, it's like, oh, he goes on, like, he does a long sit-down interview with George Stephanopoulos, and all you have to do is, like, Google, like, Biden 2020 interview, and
See how much
it's
it's
like,
changed.
oh, yeah, no, it's noticeably in decline here.
Yeah. He's
Let's see. Let me read some chat here. Slam81 says, earlier this week I saw you questioning destiny. I view that guy as a father after the passing of my own father, and I really don't appreciate you attacking him. He's taking it from all sides, and it's mean. But not as mean as the top of the hour ad break, which comes at you every hour on the top of the hour on Twitch and means that you got to watch 3 minutes of ads at the same time. 3 minutes of ads in a row. That's what I'm trying to say. 3 minutes of ads in a row, and they're unskippable. Unlike the ones on YouTube, which are skippable, you can't skip the ones on Twitch unless you get yourself a sub. Costs $5 to buy yourself one. You can use Amazon Prime to get one for free, or you could potentially be gifted one, but that sort of thing more likely to happen if you're active in the chat. I think that's what you were trying to get at, right, Slime81? That was a really good debate.
done these interviews. He still comes off as old.
Stubborn.
Yeah. And he also is, at this point now, drawing a hell of a lot of unnecessary and damning parallels to his opponent. And I guess it's time for our near daily reminder and warning. Being critical of Biden does not mean we support Donald Trump or that weird third-party candidate who ate a dog.
Allegedly.
Donald Trump would be worse for the country in every conceivable way.
Yeah.
Which is why everyone is so goddamn concerned with Biden, and why it is infuriating.
Thomas Jer, super chatted $5.90. If they only knew that it's a khakis tricacy and not a gerontocracy, 10 out of 10 for the ad break.
Nice. Thank you, Thomas Jerome. Yeah, it's a kakistocracy. Not to be confused with a kakistocracy, which is what Donald Trump wants to will implement when he names like Nick Fuentes as his vice president, right? That'll be a kakistocracy, but yeah, that's what they're going for. The khakis. Biden's performance was better than Trump's, in my opinion. Trump spent the entire debate avoiding questions and outright lying. Myra, I will agree with you that there is a lot about Trump that is not being discussed that is more concerning than the idea of electing a bologna sandwich of a man like Joe Biden, as president, right? Like if that's the binary choice, yeah, give me the sentient bologna, or not even sentient, really, when we're talking about Biden over Trump, right? The problem is that Biden just is not able to deliver his talking points. He's not able to attack Trump's talking points because apparently after 4 p.m., in fact, what I'm hearing from people today that it's more like after 3 p.m. After 3 p.m. that Biden just is no good. He's a fried bologna sandwich. Thomas Jerome says Jesse Gender is the choice. So that is going to go up to 10%, as is the dono goal. So we're a tenth of the way towards unlocking a whole nother segment for you, chat. And you can thank Thomas Jerome and Videngale for that. 2 people who have donated so far. Natalie sent you some stuff about Biden going to sleep and not meeting with the German chancellor. Wow, that's great. That's wonderful. But yeah, this is the issue. This is the issue. Does Biden have a better record than Trump? Yes. That's not a high bar, but it's true. It's true. Yeah, he does have more to Biden has less of a connection to Epstein, right? There's a lot about Donald Trump that people should be talking about, and I have been talking about. Project 2025, right? Trump is trying to disavow that. Trump is trying to, those guys over there, those creeps behind me, setting up my presidency, setting up my dictatorship on day one. Yeah, I've got nothing to do with those people. I don't know who those people are. They're the freaking Heritage Foundation. Of course you know who they are. You're like #1 backers, right? So yeah, is there a lot of bad shit about Trump that's worse than Biden? Absolutely. But if the best that Biden can do is say, we finally defeated Medicare, I'm the first black president, and I'm going to do the goodest job I can, then I don't know where we're left there, right? But yeah, point taken, Trump is an absolute disaster.
That he seems unwilling to put the country over his own ego.
Yeah, no, it's and
at first I was like, maybe he's confused. Now I think he's actually selfish.
No, he's very selfish, and it's hasn't been like reported on a lot, but like going back the 50 years he's been.
I mean, self-centered, right?
Politics, like he's had a very negative relationship with like the press and just anyone who's ever doubted him. He holds grudges.
That's the problem.
Like crazy.
Is now that people are doubting him, he's going to fight harder than ever.
Yeah, he is. It's very like Nixonian. Mm-hmm. Nixon had like the same thing where he would just stay up pissed off about his grudges.
I don't know if you've been following the news past 2 weeks, but he's been completely exonerated, Elliot. So you owe
That's true.
President Nixon a big apology because those were official acts.
Richard Milhouse Nixon did not.
So yeah, little history about Nixon. He was embroiled in a controversy called Watergate, whereupon people on his behalf entered into the Watergate Hotel to steal, I think, medical information about some of the Democratic candidates in the primary that he didn't want to run against. In other words, to sink somebody's campaign because he thought that this guy would beat him, right? As more and more stuff started to come out, at first the Republicans were like, no, we're standing with our guy. But then when it became too much and he, fired a bunch of people on a Saturday night, eventually the Senate took up the case and looked to be ready to actually impeach him, looked to be ready to remove him from office. Richard Nixon resigned before that could happen. And in an interview years later with a reporter named David Frost, he was asked about whether he had committed illegal acts. And his response was something to the effect of, if the president does it, it's not illegal. And this was some wild shit. This was a mask off moment. I don't think he exactly meant to say that because that's something that's repulsive to most Americans, right? The idea that the president is above the law. The Supreme, although most people look at that as unconstitutional, the Supreme Court had never weighed in on it, on that kind of unitary executive theory, until a few weeks ago, and a lot of people are finding the recent decision by the Supreme Court to be something that would have, in fact, and I don't think there's really any argument against that. If you believe, if you take the Supreme Court seriously, if you take the current corrupt, illegitimate Supreme Court seriously in their ruling, and I'm like, that's the law. That's what's in effect now. Then Nixon did nothing wrong.
Nothing wrong. But listen, We don't want Trump to win, and that's why we want Biden to step aside, because if you look at the fucking polling, in every state which would be considered a battleground, Democrats running for Congress, running for Senate, polling is looking good for them. They're looking like they got a healthy lead there. Joe Biden, on those same polls, not looking good.
No.
The exact opposite. Looking bad. Looking like he's going to lose, but the Democrats are going to win in Congress. Which, if you look at that information, you say, okay, well, it's not that people don't want to elect Democrats. It's that they don't want to elect Joe Biden.
Yes. And
Okay, so now they're going on sort of old info to a certain extent here. I think they're talking about some earlier generic ballots. We saw earlier, what Natalie was sharing with me was the current generic ballot, which is looking to be between +2 and +3 Republican. Right, so that's just like, generically, who would you prefer as your candidate for Congress or Senate? And, before it was favoring the Democrats slightly, now it's favoring the Republicans slightly. But the point that they're trying to make, and the point that I think still stands, is that Joe Biden wasn't in a atmosphere, wasn't in an environment that is fundamentally anti-Democrat, pro-Republican. Right, the underlying dynamic is actually the opposite, and so the fact that at this point he would be losing to Trump in all the battleground states and in the popular vote is very disconcerting.
that fact has turned him into a very aggressive.
Here, let me read this super chat here. Can we get some Gore Vidal on presidential power? Gore Vidal, sorry. Vidal, what am I saying? Vidal's a character from Dragon Ball Z, chat. I'm so sorry.
Tan.
That's not what Thomas Jerome is asking for.
Loud.
Tanned, rested.
Tested. President. He kind of seems like Trump in at least the last 2 interviews.
But yeah, multiple people have pointed out in the past couple days, but yeah, Biden has become increasingly combative towards members of his own party, and has lashed out at the press and media elites, and has begun yelling during interviews in an attempt to not sound feeble, but he does it in a way that comes off as just angry and condescending and old. And worst of all, he's rocking what appears to be just a horrific spray-on tan.
Yeah.
Rendering him as orange as his predecessor, and making us feel as though we are on crazy pills. What is going on? Now, luckily, a headline from Business Insider made us realize that we weren't.
See, it does, like, okay, they're joking about this, but that's what I said when I watched the debate. I don't know what it was about that debate, but it made me feel like I was the one having, cognitive loss, right? It made me feel like I don't know, just
seeing things. It read simply, "You're not losing your mind. Biden is getting more orange." They also included a bunch of side-by-sides and links to recent appearances. But yeah, looks are all bullshit. It's the way that he's expressing his denial. That's what's important. And what appears to be an ego-driven quest to stay in power. Those are what's drawing most of the concerns.
Yeah.
He's getting really close to the Trump mantra of "I alone can fix all of society's problems." And it's bullshit, and it's fucking bizarre. Mm-hmm. We have 2 extremely selfish, egotistical men running for president. I'd still think Biden or Trump is the more dangerously egotistical and selfish person, but yeah.
And they're both very old.
Both very old.
Yeah, like I said, if the choice is between Trump and Biden, it's, obviously Trump is more dangerous, right? That being said, the question is Biden's presence as the nominee more likely to lead to a Trump presidency? And the answer from most of the polling seems to be yes. Like a ripoff of Two Angry Old Men. Wait, Two Angry Old Men? That's like a movie? Oh my God, I'm trying to remember what you're talking about there, Thomas. This is like a... Here, I wanted to take a look at, they mentioned this article. Here it is right here. You're not losing your mind. Biden is, in fact, getting more orange. Oh my God. He looks like Skibbity Biden. I don't know. Like, do you think so, chat? Could they have replaced Biden with a Skibbity toilet without us knowing? I don't know. Just a thought. Okay, so if you think that President Biden has been looking a little bit more orange, a lot more orange, actually, you're not alone. Biden's complexion has changed remarkably since the start of his term, with his skin now emitting a Trumpian glow. The orange hue appeared all the more stark in his Friday interview. So this is the first place that I remember people noticing this. And to me, it just looks like, I thought he'd gotten some sun, maybe? But yeah, this is where he said he's going to do the goodest job. On July 4th, he appeared tanner than usual while speaking from the South Lawn of the White House. I don't notice it here as much. The pronounced tan was obvious in multiple photos from the event. Yeah, a little bit. To me, it just looks like they could have turned up his white balance. I don't know. Like I'm used to dealing with dealing with like settings for like color grading and stuff like that. So I'm kind of like, well, I don't know, maybe it's the color grading, right? Biden's orange glow was apparent on July 3rd too, when he was awarded the Medal of Honor when he awarded the Medal of Honor to 2 Civil War soldiers. That's the Skibbity, like, I don't know, something about that just does not look human. I don't know. Same here on July 1st when he was speaking to the media at the White House following the Supreme Court's ruling on charges against former President Trump. So here he is again. Yeah, definitely. And the change seems recent. The president, aged 81, was not nearly this orange when he started his term in 2020. For example, speaking at the COP26 United Nations Climate Change Conference in Scotland in 2021, his face showed no hint of the spray tan. True. Biden has apparently slightly more tan in the summertime, as one does when the sun's out. So in the past, he has appeared slightly more tan in the summer. He was lightly bronzed during a speech in July 2023 about affirmative action in higher education, but super orange Biden moments have been few and far between. The change in his visage has sparked memes and jokes on social media, with users on X calling him Biden Pumpkinhead and Spraytan Joe. Next time, Joe, just let an Alabama sorority girl apply your spray tan, said an X user. Wow. Moira Coops, an experienced makeup artist and stylist who has worked with numerous politicians and CEOs, told Business Insider that Biden's orange hue was more likely to be makeup than spray tan. She said that people Biden's age, especially when they are feeling unwell or haven't seen the sun in a while, tend to have a sallow complexion. Biden's team probably bronzed him up to make him look more healthy, she added. But the makeup was, quote unquote, a little bit too strong for her taste. She added that Biden's makeup crew could have gone one shade down. True. If Biden did get an image adjustment, it was fairly recent. His face was entirely a different color during the debate with Trump on July 27th. This is what makes me think that Trump's gotten into his head and he's like, people like this guy, they don't like me, I'm doing everything right, and they're voting for this Trump guy. Maybe it's the spray tan. Maybe it's the angry Collins to cable news, right? And he's just like, let me just be Trump for a while. On the CNN cameras, his face appeared pale, and that, coupled with the slurred speech and jumbled lines, sparked concerns about his fitness to run for re-election. Post-debate, anonymous sources told Politico that the Biden family had expressed anger about the president's on-camera appearance, blaming the network's makeup artist for making him appear too pale and drawn. To be sure, Trump has also been known to go hard with his tanning. That's true. Yeah, so again, we're criticizing Biden for something that Trump has always done, and probably more egregiously. It's just weird that Biden's doing it, right? I know exactly what he does to himself. The tanning bed, the spray tan, he wears goggles, and you can see the hyperpigmentation around his eyes. Jason Kelly, a Cleveland-based makeup artist who was hired to work on the 2016 Republican National Convention, told Harper's Bazaar in June 2016, Trump's intense tan has also been something his critics have used against him. His former fixer turned nemesis Michael Cohen once called him a Cheeto dust cartoon villain. Representatives for Biden didn't immediately respond to his request for comments from Business Insider sent outside regular business hours. They don't. His representatives also sundowning potentially. I don't know.
Very old, very nasty.
Very frail, might not live through that term. Whoever wins, we're getting a dead president, folks. I haven't had one of those in a while.
When we left you last week, Biden was promoting a big interview with ABC News and George Stephanopoulos, which was supposed to show how on top of it he actually is.
This is like a kid being like, okay, watch this. And
he just kicks his leg out from under him and falls?
No, not even that. Just does like the shittiest, weakest ollie you've ever seen.
Yeah.
Like, okay, cool. You can skateboard. I thought you gathered the whole neighborhood around to watch you.
Yeah.
You set up the fucking half pipe. Like, I thought you were gonna do something cool.
No, this is the dude from Mad TV going, look what I can do.
Yeah.
So yeah, it was made to have him look good, how on top of it he is, and how he can respond to the hard questions, as long as those questions are predetermined in some cases. And he can also fight back against the attacks by just simply quoting his administration's track record, which, as we've said before, it's actually pretty good domestically, outside of his handling of Palestine and Gaza, especially when compared to other nations and how they have bounced back from peak pandemic times. Another thing we have to constantly point out. But yeah, this appearance did very little to move the needle at all. And like we said, it just kind of came off as combative, dismissive, and a bit out of touch with the realities we're facing here and what the results of a failed campaign could be. And we're going to show a few clips, and just keep in mind that this interview was supposed to help Biden convince people that he's not too old to remain president.
So these first two are Biden commenting on what he views as just a bad night during the debate, and also his refusal to acknowledge the legitimacy of polls indicating that he is drastically falling behind.
Was this a bad episode or the sign of a more serious condition?
It was a bad episode. No indication of any serious condition. I was exhausted. I didn't listen to my instincts in terms of preparing, and I had a bad night.
You won the popular vote in 2020, but it was still deadly close in the Electoral
By
College.
7 million votes.
Yes, but you're behind now in the popular vote.
I don't buy that.
Okay, the next are his response to members of his own.
So yeah, there's another thing, right? There's another thing. He doesn't trust the polls. He's acting a little bit conspiratorial. I don't know. This is Trump. This is Trumpian playbook stuff, right?
Party asking him very nicely to step down, and also the clip that made.
And granted, right, the polls maybe not as accurate as they used to be. Like I've said before, I think that in the past, right, when they make calls to take polls, right, they tend to get 1 out of 5 people responding. So 1 out of 5 people will pick up and give them the answers that they seek, right? Now it's more like 7%. So it's closer to like 1 out of 17, 1 out of 20, something like that, right? And so, I mean, you got, less people responding. There might be some selection bias as far as who responds. And so therefore you might not get the best numbers. Now they're not wildly off, right? Even the numbers for 2016, people always bring this up. Hillary Clinton had was ahead in the popular vote and was at least slightly ahead in most of the battleground states, and yet she lost anyway. However, if you look at those poll numbers and you apply the margin of error to those poll numbers, you'll see that it's not really that weird, right? So you know, it's not a huge bias, right? There was a bias, and the bias was thinking that Hillary was inevitable. The bias was thinking that Hillary's lead in the popular vote was going to translate into an electoral college victory, and it didn't, right? The real bias was with organizations like the New York Times that not only had like polls, but they had like percentage chance of winning. They did this little meter thing. There was like, all right, here's like 100% Clinton, 100% Trump. And where is it starting off tonight? Where is it starting off the election night? It's at 98%, right? The 98% chance that Hillary Clinton is going to win. I don't know where the fuck they got that. That was what was off, but that's not a poll. That's a bunch of assholes at the New York Times. And there's still a bunch of assholes at the New York Times. So it's not that surprising. I mean, like, I don't disagree with the editorial saying that Biden, you know, would do better to drop out, which they recently released. But yeah, New York Times is kind of a joke these days.
Headlines in the following days where Biden indicates that only the Lord Almighty could convince him to step aside.
Washington Post just reported in the last hour that Senator Mark Warner is assembling a group of senators together to try and convince you to stand down because they don't think you can win.
Well, Mark is a good man. We've never had that. He also tried to get the nomination too. Mark and I have a different perspective.
If you can be convinced that you cannot defeat Donald Trump, will you stand down?
It depends if the Lord Almighty comes out and tells me that, I might do that.
So two more
Don't tempt fate, Biden.
that stood out to us. So first, apparently, according to this interview, Biden did not rewatch the debate between himself and former President Trump.
Did you ever watch the debate afterwards?
I don't think I did, no.
Hey, buddy, maybe you should watch your own debate back because it might shock you. And then you might understand exactly why everyone is kind of freaking.
So, chat, the only reason I can think of for like Biden not watching his debate back, right? The only possibly good reason, and I still don't think this is a good idea. Like, you wouldn't want him rewatching it right before the Stephanopoulos interview, right? You wouldn't want to shake his confidence by having him see something that maybe he hadn't noticed, right? But yeah, he needs to rewatch that stuff. Like, if he's, look, he can't, I don't understand. How do you think you can run for president and you have a debate which, when you finally get some momentum, and Biden had finally gotten some momentum on his side, there were some polls showing him ahead. Most of the polls just showed him catching up with Trump. But it was, you know, it was his best polling since October. And you know what happened on October that ruined Biden's polling, right? You can ask yourself, right? But he wasn't the least bit curious to see what everybody was talking about. He didn't. It boggles the mind that he still has not, you know, viewed his own tapes.
Yeah, that is fascinating. This is like someone who thinks they're like really good at singing, but has never actually listened to their voice recorded.
Yeah.
It would probably help a lot.
I would go as far as saying that he should probably be forced to rewatch his debate performance.
Yeah, I mean, listen, politics isn't sports, but any athlete who just simply refused to watch tape of their own performances, that's objective. You shouldn't do that. You should watch yourself. Especially if you went out and played a game and everyone said you fucking sucked. You should watch the tape.
Yeah.
Anyway, finally, this is probably the clip that angered people the most because he just flat out says that if he loses to Trump, it doesn't really matter because, you know, he gave it his all.
And if you stay in and Trump is elected and everything you're warning about comes to pass, how will you feel in January?
I feel as long as I gave it my all and I did the goodest job as I know I can do. That's what this is about.
Yeah, don't you understand? He tried, and that's all that matters in life. You try.
Yeah, it's the most important election in all of history, but also, you know, if it doesn't go our way, you know, it's important that he tried.
Yeah, he really put in the effort and gave it his all.
Yeah, that's what's important. So yeah, no, it's fine. There are literal lives, freedoms, climate issues, and lots more at risk. But as long as you tried, that's what really matters, I guess, to you.
Yeah.
And you are the protagonist of reality, so.
Sure.
We're all just living in the Joe Biden story, the movie. We're all just NPCs in your open world game, sir.
So, yeah, so obviously this ABC News interview didn't do much to sway public opinion in Biden.
People are wondering about the protagonist of Persona 6. I think we've got our answer. It's Biden.
Biden's favor. And instead of having much in the way of self-reflection, Biden just continued to double down by releasing official statements regarding that refusal to step down. And then called into a cable news morning show where he is almost universally beloved in order to angrily rant for a few minutes. Much to the
Wait, do we have that? I think we do.
dismay of the hosts who thought this was going to be a slam dunk.
I don't know how much of this I want to read, but yeah, we do have this. We do have this letter from Joseph R. Biden Jr. here. Fellow Democrats, now that you have returned from the July 4th recess, I want you to know that despite all of the speculation in the press and elsewhere, I am firmly committed to staying in this race, to running this race to the end, and to beating Donald Trump. I have had extensive conversations with the leadership of the party, elected officials, rank and file members, and most importantly, Democratic voters over these past 10 days or so. I have heard the concerns that people have, their good faith fears and worries about what is at stake in this election. I am not blind to them. Believe me. Believe me. He is turning into Trump. I know better than anyone that the responsibility and the burden of the nominee of our party, the responsibility and the burden of the nominee of our party carries. I carried it in 2020 when the fate of our nation was at stake. I also know that that's so frustrating that he like as if like no 2020 that was a fucking big deal, right? And yeah, it was, but as if 2024 is just like, well, you try your best, Jack. You do the goodest job you can do, and if it's not enough, you know you tried really hard. It's like, yo, this is you're not gonna have a country to come back to. In that case, you lose in 2024. It's a little bit more, and what I mean is that the guardrails on Trump are off. There were people that Trump, put in as members of his cabinet, as members of his administration, that had like an institutional interest in at least the continuance of the democratic process in the United States, the peaceful transfer of power, not the least of which being his vice president, Mike Pence, who did not give in to the pressure by him and by his violent followers who literally ran through Congress shouting, "Hang Mike Pence," to try to throw the election which Trump had lost, to him anyway, right? You're not going to have that now. He's been able to purge everybody that's not 100% loyal to him, and is now talking about enacting a plan to replace civil servants with minions. And I don't mean the cute little minions. I mean like Trump minions. I mean, if Despicable Me was like a horror movie instead of just like a funny movie, that kind of minions. That kind of minions, right? So anyway, this is disturbing that he's cavalier. That's the word I would use for it. He's cavalier about 2024, and he shouldn't be. I also know these concerns come from a place of real respect for my lifetime of public service and my record as president. I have been moved by the expressions of affection for me from so many who have known me well and supported me over the course of my public life. I've been grateful for the rock-solid, steadfast support of so many elected Democrats in the Congress and all across the country, and taken great strength from the resolve and determination I've seen from so many voters and grassroots supporters even in the hardest weeks. I can respond to all this by saying clearly and unequivocally, I wouldn't be running again if I did not absolutely believe I was the best person to beat Donald Trump in 2024. We had a Democratic nomination process, and this is the problem. The Democrats don't have a real nomination process, least of all when they've gotten an incumbent. I sound like a broken record here, but this goes back to the 1980 primary campaign where they did that. So last time a Democratic incumbent had a serious challenger, Ted Kennedy challenged Jimmy Carter in the 1980 election. And I almost feel like we should go back to that. I almost feel like we should take a look at maybe even like a debate or something like that. Because like when you're talking about Jimmy Carter, you are talking about the first neoliberal Democratic president. Before then, Democrats had subscribed to an economic philosophy called Keynesianism, which, you know, it's conservative in the sense that it's a capitalist philosophy that seeks to save capitalism in a lot of ways from its own excesses by kind of going easy on the working class, right? You know, still making sure that the capitalist class stay in power, retain the leverage and everything, but trying to ameliorate the material conditions of the working class enough that it disincentivizes any sort of revolutionary fervor. And, you know, that had been the Democratic policy post New Deal. Jimmy Carter embraces neoliberalism. That's kind of where this started. So everybody associates Reagan and Thatcher with that, but actually it kind of goes back to Carter. Anyway, so there's a contentious primary between Ted Kennedy and Jimmy Carter, and Jimmy Carter ends up losing. The Democrats blame the primary. They blame Kennedy. They blame having a candidate to the left to point out what Jimmy Carter is not doing right. And I feel like the blame actually lies with Jimmy Carter. I feel like the blame actually lies also, you know, with the shenanigans that Reagan and his staff were pulling in terms of Iran-Contra, and you can look that up. That's an interesting history behind that. But since then, the Democrats have really not allowed any sort of real primary to go on when they have an incumbent. And, you know, even when they don't, like if there's a strong candidate in the race, if there's like a Hillary Clinton, the conventional wisdom is you don't run against them. And it, you know, had Obama lost to Hillary Clinton in the nomination process in 2008, he very likely would have been blacklisted as well. So anyway, this is what they do. They you know, the word is out that if you run in the primary when the party establishment is already behind somebody, you make enemies of those people and you will not be able to function in the Democratic Party going forward. That is the reason that you don't get strong candidates, especially in a year where there's an incumbent. So I've received over 14 million votes, 87% of the votes cast across in the entire nomination process. I have nearly 3,900 delegates. Oh my God. Okay, we know, dude. We know. Yeah, you won the primary. Great. Great. Anyway. The rest of this is cope. Do we now just say this process doesn't matter? That the voters don't have a say? This is what the Democratic Party says nearly every day. They don't take their voters seriously. They don't want a real primary. Thomas Jerome Newton says, I blame Bill Hinckley for the 1980 election of Ronald Reagan. If you don't know, Ronald Reagan was not taken seriously as a candidate, much in the same way that Trump was not taken seriously as a candidate in 1980. Ronald Reagan had a history as an actor, had at one time actually been like a union guy, I think in, you know, the Screen Actors Union. But it just wasn't really taken super seriously. He was also, he was considered radical. He was considered too radical to run for president, but he won. Anyway, let's get back to this, and then we'll take a look at what's going on today with the NATO conference and Biden's early evening. Very, very early evening.
The show that Donald Trump used to angrily call into on voice only back in 2016. It was like a regular media appearance he did was get on the phone, don't use a camera, even though you definitely could.
And
Someone
he
could
still
set
does that
up
to
for
this
you.
day with Fox News sometimes.
He does,
if they allow him, if they're not being very nasty.
But more,
they're talking about Trump here, but Trump used to call into Morning Joe. He still calls into Fox News a lot like this. He'll call into Hannity and talk to Hannity on the phone. Joe Biden sort of took a page from his playbook and called into Morning Joe. And we'll listen to that in a second because it's interesting.
Morning Joe was the show that Trump, they just have him on constantly.
But yes, as Elliot's alluding to, this is so straight out of the Donald Trump playbook that it almost feels like plagiarism. It is weird. And first, here's just a few select quotes from a letter that President Biden wrote to congressional Democrats on Monday morning. I want you to know that despite all the speculation in the press and elsewhere, I am firmly committed to staying in this race, to running this race to the end, and to beating Donald Trump. I wouldn't be running again if I did not absolutely believe I was the best person to beat Donald Trump in 2024.
He then claims that he won a Democratic primary where, he ran against Marianne Williamson, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., and Dean Phillips, and not even in every state because some of them could only get on some of the ballots. And I guess that means that the people have chosen Joe Biden unequivocally. We had a very real and very cool primary where,
the GNC, I see what you're saying, Patricia. The DNC chooses who we get to vote for. Kamala, no, I always talk about this, right? In fact, more than just the DNC, the donors. The donors have a big influence on who is considered to be a serious candidate and who is not, right? There's a primary for the donors before you almost feel like the whole mechanism I have of choosing what we watch in the second half is in a way like a bizarre parody of the quote unquote democratic process in our two-party system. But yeah, there's a primary of donors. It would be as if, chat, I only let you vote on what people had donated for, right? That's kind of what the Democratic Party, ours is a little bit different. Donating can allow you to, push the, in fact, I need to make sure I'm keeping track of what people, I think we're up to 16% on the dono goal. We'll take a look at the vote after this and after Natalie's thing. But she was never won a popular or delegate vote in 2016. She did so badly in 2016. Biden did so badly in 2008, and yet he ended up being the vice president because he ended up being useful for Obama. Honestly, I don't even think people like Donald Trump should be allowed to run, not because of the crimes, but because why are we allowed to just let fascism win an election? Yeah, so there is something to be said, okay, when we look at Reagan and we look at Trump about, and you could even say this about Zelensky, although I'm not trying to, have a go at Zelensky or anything like that, but Zelensky was also an actor before he became president. But I'm a little bit concerned at how easily a reality star like Donald Trump slides from being a figure on the screen to being accepted as like, oh no, this guy can run the country. Why can he run the country? Well, he's a very successful businessman. No, he's not. He lost his ass. He lost his fucking ass. He inherited a shitload of money. He used it very badly. If any of us had inherited Donald Trump's money and just made the most basic bitch investment of all, we'd be richer than Donald Trump, right? He didn't do better than the average, right? If you put him on a bell curve, Donald Trump as a businessman is on the low side of that bell curve. So that's not true. Well, but I saw the show and he seemed to be running things. He wasn't running things. That's a television show. and it's the producers that are running things, right? You know how a reality show works, don't you? No? You think it's reality? You think that's what a reality show is? Just, no, you show reality. It's like an IRL show. No, it's not. It's not. But anyway, it bears a striking resemblance. It's presented as reality. And people based on their I was even worried about this with like Arnold Schwarzenegger, right? When he became governor of California. Now, he's not born in the United States, so he can never run for president unless they change the law. But there's so many people that voted for Arnold Schwarzenegger probably because they had seen him in a movie and like, yo, this is the Terminator. You guys, we could have Terminator as the governor. The Governator, he could be the Governator. Let's have the Governator. And it's like, please, like the people that are voting based on the fact that somebody was a figure in reality television or a figure in action movies are people who probably shouldn't be voting, and people who wouldn't be voting unless you had somebody like that. So, right, it brings this just like fundamentally unserious vote out when you have a Ronald Reagan, a Donald Trump, or whoever as your candidate. And it's concerning. It's concerning. Anyway, back to the...
We honestly assess the question of whether Joe Biden should run for a second term.
Also, I'd like to point out...
Honestly and sincerely.
I forgot to put it in here, but I do want to point out that there was a not insignificant effort going around where people did not commit to a candidate during the primary voting.
Yeah, there was. I think there's like something like 3,000 delegates, and they got a couple dozen.
Yeah.
But it wasn't a real primary because...
he essentially ran on...
We're talking about the uncommitted vote.
If it was a real primary, you wouldn't just have these randos running.
Yeah.
Anyone within the Democratic Party who thinks that they have a decent shot at being president, and there are a lot of those people, did not run, specifically because it would fuck up their chances of actually getting anything done within the party.
Yeah, in reality, no one active in the party would run.
Super chatted $5.90. The Trumpeteers here need to know that current us politics is a Baudrillardian nightmare.
That's one way to describe it. That's one way to describe it for sure. Thank you for the super chat, Thomas Jerome.
Against an incumbent president and risk dividing the party and ruining their political career.
Yeah, it's just not done.
But sure. I mean, he repeats over and over and over that voters have chosen him and that he's going to honor that choice, despite willingly admitting that he is not going to listen to current polling that has undoubtedly changed since he became the presumptive nominee earlier this spring. He then goes on to end the letter with, the question of how to move forward has been well aired for over a week now, and it's time for it to end. We have one job, and that is to beat Donald Trump. We have 42 days to the Democratic Convention and 119 days to the general election. Any weakening of resolve or lack of clarity about the task ahead only helps Trump and hurts us. It is time to come together, move forward as a unified party, and defeat Donald Trump. Doesn't instill me with a lot of hope.
No. Now, unsurprisingly, these statements have...
Why can't Arnold Schwarzenegger run for president? Well, it's because there's a law in the United States that you have to be not just like a naturalized citizen, but which I think Arnold Schwarzenegger is, but a natural-born citizen, which is like a citizen that's watched Natural-Born Killers. No, just kidding. It's a citizen that is, you have to be born in the United States to run for president. Now, that could be something, I don't know, would it take would it take a constitutional amendment to change that? So that could change, and this would allow Cenk Uygur to run for president. I'm trying to think. There's a few people, right? There's a few people that would be, popular, well-known figures that would be able to run for president that are not currently able to run for president, were they to change the rule about eligibility.
Largely failed to win over some top Democrats, as well as members of the press, members of his own administration, and, the American...
Wait, this votes for spirit science, Thomas?
People, the ones who vote.
Yeah.
Even worse was the aforementioned appearance on MSNBC's Morning Joe with hosts Joe Scarborough and Mika Brzezinski, where Biden literally sounded like Donald Trump, angrily yelling about the elites and news media coordinating against him, getting awfully close to uttering phrases like phony poll numbers and fake media or haters, even going as far as challenging other members of his party to come at the king. Do it at the convention.
1v1 me, bro.
So yeah, definitely things that someone who's totally in control would say.
That's the other problem with this, is that for 2 weeks, it has been nothing but focus on the very real situation of Biden's age and no other topics, which are very, very important. There's a lot of things to fix, solve in this country. There's a lot of damage that we can potentially stop, but this has absolutely dominated the news cycle.
Sure.
And for good reason.
And I mean, listen, we have a for-profit news media, and there's a story here.
There is.
It is an interesting story. There's a lot of people with a lot of opinions who want to talk about it. So yeah, like obviously there is that angle.
Yeah.
And if Biden stepped aside, that would become the news story.
Yeah.
But that story would have a lot of potential to really turn things around, depending on a lot of factors. But right now, this is all bad.
They're taking what could be a incredible free marketing path and doing the opposite.
Yeah.
They're instead trying to prove that this soon-to-be 82-year-old man is totally fine behind the wheel when everyone's like, just let someone else drive, for Christ's sake.
Just, you know, it's not going away. Like, Biden can say, like, all right, let's put this to rest, but it's not going away.
Buddy, you're not going to get any younger or healthier. I'm sorry. I feel bad for this old man, but
Natalie says, Jink argues there's that amendment that says equal protection under the law should apply to running for president. Look, he needs to buy a Supreme Court justice if he wants to be able to. Like, I'm sure you could get it changed, right? If you convince enough Federalist Society members that needs to be changed.
I felt bad for him a little bit. My sympathies have dried up.
Sure, yeah.
Anyway, here's Politico with more on this, and we will try to include some clips. If they are not included, it's because we got dinged for copyright, even though clearly the president speaking should be fair use. But
so Ted Cruz was born in Canada. It means you have to have U.S. citizenship since birth. Ted's mom was an American. Oh yeah, so Badash is pointing out something that's true about Ted Cruz, and I think it's also true about John McCain. John McCain, born in Panama, but it was the part of Panama that the U.S. occupies in order to administer the or maybe they don't do this anymore, but like they had, they essentially took over the area around the Panama Canal, and I think that's the I think so, something about like if you're born in a military base, right, you can be considered a, what is it called? You have to have U.S. citizenship since birth.
Yeah. One of the primary reasons Biden has been visiting stops around the country was to make sure my instinct was right about the party still wanting me to be the nominee, he said. Biden boasted about his large and enthusiastic crowds and made a jab at criticism that he relies on a teleprompter, saying, I did it all extemporaneously. I'm not getting any of what I was told. I wanted to make sure I was right, that the average voter out there still wanted Joe Biden, he said, and I'm confident they do. Biden appeared on Morning Joe shortly after sending a letter to Hill Democrats on Monday that firmly stated his commitment to staying in the race, in a bid to shut down more intra-party calls for him to step aside. He reiterated his belief that he is the best candidate to beat former President Donald Trump in November, who he said hasn't done a damn thing since the debate and is riding around in his golf cart. And I'd say that last part is true because for one of the first times in recent memory, the Republican Party can actually just sit back and watch Democrats.
Yeah, that's right, Shakespeare. That's what I was saying.
Completely self-destruct. And actually making any comment or even reminding the public that Trump exists would hurt them in this situation.
Yeah, why act when your opponent is already doing your job for you?
There's got to be something in the art of war about that.
I bet that Sun Tzu, he probably would have said something like that, maybe a bit more eloquently.
Yeah.
Anyway, the article goes on to say that 4 senior Democrats on Sunday said in a private call with House leadership that Biden should step down. Many lawmakers have privately expressed concerns about Biden's age and viability since his disastrous debate performance last month. And the number of Democrats publicly calling on the president to withdraw is expected to grow from the 5 who have said so in the days ahead. They're big names, but I don't care what those big names think. They were wrong in 2020. They were wrong in 2022 about the red wave. They were wrong.
You see what he's trying to do? This is like a narrative. This is like a hero narrative that he's crafting in his head. I was just like, everybody underestimates me. They you know, I don't know.
In 2024, Biden said, responding to a question about prominent figures.
And this is a guy that was lifted up first time as vice president in an election that he had lost very badly by saying something kind of racist about Obama. And then Obama tries, kind of picks him up and says, you're going to be my vice president, to show, sort of no hard feelings. And, Biden served a purpose in terms of symbolically reaching out to the accidentally racist older white demographic, right? And then again in 2020, by having Obama call all the candidates in the nomination, other than Elizabeth Warren, tell them to drop out. They drop out, they endorse Biden, and then Elizabeth Warren is still in there splitting up the vote that might go to Bernie otherwise. Biden essentially he didn't get here by himself. He didn't get here through his own acumen as a candidate. He would not even be a nominee were it not for the intervention of like a historically popular figure in the Democratic Party, that being Barack Obama.
Who have called on him to step aside. Wait, who specifically was wrong all those times?
Everyone coming against him. The polls, the other Democrats who can't believe he can do it, probably Bernie Sanders.
No, that's the thing, is like Bernie and all the squad members have, in my opinion, very wisely just been like,
yeah, sure, whatever he says.
If I join this at all, it becomes about, the far left is trying to get Joe Biden to step down. The calls are all coming from literally in the middle of the House. It's all centrist Dems doing this.
Yeah,
and
Jerry Nadler.
Yeah,
is one of the people,
let them do it. You don't have to help them at all.
Remember all this talk about how I don't have the black support? Come on, give me a break. Come with me. Watch. I'm getting so frustrated by the elites. No, I'm not talking about you.
I feel like we're going to get a testimonial about Biden's black friends, about, corn pop or something, like, right? Who's not here to speak for himself.
Guys, but about the elites in the party who they know so much more. But if any of these guys don't think I should run against me, go ahead, announce the president. Challenge me at the convention.
But it is crazy for him to be like, everyone's wrong but me.
Mm-hmm. It's crazy how that works when you're right and everyone's wrong.
It's also a very big character flaw of one Donald Trump.
Yeah. So there have been White House press briefings, which have been a total disaster since the debate, where conversations about Biden's age and mental fitness have become the focus, with Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre repeating lines verbatim and getting angry with the press.
During Monday's press conference, members of the press inquired about White House visitor logs that indicated a Parkinson's disease specialist has visited the White House 8 times in 8 months between last July and this March. This line of questioning was shot down, with Jean-Pierre repeating that Biden has had a neurologist examination coinciding with his annual physical, that the neurologist had evaluated him 3 times, and that they had no new information or signs of neurological disorder since his last examination in February. When asked specifically about the Parkinson's specialist, Jean-Pierre wouldn't say why that doctor was visiting the White House, but said that the president was not being treated for Parkinson's disease. And somehow, this press conference was better than last week's press conference, where Jean-Pierre simply repeated the excuses for Biden's poor debate performance over and over and over again. He was traveling a bunch. He had a cold. He was traveling a bunch. He had a cold. Okay, there was 2 weeks in between all of that travel and the debate. Well, he had a cold. Okay, but he's had colds before and he didn't sound like this. He was traveling a bunch. And
I feel like I'm being gaslit a little bit.
It does feel odd. Now, we have no idea what's going to happen with Biden in the coming weeks and days. But this definitely isn't going away.
But now there are
and even before we filmed this, another Democratic senator, this time Patty Murray of Washington, put out an official statement asking very nicely. All of these statements have been very nice.
Yeah.
In fact, it's almost like a classic,
it's an intervention.
They're hyping him up. They're like, sir, you
have... Yeah. Like most of these people, like there's nobody that's come out here and being like Biden is a complete self-centered asshole for continuing to run and putting us all in danger of another 4 years of Donald Trump. Nobody said that. Everybody's always like, glazing him up, for lack of a better term. This is a streamer, like, right? Everyone's always, lavishing him with compliments, talking about his record, talking about his legacy, which, were he to step out now, would be a legacy of having defeated Trump in 2020, which most people agree was pretty important. And that would be it, right? He's setting himself up where nobody remembers that he beat Trump in 2020, and everybody will remember that he lost to Trump in 2024.
Have accomplished so much. You have so much to be proud. It is literally, as people have pointed out, taking the driver's license away from an...
And part of this is because, and this is the sad fact about it, the only easy way to fix what's wrong with this campaign, that being that Biden is the candidate, is to get him to step down. There is maybe a path to get him to there's maybe a path to, open the convention, which would be messy and unsure, right? And there's maybe a path with something like the 25th Amendment, but with those exceptions, right, it's got to be Biden making the call or really being pressured to make the call. One of the most likely pressure points, one of the most likely inflection points, like I discussed earlier, is actually the donors themselves. And we do see signs of donors being unwilling to open up those purse strings to donate any more money to the Biden campaign. In other words, they are willing to donate more money, but only on the condition that Biden drops out. And most recently, a Disney heiress was, stated that she wouldn't donate anymore until Biden leaves the ticket.
Elderly family member. Let us chauffeur you to the grocery store. You can drive the shopping cart when we get there. Just please, for the love of God. So who knows? They very nicely asked Biden to think about stepping down. But who knows? As we're all aware, this story may have already changed by the time you watch this video, making the whole thing pointless, aside from showing off fireworks disasters.
Yeah,
obviously.
always, love showing off fireworks disasters.
Yeah.
Except for the one where the guy died.
Yeah, he shouldn't have died, but that definitely was his fault.
Anyway, so that's what's going on with Biden. I gave you kind of a preview of everything that we're going to be looking at today. So we're going to take a look at the press conference. We're going to take a look at the Morning Joe call, and then we're going to take a look at a debate on Pac-Man between Cenk Uygur and I don't know who this person is, but they're gonna give some shit to Cenk, so that should be interesting to take a look at. Let's take a look at. Natalie Marie has sent me this. All right, so we're talking about what happened today. There is a NATO conference in Washington. Biden was supposed to speak at 2. I don't know if he actually did. But here's what happened today via the Wall Street Journal. German officials, aware of Biden's fatigue at night, sought to accommodate the president by planning a June 2022. Wait a minute. Maybe this isn't what I thought it was. Planning a June 2022 event with German Chancellor Olaf Scholz in the early morning. The informal event, a soiree at the Alpine Resort in Schloss Emlu during the Group of Seven summit, was arranged as a confidential meeting on Ukraine in a relaxed setting. Biden did not show. So this is in 2022. I thought this was pertinent to now, but I guess this is from 2022. Biden didn't show, surprising the chancellor and his aides, officials say. Instead, Secretary of State Anthony Blinken arrived and announced that Biden had gone to bed. So that's what we're dealing with. With Biden. Let's see what we're dealing with in terms of the poll. I haven't checked on that in a while. All right, so we are now 21% of our way to the dono goal. Remember, if we hit this dono goal, we open up a second half, a fun half, if you will, of content, and you can vote on what we watch at that point, right? And people have let's take a look and see what the vote is showing right now. In the shorts, we have Jesse Gender talking about Joe Biden at 30%, followed by Mehdi Hasan debates Dean Phillips at 27%, and Marjorie Taylor Greene on a boat. She's back doing that Trump boat thing. There's another Trump boat. I mean, like, we hope none of those boats sink like they did last time Trump had a boat rally. Certainly hope that doesn't happen. That's at 27% as well. And what if alt his goes spirit science down at 16% on the shorts? If we take a look at the full screen stream, we see Jesse Gender on Joe Biden in the lead on that as well. MTG coming in a strong second at 29%. Mehdi Hasan coming in a strong third at 24%. And what if alt hist, again, down at 15% here. So we have a definite fourth place. We have a definite first place. There's a little bit of a battle for second place. Let's see if we can clear up that battle by taking a look at the donos. Remember, when you donate, you get to add 1% per US dollar to the subject of your choice. So you can actually help the topic that you want to see as the second half out by donating and letting me know that that's what you stand behind, that's what you support, that's what you want to see. So right now, as far as the donors, we got 16% added to Jesse Gender on Joe Biden, putting that firmly in first place at the moment, right? We have 5% going to what if alt hist goes spirit science. That'll definitely help that topic out because it's not doing so well in the polls. Remember, you can vote in either of the polls. You can vote in both of the polls. You can cross over if you're watching full screen to shorts. You can cross over if you're watching shorts to full screen. All I ask is that you make sure to leave a like, because that helps me out greatly. That helps me out a lot. And remember, any sort of donation, whether it be super chat, super sticker, whether you're getting a membership, whether you're giving memberships, whether you're over on Twitch, getting yourself out of the top of the hour ad break by getting yourself a sub, using a Twitch Prime for a sub, or even gifting subs or gifting bits, right? Any kind of donation over on Twitch gets you, you got to affect the poll as well, as do Patreon signups and Throne donations, which is that link right down there. Basically, any kind of donation, including donating to the links down in the description, will get you points on the board for the topic of your choice. Just Julie gifting 5 memberships on YouTube. Oh yeah, I got to do the thing, don't I? Let me do the thing. All right, so Scott Weber, you've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. Alan Fox, you've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. Gaius Fracking Baltar, you've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. Grey Knight 7777, you've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. An Infallible Fowl, you've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships, Just Julie, and also make sure to let me know. Medi-Debate, okay, there we go. Medi-Debate is on the board now. And we are on our way to hitting that dono goal. I'm going to add 15 there, and I'm going to add 15 there. We are now 30%, 36% of the way to the dono goal. And yeah, Medi, wow, getting some much needed. So yeah, much needed help. Still think that Jesse Gender on Joe Biden is slightly in the lead, but it's a lot closer. It's a lot closer than it was before. So yeah, just remember, if you donate, let me know what you want to see as your as the topic for the second half, and I will add 1% for each US dollar donated to the topic of your choice. So what do we start with here? I want to do the Morning Joe debate. Why am I calling it a debate? He's kind of debatey. I gotta let you know, chat, this is gonna be a feisty Biden. I hope you're ready for the feisty Biden. Is it Dark Brandon? Is it just him internalizing like Donald Trump's personality? I don't know. You tell me. We'll take a look at the Morning Joe thing, and then we'll take a look at an equally contentious press conference hosted by Karine Jean-Pierre. It's always a choice, chat, whether I'm going to pronounce something with the proper French pronunciation or the pronunciation that most Americans are probably used to. So anyway, so here we go. This is Morning Joe. If you don't know, all right, this is 2 things. Morning Joe, right? It is the show that Donald Trump used to call into, right? Same way as Biden's doing right here. And B, this is apparently Biden's like breakfast. Like, right? This is a show that he watches every day. This is Joe Scarborough and Mika Brzezinski, right? So you've got a former Republican congressman that turned MSNBC host, and he's on for a long time. So anybody that tells you MSNBC is liberal, they aren't noticing that the mornings on MSNBC are actually dominated by a Republican, right? Mika Brzezinski is the daughter of Zbigniew. I was like, wait, am I saying the right person? Yeah. Daughter of Zbigniew Brzezinski, very influential foreign policy guy for the likes of Jimmy Carter and Bill Clinton. And so these are influential people. I guess I'll leave it at that for now. So yeah, we're going to get into this. I'm going to take a look at how this call went. And yeah, we're gonna oh my god. I thought there's like a fly, but I think it was just like a stray hair that anyway tickled me like a fly landing. Anyway, chat, I'm getting distracted. Why is MTG on a boat? Good question. I think I think they could. Galactic News Network. Do you remember in 2020 when they had like a Trump rally on a lake and they had all these boats come out with Trump flags? And like I guess they had too many boats because there's this picture of a sunken boat with a Trump flag on it, and it's just emblematic of the Trump 2020 campaign. But for some reason, they decided they wanted to repeat that again. I don't know why. It doesn't seem like a great image. It seems like it would be bad luck, honestly. But yeah, MTG probably bad luck indeed. You know, like probably bad luck as well, right? She says she wants to kick Biden off the boat, so we'll take a look at that if that ends up winning. It's doing pretty well in at least one of our polls. Anyway, let's get started. Take a look at this. I keep on wanting to call it a debate. I mean, Biden wants to turn it into a debate. Unfortunately, the debate already went down, and he already did bad, and no amount of verve in his. You know, he's on phone, right? It's not gonna fix it the way that he thinks it is. And also, I want you to listen, okay, for little incidental sounds. You'll see what I mean in a second. Let's go.
More than presumption, I'm going to be the Democratic.
Joe Biden calling in to Morning Joe right now. Good morning, sir.
Joe on Joe.
More than presumption, I'm going to be the Democratic nominee.
There you go.
Okay, well, Mr.
So these are two people that, you know, he likes, he respects, he watches every morning. However, when he had that bad debate, they did, you know, they're part of the bedwetters brigade, right? They did say that they had some concerns about him continuing to be the standard bearer on the Democratic ticket.
President, that leads to the letter that we just received a few minutes ago. And
Yeah.
I'm curious, there's a part of it where you talk about the fact that you got 14 million votes, 87% of the vote. It was an open process. You only had 3 people running against you. You have 30.
So you can tell he's reading Biden's letter to Congress.
100 delegates. And then you ask this question, do we now just say the process didn't matter, that the voters didn't have a say? I'm curious, is that an allusion also to Donald Trump and the fact that Democrats, you believe, may now be doing the same thing that Donald Trump tried to do in 2020, and that is overthrow the popular will of Democratic voters?
Well, look, Joe, let me say it this way. The reason I've been out on the road so much all over the country, and while Trump is riding around in his golf cart, filling out his golf cart before he.
What did you say? He's riding around his golf cart, filling out his golf cart? Is he saying that? Is he fat shaming Trump? What's filling out his golf cart? What does that mean?
Even hits the ball. But anyway.
Before he even hits the ball. Wait, what? Anybody get what he said there? Because look, he's trying to do bangers. He's trying to be sassy. He's trying to be saucy. He's trying to do Trump's playbook to a certain degree. And like, here's where it breaks down. If I don't understand what you're saying, what do you expect me to make of that? Metal says, if Joe was smart, he would pretend to continue running, then bring out his replacement out of nowhere, similar to what Nancy Pelosi did with Hakeem Jeffries, so that the reps couldn't attack him as easily.
He hadn't been anywhere in 10 days. I've been all
filling out his golf cart. Oh, shit. Faye Molly, I think you're right. And yeah, that is kind of a banger. All right. So yeah. So what Faye Molly is pointing out is, okay, so if he's filling out his golf cart before he even gets, hits the first hole, that means he's cheating. And I feel like it would have been easier to say that Trump is a cheater, which is true. There's proof of this, right? There's multiple sources supporting the fact that Donald Trump cheats at golf.
Over the country, number one. And I've gone over the country for several reasons. One, to make sure my instinct was right about the party still wanting me to be the nominee. And all the data.
So yeah, if you read the letter, you know, that was what part of it was about, was that, like, you know, he had, you know, he's trying to give you this sense that, like, he was really like, oh shit, like, let me check with the real people, though. I want to check with the real people, not the elites. You know, the elites are the bedwetters brigade. The elites are the self-important podcasters, the pod johns, right? But the real people, they want Joe Biden to run.
Shows that the average Democrat out there who voted, the 14 million of them that voted for me, still want me to be the nominee, number one. Number two, the idea that Donald Trump has gained in any substantial way, has his argument to why he should be president, is anywhere convincing than it was 2 weeks or 3 weeks.
Who the fuck cares about golf? Apparently Biden. He tried to bring this up in the debate. He look. I mean, I guess you could bring up the guy cheats at golf, but he literally tried to be like, actually, I had a 8 handicap at golf, and I don't think that's true. I think he's overrepresenting his golf skills. I don't know a lot about golf. I actually got it wrong this morning. I was trying to talk about, like, you know, what he'd said about, I was like, he was at -8 handicap. I'd forgotten -8 is like a score in golf, like, right? If you're hitting, like, if you hit 8 birdies and the rest of it's par, then you'll have a -8, right? Handicap is not a negative number, though. It's a pause. Anyway, chat. It just shows I don't really know that much about golf.
Weeks ago, it's just not there, and we're just starting to focus on Trump. And look, I attended services, spoke to over 600 people at Mount Airy Church of God in Christ in Philly. I stopped by campaign field offices with John Fetterman and Madeline Dean, both strongly supporting me. The president and the first lady, you know, we spoke at a campaign ice cream social for APSME, Council 13 in Harrisburg.
Okay, so chat, like I said, listen really closely, not just for his voice, but listen for any sounds you might hear in addition to his voice.
Minutes after we spoke with supporters, stopped by Denim Coffee. I mean, I was with the governor of Pennsylvania, who's still strongly supporting me. I mean, so look, and the fact is that this week I'm going to be hosting NATO Summit here in D.C., going to hold a press conference on Thursday. On Wednesday, I met with the National Union.
And if anybody's got information for me on that press conference, the NATO summit and everything, from what I've heard, he went to bed at 3. Wait, that would be like, it would be 6 his time, 6 East Coast.
Leaders of the AFL-CIO. On Friday, I traveled to Detroit, Michigan for a campaign event. You know, just on down the line. And so I'm not getting any of what I was told.
Okay, so we're hearing a little bit of Mika apparently taking notes with a highlighter.
I wanted to make sure I was right, that the average voter out there still wanted Joe Biden. And I'm confident they do. And I'm confident, and like I said, the press is with me. I think they've been fairly fair. I haven't read any reporting they did today. But the fact is that, you know, I think they have to acknowledge we had large crowds, enthusiastic crowds, and, you know.
Okay, so you hear what it sounds like when Mika's writing on her paper. Now just listen really close here.
And now they're talking about whether I use a prompter. Well, I did it all extemporaneously. The fact of the matter is, I was using prompters too. I don't get that, but at any rate.
Wait, what? The fact of the matter is, what did he say?
The bottom line here is that we're not going anywhere. I am not going anywhere. I wouldn't be running if I did.
Oh, Trump's using prompters too. Yeah, I mean, yeah, and you see what happens when Trump's prompter doesn't work. That's when he tells all the weird stories about sharks and Hannibal Lecter having a friend for dinner.
I absolutely believe that I am the best candidate to beat Donald Trump in 2024. We had a Democratic nominating process where the voters spoke clearly. I won 14 million of those votes, et cetera. So I not only believe that from the beginning, but I wanted to reassert it and demonstrate that it's true. And I'm going to be doing that all through this week and from here on.
So we noted yesterday that it was quite a contrast, the people that were supporting you yesterday compared to, say, a lot of the Washington insiders and Hollywood moguls, and go down the list of very powerful people that want you out, compared to the support that you had in Pennsylvania yesterday.
Okay, so yeah, this is Joe Scarborough kind of like helping out his narrative. I'm a little bit surprised by this because I feel like they were sort of 8 handicap is very hard to achieve. Yeah. And I doubt that Biden's actually got that. This is I mean, I don't know, like, you know, he's given him content. Is that why Joe changed his mind?
That said, there are a lot of people of goodwill who love you, who believe you did a great job in your first term, who are still concerned. Yesterday, the topic came up of the Stephanopoulos.
It's just such a wild thing to say. I mean, this is pure spin. This is what I mean when I say that Morning Joe's doing him a solid here, right? There's no way that Joe did like a systematic look at all like the supporters of Biden staying and the proponents of him leaving and said, wait a minute, looks like the proponents are mostly the elite and the supporters are like the real people. It's like he's just bullshitting, right? There's people that on each side, right? And you know, it doesn't break down by like, you know, who's elite. There's people, you know, powerful people in the party that want him to stay. There's powerful people in the party that want him to go, right? This is pure spin.
Where you were asked the question, how would you feel if Donald Trump beat you? How would you feel after you lost? And you said, well, as long as I did the best I could do.
No, he said the goodest job.
That's the most important thing. That's caused Democrats concern, who believe that losing is not an option. What would you say to those who are concerned by that answer?
It's not an option, and I've not lost. I haven't lost. I beat him last time. I'll beat him this time. And this is a guy who, look, we talk about debates. Look at his performance at debates. He lied over, you know, Trump has 50 lies. I mean, look, this is a guy who says 10%.
Again, you're right. He lies a lot, Joe, but you got to say it in a way that's like understandable. You're not communicating the very simple fact that Donald Trump is a human shit stain. Yes, you are correct. He is. But you got to be able to say it with your fucking chest, say it clear and confidently. That's how politics works, unfortunately.
I want to get into it. He's just a liar, and he hasn't done a damn thing since the debate. He's been riding around in a golf cart for 10 days, or down in Mar-a-Lago talking with his wealthy friend. I'm not running because of these guys.
I mean, you can see how kind of talking points based this is.
He's a liar, and he hasn't done a damn thing since the debate. He's been riding around in a golf cart for 10 days, or down in Mar-a-Lago talking with his wealthy.
Wait, what is?
I want to get into
Let me hear this part.
He lied over, you know, Trump has 50 lies. I mean, look, this is a guy who says 10% of the universe.
He had something there. This is a guy who said 10% of something, but then he maybe smartly says, I don't want to get into it, because I don't know if he remembered what he was trying to say there.
He's just a liar, and he hasn't done a damn thing since the debate. He's been riding around in a golf cart for 10 days, or down in Mar-a-Lago talking with his wealthy friend. I'm not running because of these guys, Joe. I'm running because, and you know me well enough to know this from the very beginning.
He's running for the people, not for the elite.
Trickle-down economic theory. I never bought into the notion that we have to walk away from the rest of the world and cave to Putin or anybody else. I've never believed any of that, and I'm confident that's where the American people are. So,
okay, well, obviously Trump's got a weird thing, a weird deference for Putin. One can speculate on what that's all about. Right, that this is where the whole piss tape thing came from, the speculation that Putin had some kind of compromise on Trump, but more realistically, that Trump is in hock to oligarchs who are associated with Vladimir Putin, and therefore maybe there's a reason that Trump's being so nice to Putin. So that's true. And then as far as the trickle down and economics thing, look, the Democrats, like I said, they embraced neoliberalism under Carter, and they've never really changed that take. they are generally like to the left of Republicans as far as their tax policy. They want less tax breaks for the wealthy and more things that, you know, might be, you know, benefit like families and stuff like that. But it's there's not a full, it's not, you can't say that you're anti-trickle down economics, right? When you're in a party that's fully embraced neoliberalism. So there's a little bit of exaggeration there. Like I said, he's obviously, yeah, to the right of Trump in terms of tax policy. I mean, Trump's talking about getting rid of income tax. So in other words, cutting rich people's cutting the fuck out of rich people's taxes and putting that burden on working people through raising tariffs, making all of the goods more expensive. But then again, there are tariffs that Trump implemented that Biden is staying with. So it's
what I did was I went out and I wanted to make sure that there wasn't any slippage at all.
Again, chat, he's not as bad as Trump. He's better on Trump, better than Trump on these issues, but he's just exaggerating in a way that irks me.
And with the average voter, I don't care what the millionaires think. And by the way, 97% of all the people who contribute to us people make it under 200, contribute under $200. I think we have the largest contingent ever in history. I'm not positive of that, but I think that's true. And so I want their support, but that's not the reason I'm running. I'm not running about what they think and what they care about. And by the way, you don't see a whole hell of a lot of them flocking to Trump. You don't see a whole lot of CEOs flocking to Trump. You don't see any, you see the major economists out there talking about what I have been able to do. I don't hear anybody talking about his economic plan likely to bring America around and keep America first. And by the way,
keep America first? No, what is he trying to say?
And you know, Trump and his debate night. He's a pathological liar. He lied about Roe. He refused to accept the outcome of the election. He refused to condemn January 6th. And he says, they claim, he spoke with Putin before he invaded. What the hell are we doing, Joe? What are we doing?
We're reading off a paper. That's what we're doing, Joe. And you know damn well what you're doing. You're calling so people can't see you reading off your fucking script.
This is bizarre.
Yeah. It's a good question.
Actually, I'm still listening. Maybe I haven't paid close enough attention, but I've been told that you can hear the sound of papers shuffling from Biden's audio.
I have a few questions, Mr. President, and I know you know where I stand, and yet I have a few questions. First, it's very simple. How can you assure the American people that you won't have another night like the one you did in Atlanta?
Look at my career. I've not had many of those nights.
It doesn't matter. People are worried about like cognitive, impairment that is age related, right? That is stuff that we wouldn't see if we look back earlier in your career, maybe even wouldn't see if we looked back just a few years. In fact, the 2020 Joe Biden, many people have commented, is like a different guy, and that's really hard to deny. You compare the tape, compare the debates, compare anything, right? He was a lot more present in 2020. Like the idea, look back at my career. I haven't had many of those nights. Oh my God, Biden, that's not what people are talking about.
It was a terrible night, and I really regret it happened. But the fact of the matter is, how can you assure you're going to be on?
But again, him and his campaign set up that night. They didn't have to do that. That was a bold move that you should have only done if you were really sure that you were going to show up the way that you did in the State of the Union, right? A lot of people agree that one of the turning points of this campaign was the State of the Union. Before then, there was a lot of discussion about Biden's age. After then, some of that discussion relented. It's come back up, and then this debate performance has absolutely reinforced it.
I can intervene on your way to go to, work tomorrow. Age wasn't, the idea I'm too old. Created over 15 million jobs, 21 million insured for the ACA, beat Big Pharma, relieved student debts for 5 million people, first black woman in the court. So I think I had a significant
It's not as bad as his. Wait, is this what people are talking about? No. There's another sort of gaffe that he had where he's trying to explain that he named Kamala Harris as his vice president. She was like the first black woman vice president, and then he talks about being part of the Obama administration, the first black president. But the way that he says it, it sounds like he's saying these things about himself. It sounds like he's saying that he is the first black woman vice president, and I don't know. I don't think this is it's similar, but it's not as bad as
a significant run, and that's how I'd measure me. Measure me what I've done. And by the way, in terms of my neurological capacity, I had a physical, a neurological physical as well in February. It's released. I released all my records.
So now, like, this is where the language becomes important, because there's neurological and there's cognitive, right? He's talking about neurological right now.
All of them. And I have a neurological test every single day. Try sitting behind this desk and making these decisions. You know it. Both of you know it. They know it. I'm not bad at what I do. And now, it doesn't mean I never make a mistake. I do. But I'm making those decisions.
Mr. President, if anybody in my family had a night like that, like if my Joe had a night like that, or my kids or anybody, I'd probably want to do some sort of workup and medical workup and make sure he's okay. Have you been tested for any age-related illnesses, pre-Parkinson's, or anything like that that might explain sort of having a night like that where you couldn't finish sentences?
Look, I was feeling so badly before the debate. When I came back, they tested me for, I thought maybe I had COVID, maybe there was something wrong, I had an infection or something. They tested me, they gave me those tests, I was clear. So, but look, I had a bad night. But the fact of the matter is, look at what I'm doing. I mean, let me put it this way. If there was something that was wrong that night, it's not like it comes and that's one night and it goes away. That's why I've been out. I've been testing myself, been testing everywhere I go, going out and making the case. The night of that debate, I went out. I was out till 2 o'clock in the morning that very night. That very night. It drives me nuts, people talking about this.
So I'm hearing papers shuffling, but I'm pretty sure that's on Mika's desk.
That very night, I was talking to large crowds. Look at the crowds we've gathered everywhere from Atlanta to North Carolina to Pennsylvania, and look at the enthusiasm. But it was right after. Where the hell's Trump been? What has Trump said or done except deny and lie about what he's for?
Okay, so you have repeatedly said that all of these people and entities are wrong. And let me go through them. The New York Times editorial board, The Economist, the Atlanta Journal-Constitution, the Boston Globe, Jerry Nadler, Seth Moulton. Let me go to Julian Castro, Tim Ryan, David Axelrod, David Remnick, Richard Haas.
Sorry, wait, your what? Your team?
Let me go to Julian Castro, Tim Ryan, David Axelrod, David Remnick, Richard Haas. Yeah, I know which one you're responding to there. Zeke Emanuel. But they are saying that you should step aside. So what is your plan of attack moving forward? These are pretty big names.
Is to go out and keep doing their big names, but I don't care what those big names think. They were wrong in 2020. They're wrong in 2022 about the red wave. They're wrong in 2024. And come out with me. Watch people react. You make a judgment. You make a judgment. Mm-hmm. And by the way, I'm going to have all these foreign leaders here. I've been in contact with the new British Prime Minister. Anyway, look, the country, the rest of the world is looking. Our allies are looking for U.S. leadership. Who else do you think could step in here and do this? I expanded NATO. I solidified NATO. Ask your brother about it in Poland. I made sure that we're in a position where we have a coalition of people, of the nations around the world to deal with China, with Russia, with everything that's going on in the world. We're making real progress. The Biden plan, which got in Israel for the Gaza Strip, is something that was adopted by the UN Security Council. Whether it comes to fruition, it's awful close. We'll see. G7's okay. But look, I'm not going to explain any more about what I should or shouldn't do. I am running. And if you want to stop me,
I wanted to ask you, it's so interesting. You talked about how, you were supposed to lose in 2020. You won. There's supposed to be a huge wave in 2022. There wasn't. In 2023, Republicans were supposed to win. They didn't. You could say the same thing about France. Le Pen was supposed to win in 2 years ago. She ended up getting crushed. Her party, her far-right nationalist extreme party, was supposed to win yesterday. They ended up getting crushed. I'm curious, what message do you take from the French elections and the British elections? Because we keep hearing about the rise of far-right nationalist extremism in Europe. But I've got to say, it looks like this past week has been the worst week for far-right nationalists between Britain and France. I'm wondering what you say about that and what message you take to NATO allies this week.
Look, Joe, let's get something clear about 20 and 24. Not only were they wrong, I said they were wrong beforehand. I said we were going to win and how we're going to win. I didn't pretend about it. It wasn't like, oh, my God, I was surprised. I was not surprised. I predicted it. I knew what we were doing, number one. Number two, you may remember, I was one of the few people out there publicly saying before the 2022 election, there will be no red wave. There will be no red wave. Because I've been all over the country. I didn't believe it at all. And then in 2023, the key elections, I went into those races. Not every one of them, but a lot of them. And I said we were going to win. Look, we won those. So, Joe, it wasn't just that it didn't happen. I was predicting beforehand it would not happen. Because I've got a pretty good political instinct and eye. And here's the deal. It's not going to happen here this time around. The American public is not going to move away from me as an average voter. And again, I'm here for two reasons, pal. One, to rebuild the economy for hardworking middle-class people, give everybody a shot, just a straight shot. Everybody gets a fair chance, number one. Number two, remember all this talk about how I don't have the black support? Come on, give me a break. Come with me. Watch. I'm getting so frustrated by the elites. Now, I'm not talking about you guys, but about the elites in the party. Who they know so much more.
Again, you're talking to the daughter of Zbigniew Brzezinski. As far as political power goes, it doesn't get much more elite than that, right? You're talking to Morning Freaking Joe, not you guys. You guys are not the elites. Who's the elites then? Who the fuck are the elites?
But any of these guys...
But again, why is he saying this? Why is he doing this shit, right? He is taking a page out of Trump's playbook. He's emulating Trump.
Yeah. Don't think I should run against me. Go ahead, announce for president. Challenge me at the convention. On Europe, the polls are wrong in France. They're all...
Throw down the gauntlet. Get out your... Oh my God, what's it called in Dune? The knife? The Chris knife? Right, you gotta fight the battle, and whoever wins is gonna take the other person's water.
Also, right, there's no right wave or tide here in America either. By the way, in case you're wondering whether there is one, have you ever seen Trump run away so fast from what he's for? You know he's gonna do it anyway, but have you ever? I mean, he's such a liar. This guy everybody knows what they're planning to do, and now he's saying no. This guy is going to rip away at a woman's right to choose in a permanent way. This guy is going to make sure that he exacts revenge. This guy's going to destroy democracy. This guy's going to give a blank check to the Supreme Court and going to use it to pass the 2025 agenda. This guy's extremely dangerous. But you notice he doesn't speak up for what he really is for. He's all of a sudden realizing, oh my God, nobody's for what I'm for. But anyway, look, and again, think of the things he lied about. Talked about he gave the largest tax cut in history. Yeah, he gave the largest tax cut in history to millionaires and billionaires. He said that he's going to.
So, like, it's not like Trump's not a target-rich environment. It is. It's just like his ability to hit that target that's in question.
10% universal tax proposal is not going to drive prices higher. Every major economist in the world is saying it's going to drive the average $2,500 per person. Only jobs we created for illegal immigrants and bounce-back jobs and bounce back from COVID. Give me a break. That's what he said at the convention. Excuse me, at the debate. Everything he said. He said, he largely fixed COVID. You kidding me? And what happened? Nobody said anything. Nobody said anything.
That's your job, bro. That's your job, okay? You really can't expect the media to do this shit. You know how they work. They will go easy on Trump for this very reason. Anything other than calling out one problem with Biden and then one problem with Trump, one good thing about Biden and one good thing about Trump, anything other than that is going to be perceived as being biased, even though that's not true. Like I said, Trump is a target-rich environment. There's a lot wrong with Trump, but you can't count on the freaking media to mention it because they're all like playing this game, of trying to appear to be neutral rather than being actually objective and mentioning things like that.
Except me and the folks out there in the local.
Yeah, and if you can't communicate it, then it's like you never said it, isn't it?
He said, I did nothing to stop Russia's invasion of Ukraine. In fact, he said, I think I encouraged Russia from going. I think he encouraged Russia going in.
I don't know what he's saying there. I don't know if he's saying that Trump said that he thinks Biden encouraged Russia with something that he did, or if he's saying that that he thinks that Trump's actions while he was president encouraged Putin to do that.
I'm reading from a list of lies. First of all, he was made-up quotes, suckers and losers. I was with it. He
made up quotes, suckers and losers. Oh my God. No, he's trying to say that when Trump was, he said this about like World War I veterans when he was in Europe, right? Trump did that. This is according to his general, according to John Kelly, right? This is something that Trump said. A lot of Americans don't want to hear that being said about American servicemen. And that's what Biden's trying to say, but nobody fucking knows it. I'm having to Biden interpret it for him.
Call the Americans in the cemeteries from World War I suckers and losers.
He called the cemetery suckers and losers. What the fuck are you saying, bro?
Answer for what he did.
Oh my God. So even with a prepared, statement, which I think he has, people are saying, I think it was MR this morning that said that they could hear papers in the background. Now, so far, all I've heard, and I have a pretty good ear, is the papers in the background of Mika and Joe. So I'm not sure if that's true or not. I'm not sure if you can actually hear papers, but it does sound like he's reading a prepared statement, and that even that prepared statement, even that reading of he's just not able to deliver it in a way that's cogent and understandable. So it's as if he never said it. All that stuff that he's pointed out, which, right, there are things that he's mentioning that need to be mentioned, but he's not saying them in a way that you can hear without a Biden interpreter. I'm having to step in as the Biden interpreter and tell you what I think that he means when he says these things, but that person's not there in the broad sense.
I am not letting up a little bit. And by the way, France registered, look, you talk about Europe.
Oh no, God.
France rejected extremism. Democrats will reject it here as well. Trump, and this is a guy who is an extreme candidate. I can't think of a candidate in my lifetime that's been more extreme. He makes George Wallace look like a patriot.
President Joe Biden, let's make this a
What the fuck was that about Joe Wallace? So they're like, thank you for the content, Mr. President. We will fucking continue to humor you as long as you continue to provide us with this content. Because, like, right, when he calls into Morning Joe, they get better ratings. That's the meta.
Trump, and, this is a guy who is an extreme candidate. I can't think of a candidate in my lifetime that's been more extreme. He makes George Wallace look like a patriot.
George Wallace, if you don't know, was a segregationist candidate who was a Democrat back in the day. I mean, Wallace kind of in his campaign sort of represents the breaking point of the Dixiecrats from the Democratic Party post LBJ. And so, you know, like, I guess I understand on some level him saying, you know, the segregationist governor of Alabama is an extremist, but it's just a weird way to say it. Wallace is like a patriot compared to Donald Trump. What?
It was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
Anyway, this does not give me any greater hope that he's more in command of his faculties than as appeared on debate night.
President Joe Biden, let's make this a thing. Thank you for calling in. We really appreciate it. And thank you for answering our questions.
If you're willing to hear from me, I'm willing to talk to you. Thank you.
He's like, all right, well, we got a hard break right now, so you actually are going away for now, but we'll look forward to talking to you in the future. Anyway, awkward.
We'll take it on a regular basis.
All right. Thank you, Mr. President. Greatly appreciated.
President Joe Biden.
Hey there, MS.
Why is Luke Russert here? This is so weird. Hey, Luke Russert here. Like, if you like more of this, I don't know what he's gonna say. Subscribe. Anyway, chat. We're not gonna find out what he's gonna say because we are going to take a look really quickly, maybe at Twitter. Now, understand, I appreciate contributions from the chat. There's going to be a certain limit on what I can cover in terms of what I can confirm. And so if there's something in the chat that I can't confirm, I'm going to wait before. I'm not like, you know, breaking the news without, you know, multiple sources on things. So anyway, this is an article from the New York Post. Oh my God, my favorite, the New York Post. Are you ready, chat, to take a dive into the Post? Do we dare? Is this a good idea? Maybe I should take a look at this article before I just go into it. Yeah. All right, so I'll just read it to you from here. President Biden snuck off to bed instead of meeting. Now, in general, the Post is not like, I would not call it like a most trusted source. I mean, I don't think that they're going to go out too far on a limb here. You know what I mean? I'm not saying that they're like a tabloid or anything like that, but, you know, I'm not a fan of, let me put it this way. I don't rate the New York Times that highly. The Post is way worse. But anyway, sometimes they're the source that has the article or whatever. President Biden snuck off to bed instead of meeting with German Chancellor during the June 20. So yeah, this is what we heard earlier. June 2022 G7 event. Even though the confab was scheduled for earlier in the evening, according to a report. So German Chancellor Olaf Scholz ended up the meeting at an Alpine resort with Secretary of State Blinken, who told Scholz, to his surprise, that Biden had hit the hay. Two people who were there told the Wall Street Journal. In the informal okay, so yeah, we got at least a backup on this one in terms of the Post and the Wall Street Journal. The informal event was arranged as a secret meeting about Ukraine and was booked in the early evening because German officials knew that Biden was tired at night. Okay, so yeah, I thought at first that this might be talking about the current event at the current NATO event. It looks like we're talking about something in 2022, but that also shows you sort of like how long ago some of these issues became apparent. So in other words, Biden having an early, bedtime is not exactly a new thing. And there's a lot of stories like this coming out about stuff that people knew or should have known or should have said something about, prior to the debate, as far as Biden's seeming pattern of cognitive decline. So there we go. Let's take a look once again and see where we're at as far as the poll goes. Let's take a look at those numbers. Not the right one. There it is. Okay. All right. So Jesse Gender on Joe Biden, still winning the poll in the full scale stream, the full screen stream, followed in a close second by MTG, I'm on a boat, and a close third by Mehdi Hasan debating Dean Phillips. What if alt hist spirit science kind of going nowhere in this poll? If I wheel over and take a look, oh, look at this, MTG on a boat in first place. Oh, it's going back and forth, chat. It's going back and forth between MTG and Mehdi Hasan on the shorts poll, right? So it's a very contentious here. Jesse Gender, extremely close third place with 27%. What if alt hist still in last place? So it looks like it's pretty close. Let's see if we can shed a little bit more light on this situation by looking at the dono goals. Okay, so dono goals, we are 36%. 36 out of 100. Remember, if this hits 100 before I stop streaming, we will get an extra segment, and it will be one of these things. Yeah, it looks like Jesse Gender with slightly more, donos behind her, with Mehdi Hasan being next. What if alt hist in third place? So I would say that Jesse Gender is still ahead here. Even though this poll, she's actually in third place in the shorts poll, but she's so close. She's only 2% behind here. So yeah, I would say she's still ahead. We got some time before the end of the stream, so there's every chance that we can make up that lost ground in terms of the 36%. And just remember, if you donate, whether it's through Super Chat, Super Sticker, if you are getting a membership for yourself or you are gifting memberships to other people, if you are donating on Throne, which is that link right down there, or any of the links in the description, if you're donating on Twitch through getting a sub, which is that the subs get you out of the ad break. Where are we right now as far as the ad breaks go? Oh shit, we're about to have one. No, we're on one. There it is. I'm late. I'm supposed to tell them before the ad break hits that at the top of the hour there's a 3-minute ad break. I will hit that later on though, chat, because the people who need to hear that are actually watching an ad right now. Aren't you glad on YouTube that your ads are skippable? Yeah, not so much on Twitch, but yeah, donations on Twitch count as well, and you get to tell me when you donate like what you want the donation going towards, and you get to apply like a few percent, 1% for every US dollar donated to the poll, and potentially change the outcome. And tonight, I would say that donations could very well determine the outcome, because it's so damn close. It's so damn close tonight. Jesse Gender, I still think, is ahead, but only ever so slightly. Mehdi Hasan, close in there. MTG is actually doing pretty well, even though nobody has donated and said, put my money on MTG. If that happens, that could put MTG in the lead, and we could get to see the regatta, the boat races, the boat rally, the MAGA boat people. It's wild, chat. I should find a different term than that. They have boats, chat, and they're probably not electric boats, because they all know how dangerous that is. If you were in a situation where your boat were to sink, and you got that electric battery, do you want to get zapped by the battery, or do you want to get eaten by the shark, right? It's it's a tough choice. And so I would guess that these are mostly gas boats. These are Trumpers. These are right wingers. They want to make sure to hurt the environment as much as they can. But anyway, that's where we're at. We are 36% of the way there. And there's, every chance we could hit that. Look, I've been surprised before. Okay, I'll put it that way. I have been surprised before at chat's ability to hit the sub goal. So we'll see if I'm surprised again this time. All right, what else do we have? We got the so if you thought that was wild, just wait till you see this press conference. So Biden's not at this press conference. It's Karine Jean-Pierre. I'm going to try to focus in on the discussion on Biden's health because it's like a 2-hour and 35-minute slog. I'm guessing a lot of it probably is, the biggest question on everybody's mind right now for the White House is, can we expect Joe Biden to continue to be the standard bearer, to continue to be the nominee, or is it possible that he might decide to step down? So there's probably more juice in here to get at. I don't know if we have time, though. I'm going to try to not go over time like I always do, but it's a very good chance I will anyway. Jonathan, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Let's do this right. Okay, so some people just got weaseled. Okay, I gotta shout out your names. Nunca Pasaran. You've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. Just Julie donated memberships, and apparently did not get themselves one. But that's okay because Jonathan's got you covered. Just Julie. You've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. Mrs. Jen, you've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. Jasper James, you've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. And Digital K, you've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. And Jonathan's letting me know that this donation money is going towards Vox Populi, which is now at 15%, and the overall, we are now at 51%. 51% of the way there towards the dono goal. It's looking more gettable, and there's a ton of content too. So you got a little bit of time, chat. But yeah, we're gonna press that magic button, and thank you so much for the gifted memberships, Jonathan. The weasel drop is top tier. Yo, I mean, the weasels are nice to have, and they also give you access to exclusive content that you only get through having a YouTube membership. There's also exclusive content associated with Patreon. That's another way to get it, and exclusive shout outs for the Patreon tiers of Fancy Weasel and beyond. And remember, any kind of donation, whether it be Patreon sign up, whether it be towards Throne, or gift memberships or anything else, it counts towards the sub goal, and it counts towards you getting what you want in the poll. So look at this. Let me show you how this works really quick before we proceed with the press conference. All right. So it's math. It's actually incredible math is what it is, right? Sometimes it's very difficult when it's close for me to do the math. Sometimes, I have to be really careful and use a calculator and everything. But what we got is, like with this, plus 15% to Mehdi Hasan debates Dean Phillips. That means that whatever Mehdi Hasan debates Dean Phillips ends up with, it gets plus 15 or plus whatever it is at that. Plus 5 to What If Alt Hist, plus 16 to Jesse Gender on Joe Biden, right? But then if we look down here, see, we got all the pluses, but then we got the minus. What does that minus do? That minus actually minuses from all the pluses. It doesn't take anything below 0, but it does take everything down to like almost nothing. So right now, through donating to Vox Populi, you're able to like counteract not just one donation, but like 3 donations. So essentially, Jesse Gender on Joe Biden is a +1 now. If you know what I mean, it's like minus the 15, from there. And so it changes things. And one of the surest way to change things is to use that Vox Populi to kind of set everything back to whatever is winning. But like I said, Jesse Gender is coming in first on the mainstream. Mehdi Hasan coming in first. God, it's so close. It's so close, Chad. It's so close today. Anyway, I've been edging you way too long on this press conference that we're going to see. I've been told it's contentious. I better not be disappointed. But either way, let's get into it right now.
To take your questions, Sung Min.
Last night at the fundraiser, the president blamed jet lag for his debate performance, but he was back stateside for well over a week. So does he really need more than a week and a half to recover from traveling in Europe? And
Look, this is the question you heard. I feel like Joe and Mika asked it. I feel like everybody's asking this question.
is that really what he thinks caused his poor performance?
So, yeah, just a couple of things. And I do appreciate the question because the president has certainly spoken to this many times about the debate. And so he had an opportunity to do that in front of supporters. And as you just stated, he did that. He owned that the debate was not his best night. And he said himself, it's not an excuse, but it's an explanation. I was standing here yesterday and many people were asking why and what's the explanation. And that's what you heard from him. Look, the two, I think, in addition to the 2 major trips, he was also continued to do his presidential duties. He worked late in doing that, and he also prepared for the debate. And on top of that, there was obviously the jet lag, as you just asked about, and also he had a cold. And you all heard directly, you heard from him during the debate. He had a hoarse voice. Many of you reached out to me and my team and some other members of the White House asking what was going on. We confirmed that he had a cold. And so I think those 2 things, continuing obviously to do his duties as commander-in-chief, as the president. And so I think some of you here in this room can certainly relate to, what could happen when you're having an important moment and you're not feeling well, and also you wish you could have done better. And so he took ownership, I think.
Here's the thing. Yes, we can all relate to that. We can all relate to misspeaking. We can all relate to being nervous. We can all relate to an excessive, especially me, can relate to an excessive amount of ums and ahs. I think I did that at the beginning of the stream somewhat, right? That's relatable. That's understandable, right? That's not a sign of cognitive decline. That's just like, I haven't had my coffee yet, right? That's not what we saw from Biden. It's different than like, we finally defeated Medicare, right? It's different than, calling yourself the first like black president or whatever the hell he did, right? That's what's so frustrating is it's such obvious bullshit that she's throwing at us. It's such spin that we're getting. We're getting spin from Joe and Mika. Now we're getting spin from KJP.
That's important, and he's going to continue to make a strong case for his agenda, and that's what you're going to see.
Mark Banana says, "Are you AI generated?" No, but I am software.
Given an explanation, and that's what he wanted to do. He wanted to get that out there, and for people.
Which is to say, I am code.
Hear directly from him, as he has been doing since Friday of last week.
It just seems like I know you're calling it an explanation, not an excuse, but it does seem like there are new excuses since the debate of what went wrong there.
I would say I don't think it's a new excuse. I think some of your colleagues reached out to us about the schedule. some of your colleagues asked if the schedule was too strenuous or was it because of the jet lag, and so we are laying out and explaining exactly what happened. You heard from the president, you've heard from me, and it was, indeed a schedule where, the president traveled 6 time zones forward to G7 in Italy, 9 time zones back to LA, and 3 time zones forward again to DC. That's something that one of the print pooler on that day laid out for.
I feel like 12 days. Yes, I understand jet lag, but motherfucking 12 days, come on.
For all of you and those who read the pool notes, and on top of that, he did have a cold. So it is an explanation. I don't think it is an addition. I don't think it's. We certainly don't want to explain this away. But you all asked me for an explanation yesterday. The president gave that directly yesterday to his supporters. He wanted to make sure, knowing that all of you would get that information as he's speaking to his supporters last night.
Sure. You mentioned all the calls that he was making in your topper. Why wasn't he doing that on Friday? And why wasn't he doing this sort of damage control? Why was he waiting to do that until middle of this week?
I mean, look, I was asked a similar question by one of your colleagues yesterday. And look, the president obviously right after the debate, he visited 4 states in 2.5 days, gave a couple of remarks. He met with supporters, whether at the Waffle House or in Atlanta at a watch party, or in North Carolina where there were hundreds of supporters there in Raleigh. And so he was busy dealing with his schedule, and also speaking directly and engaging with his supporters, and then spend time with his family. I think what's important is that he has done this outreach. He's having these conversations. It is important to him to do so. And the folks that I laid out that he spoke to or some of them have been his colleagues. Some of them have been elected officials that he's known for some time. Obviously, Leader Jeffries is a new relationship that he has, someone that he obviously respects, and so it is. I think it's important to note that they were strong conversations. That's something that the president told me and my team directly moments ago. He was walking around, and we happened to see the president, and he said they were strong conversation. And by the way, he looks great. The vice president's great, and they are ready to continue working on behalf of the American people. Okay, so.
Thank you, Irene. Hi. Is President Biden considering stepping down?
Absolutely not. And you heard, I believe, directly from the campaign as well.
Given the groundswell of concern from fellow Democrats, from donors, from supporters, doesn't he owe it to the American public to reflect on whether he should step down?
I mean, look, very much in Tu Sung Min's question, in my answer to her question, where he had an opportunity to talk to supporters.
You are listening in real time to the White House press briefing room and press secretary. They're talking and fielding the questions, and the big question in the room, President Joe Biden, and many responses to what is a growing narrative in our country, examining whether he should re-examine his campaign for the presidency. Look, this comes just hours before many of our nation's governors come to Washington, D.C. to have a meeting. In a
Jesus Christ, why did they cut away from... Oh my God. Wait, I'm a little confused here.
After a lot of concern about the president.
Obviously, outside of the briefing room, outside of the White House, many of
Parkinson's expert visiting the White House in the past 8 after a lot of
yeah, there we go. There's the Parkinson's angle.
Concern about the president's debate performance, and now word that we're getting about a Parkinson's expert visiting the White House in the past 8 months 8 times. Karine Jean-Repaire getting questions from reporters there at the White House briefing. Let's listen in.
Karine Jean-Pierre.
He has, for those who don't know, obviously outside of the briefing room, outside of the White House, many Americans don't actually understand this, so let's take a step back. They deal with their medical issues or physicals very, very differently. They are very, they are lucky if they get to see their doctor once or twice a year, right? They have to get in a car, they have to either take public transportation in order to make that happen. The president's medical unit is literally down on the other side of the colonnade, is just down the steps from the residence, and so a couple times a week, he does a check-in, a verbal check-in with his doctor while he's exercising. That is something that happens often. Matter of fact, he did a check-in today because I know folks were going to ask about if he was tested for COVID. He was not. We are following CDC guidance. He was not tested for COVID, just to let you guys know about that one. And if he has any symptoms, obviously, we would test him.
Is that in the context of the second gentleman's diagnosis?
Yes, which is why. No. It's in context of the second gentleman. But to answer your point, he did not have a medical exam. He did not have a physical. He did do like a verbal check-in with his doctor a couple days after the debate, and it was very quick. It was a couple of words that were spoken to each other, and that's how we were able to give you that answer. But he did not have a medical exam. He did not have a physical.
You said no, though, last Tuesday.
Yeah.
Did you know about that verbal check-in, or did we just not ask him that precise enough questions?
So the line of questions that I was getting that day was, in the way that I was hearing the question, was about the medical exam. I answered MJ's question when she asked me medical exam, and I answered and I said no, physical. And then somebody else asked me, was there a check-in? I did not mean to steer anybody wrong. I was still thinking about the medical exam. I was still thinking about the physical. That's how I answered the question. And then when it became, when the president actually spoke to it, I went back, asked the medical doctor, and he said they had a verbal check-in. That's what he said. But in answering the question, I was talking about the medical exam. I was talking about the physical.
And then two quick ones. There's been a lot of reporting in the last 24 hours about a Parkinson's expert who's come to visit the White House almost a dozen times over the last year or so, including at least one meeting with the president's physician. Could you state, very clearly, yes or no, was that expert here to participate in anything surrounding the care of the President of the United States?
So let me just say a couple of things. We have had a comprehensive, and I just want to take another step back, comprehensive physical.
Kat says this is so hard to watch. Yeah, I feel bad for her. She's rattled. She's been put in a bad spot. She's, having to really walk a tightrope here.
Examination. The president has had that. We've given a comprehensive report. We've shared that the past 3 years. Every year that he has had this exam, he sees a neurologist. And just to give you a quote from that, from the report most recently in February, an extremely detailed neurological exam was again reassuring in that there were no findings which would be consistent with any cerebellar or other central neurological disorders such as a stroke, multiple sclerosis, Parkinson's, or ascending lateral sclerosis, end quote. So that came directly from in February in that comprehensive report that was provided by the president's doctor to me, that I share with all of you. So anyone who is watching can certainly go to our website.
The question, which was this expert's visits, was multiple visits to the White House pertaining at all to the president's care?
Well, here's the thing. I've said he has had three. He has had three physicals. In those 3 physicals, that's when he has seen a specialist, a neurological specialist. I have to be super mindful here, and this is why, and I'll explain this to you in a second. There are thousands of military personnel who come onto this White House. Many of them get the care from the White House medical unit, and so need to be super careful. There are, the medical unit hosts a wide range of specialists, from dermatologists to neurologists, and so I cannot speak to every person because there's actually a security reasons to protect their privacy. We respect and protecting people's privacy, so do not want to share. I'm not going to share people's names from here, but the president, I can tell you, has seen a neurologist 3 times, as it's connected to a physical that he gets every year that we provide to all of you.
It's a very basic, direct question.
Wait.
hold on, wait.
I mean, this is what's got people talking about this. And again, do we know that that like there's no proof that these Parkinson's experts were there for Biden, but the fact that they can't get a more sort of clean and unambiguous answer for what seems like a fairly simple question, and that she's relying on this idea that, well, we don't want to violate HIPAA. I don't think you would have to. Nobody's asking you about the she's talking about like veterans that work at the White House that would be that would be seen by similar medical professionals, right? But they're asking about Biden.
Wait a second.
Eight times, or at least once, in regards to the president specifically.
Hold on a second.
That much you should be able to answer by this point.
Wait, no. No, wait a minute. Ed, please. A little respect here, please. So every year, around the president's physical examination, he sees a neurologist. That's 3 times, right? So I am telling you that he has seen a neurologist 3 times while he has been in this presidency. That's what I'm saying. I am telling you that he has seen them 3 times. That is what I'm sharing with you, right? So every time he has a physical, he has had to see a neurologist. So that is answering that question.
No, it's not.
No, it is. It is. You're
Dr.
asking
Kevin
me.
Kennard, come to the White House
But I also said to you,
condition.
Ed, I also said to you, for security reasons, we cannot share names. We cannot share names.
You cannot we share
have
names
to. We have
of
to.
others he would have met with.
We
but
cannot.
You can share names in regards to if someone came here in regards to the president.
We cannot share names of specialists broadly, from a dermatologist to a neurologist. We cannot share names. There are security reasons. We have to protect. I understand that. I hear you.
It's right there for anyone to see.
Ed, I hear you. I cannot from here confirm any of that because we have to keep their privacy. I think they would appreciate that too. We have to give them.
The doctor.
We have to keep their privacy.
It is public information.
I hear you. Guys, hold on a second. There's no reason to go back and forth and be in this aggressive way.
Miffed around here about how information's been shared with the press corps around here.
What are you missed about? What are you missed about?
Everything he just asked about.
And then every time I come back and I answer the question that you guys asked.
Correctly, didn't have to come back and clean up.
I never answered the question incorrectly. That is not true. I was asked about a medical exam. I was asked about a physical. That was in the line of question that I answered. And I said, no, he did not have a medical exam. And I still stand by that. Matter of fact, the president still stands by that. He had a verbal check-in. That is something that the president has a couple times a week.
Now in regards to Dr. Kevin Kennard.
And I am telling you right now that I am not confirming names from here. It is a security reasons. I am not going to do that, Ed. It doesn't matter how hard you push me. It doesn't matter how angry you get with me. I'm not going to confirm a name. It doesn't matter if it's even in the log. I am not going to do that from here. That is not something I am going to do. What I can share with you is that the president has seen a neurologist for his physical 3 times. 3 times. And it is in the reporting that we share a comprehensive reporting. Matter of fact, it's more than what the last guy shared, and it is in line with what George W. Bush did. It's in line with what Obama did.
Oh my God. Okay, so it's more than what the last guy shared. If you remember about the Trump presidency, Trump was famously cagey in terms of the sharing of his health information. This is usually part of running for president, just like showing your taxes is part of running for the president. But Trump felt like, and it's not required, it's not the law, but it's just like it's something that most candidates do to give people that certainty, right? Trump decided the tax thing shouldn't apply to him, so he didn't share his taxes. The doctor that he had was this super sketchy guy. If you looked at the what the doctor reported, he said he's like the most healthy guy that I've ever seen. It's unbelievable how healthy. He's incredibly healthy. It's like he's Trump. It's like Trump wrote the fucking script for the guy, right? And then his weight and height were just not real. They did not seem real. They did not seem to correspond with the man Donald Trump. And so, if he's lying about his height and weight, how much can you trust these? So, I mean, that's true. That's true. Compared to the last guy, Biden is way more transparent. But is that really the bar that you want to lower this to? And this is what sucks about the Democrats, is they use Donald Trump as an opportunity for them to be worse. They use Donald Trump as an excuse, like the degree to which he's lowered the bar, like on some level they seem to want to take advantage of.
And so it is comprehensive, it is out there. I just read a quote from it, but I am not going to devolve somebody's name or confirm someone. I'm not going to do that. That is as privacy for that person. I'm not going to do that. It doesn't matter how hard you push me. It doesn't matter how angry you get with me from here. I'm just not going to do that. It is inappropriate and it's not acceptable. So I'm not going to do it.
In national news, President Biden's doctor releases his first statement since Biden's shaky debate performance earlier this month. In a letter,
What is this, Montana local news?
late last night, Dr. Kevin O'Connor says a neurologist examined Biden for each of his annual physicals, but Biden has not seen a neurologist outside of that. O'Connor referenced the results of the neurological exam from this year's physical in February, which found no signs of a neurological disorder such as stroke, multiple sclerosis, or Parkinson's.
As we mentioned, President Biden is pushing back against calls for him to drop out of the 2024 presidential race. And last night, a letter from the president's doctor was released in an effort to explain why a Parkinson's expert visited the White House 8 times from last summer through this spring. CBS News Chief White House correspondent Nancy Cordes joins us from the White House. Nancy, what did the letter say, and did it answer all the reporters' questions from that testy briefing yesterday?
The letter basically said, Lindsay, that this neurologist, who is a movement disorder specialist, a Parkinson's specialist, he came to the White House 8 times, but not because of President Biden, because he has been coming to the White House for 12 years to care for a variety of individuals at the White House medical unit.
Okay, so again, that's the claim, right? That there are veterans at the White House, and therefore these VA officials are showing up to treat them. There's just like questions that you'd expect a simple answer for that they're not getting a simple answer for, and that's what makes people wonder.
And he said, furthermore, that while President Biden did get examined by this doctor, Dr. Kevin Kennard, as part of his annual physical, that President Biden has not had any neurological exams, hasn't seen a neurologist outside of his annual physical. So that pretty much laid to rest any questions about this particular doctor, Dr. Kevin Kennard. And then, of course, in the White House briefing, the White House press secretary went a step further, saying the president has not been diagnosed with Parkinson's, which is a question that many people have, and he is not being treated with any medications for Parkinson's. So the White House argues that at least as far as this is concerned, the case is closed, although they recognize that people still have a lot of questions about what exactly they witnessed at the debate stage nearly 2 weeks ago.
This could have been cleared up yesterday. In the briefing, she kind of danced around it. She said there are hundreds of military personnel who work on site who get treated by these physicians. I mean, did it surprise you that there wasn't more detail in the briefing that could have put all this to rest?
I was a little surprised because it was obvious that this was going to come up. It had appeared in a number of publications, and White House officials were getting questions from reporters off camera about what the situation was. The press secretary initially came out and perhaps thought she could quell those questions by saying we don't want to reveal the names of any doctors because they have privacy concerns, to which reporters countered, but this doctor is already in the public record. He's right there in the White House visitors log. Why can't you tell us whether he or any other neurologist examined the president here at the White House? And that's why about 10 hours later, we did get this letter from the president's doctor, Dr. Kevin O'Connor, saying that
so here's the second attempt at an explanation. Let's see what they got.
Permission from the president and from this doctor, Dr. Kennard, to confirm the details that he shared with the public.
Let's talk about the NATO summit happening today, because Karine Jean-Pierre said in the briefing yesterday there's no need to reassure allies about whether the Pierre said in the
Okay, as I have written in each of the president's medical reports, as part of the presidential annual annual physical, he sees a team of specialists that include optometry, dentistry, orthopedics, foot and ankles, orthopedics, spine, physical therapy, neurology, sleep medicine, cardiology, radiology, dermatology. Dr. Kennard was the neurological specialist that examined President Biden for each of his annual physicals. His findings have been made public each time, and each time I have released the results of the president's annual physical. President Biden has not seen a neurologist outside of his annual physical.
Briefing yesterday, there's no need to reassure allies about whether the president can do the job. But take a look at some of these headlines. How much scrutiny will he be under?
He'll be under a lot of scrutiny, not just from these leaders, but also from the public and certainly from members of Congress who are watching to see how he does. He's giving a major address to world leaders later today. But he'll also probably face a lot of questions in smaller meetings with these world leaders who, after all, have gotten to know him quite well over the past 4 years. Questions about whether he truly is going to stay in the race. I think the questions about his health are one thing, but, I think also questions about whether he is the leader that they'll be dealing with in the next few months and years. And they may want private reassurance that he does, in fact, plan to stay in the race and that he has the fire in the belly to do this job for the next 4 years, because more than anything else, what these NATO leaders often say is that they like certainty and they like all of the NATO allies to be on the same page. That's what they have right now, and certainly they'd be concerned about changes to that in the future.
Okay, so there we go. That is, I'm going to read to you really quickly. We talked about the NATO summit that's going on in Washington. Biden was supposed to speak at that at what I guess it would have been 5 o'clock Eastern time, 2 o'clock Pacific time. Let me make sure that what I'm reading, July 8th, 2024. The head of NATO balked twice last week when asked to vouch for the mental health and fitness of the U.S. President, Joe Biden, to lead the alliance in a long-term fight to save Ukraine and contain the expansionist Russia. When first asked at the news conference for his impression on the state of Biden's overall health, NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg only would say that he had worked with Biden on a variety of issues and, quote unquote, I appreciate his strong commitment to NATO. The second question put to Stoltenberg on the 81-year-old Biden's ability to meet the demands of presidency and global leadership was more direct. Do you believe that President Biden is mentally and physically fit enough to lead the biggest nuclear-armed NATO ally for now and for the next 4.5 years? In his reply, Stoltenberg said, one of the reasons why NATO is successful is that we have always stayed out of domestic political issues. So it's like no comment. This is what he's saying. If I start to say anything that makes it possible to connect me to ongoing political debates, and I mean, I guess that's like, so, I mean, it's not. It's not that unexpected. It's just in the context of what's going on. Anyway, we got a debate to do next, all right? But before that, let me check in on the poll once again, see if anything has changed. All right. So I'm looking now at the full screen, the full screen stream poll, and it looks like Jesse Gender is starting to pull ahead substantially. 32% Jesse Gender, 28% MTG on a boat, 25% Mehdi Hassan. So starting to sort of make some distance there. And then if I look over at the shorts, we also have Jesse Gender on Joe Biden placing first here, but very close behind are both Mehdi Hassan, Debate Dean Phillips, and MTG I'm on a boat. So yeah, I would say it's still pretty close. I would say overall, it is still pretty close. We are, if I check the dono goal progress, we are 51% of the way there. So, it's definitely possible that we could hit the dono goal today. It looks like so far 15% would be going to Mehdi Hassan, 16% to Jesse Gender, except for the fact that somebody donated Vox Populi. And that means that this almost gets set back to 0, right? Jesse Gender still has like 1 extra point. So yeah, Jesse Gender on Joe Biden still in the lead. Starting to pull ahead, at least in the full screen stream. The only question is, will we hit the dono goal today? And I guess we'll have to see. So we're going to take a look at a debate, another debate hosted by Pacman. Pacman started to do debates. Again, I have some very mixed feelings, to say the least, about David Pacman and his takes on certain things. But he's got an interesting debate today. It's Cenk Uygur versus an actual like political science expert. And they're going to be talking about Biden. Yeah, it looks like chat's pointing out that there is actually stuff that Biden... economic data that should be positive for Biden. And because we're talking about this, because he has become such an issue and his, potential cognitive decline has become such an issue, is kind of, there's not oxygen left for that. Same thing goes for a lot of the scandals that Donald Trump is being, now connected again to Jeffrey Epstein, connected to Project 2025, despite him trying to distance himself from that. But that's just not getting talked about. And look, I don't think it's because the media's doing a bad job. I think the media's just doing what it always does. The problem is that there is this story is like I said, sucking up all the oxygen in the room. Yeah. As far as interest rates go, there's every chance that there could be a cut in interest rates by the Fed. But are you going to hear about that? Or are you going to hear about Biden's latest gaffe? And that's what kind of drives home the point that like he is at this moment his own worst enemy and the Democrats' own worst enemy. Oh my God, chat's arguing. This is a brainy conversation. Chat's arguing about what was the primary contributor to the post-COVID, I shouldn't say post-COVID because we're not post-COVID yet. If you look at the wastewater rates, but the post-lockdown inflation in terms of PPP or stimulus. And greedflation, Afroponics points out. Very true. They're always going to take advantage of the situation when there's a perception of inflation to be able to raise prices. Diablo Loco, I don't know if I can help you with your Nick Fuentes fetish. That I don't really have any advice. That's a new one on me. Yeah, Earth Keeper, you're pointing out some statistics that should really redound in the favor of the Democrats in this election. And instead, here we are talking about this stuff. It's like a Nick Fuentes bimbofication kind of fetish. Seth Evans on me feeling sorry for Karine Jean-Pierre says she makes $180K to carry water for this failed state. In case you were considering feeling bad for her. Good point. Good point. But yeah, that's where we're at right now. Jesse Gender seems to be winning the poll, although not by that much. It's very close. I would say it's a three-way race, right? It's going to be MTG, I'm on a boat, which is MTG showing up to a Trump boating event, much like the one last year. So, you know, cringe MTG, and she's on a boat. Mehdi Hassan debates Dane Phillips is doing okay. And it's pretty close, especially in the shorts poll. We've got 223 votes so far on shorts. They're focusing on Biden's name age because that's all they've got. Earthkeeper. They've got clips of him saying we finally defeated Medicare. All right. Age is one thing. Bernie Sanders is older than Biden. And Bernie Sanders is able to communicate what he wants to communicate instead of whatever the hell we just saw on Morning Joe. I will agree with you that I would prefer almost anyone to Donald Trump. You know, I mean, like, I shouldn't say that. There's Ron DeSantis. Okay, there's worse than Trump. Maybe there's as bad as Trump. But what I'm trying to say is that there's a decent record that Biden has to run on, especially in comparison to his opposition in the Republican Party. The sad fact is, though, that if you cannot communicate your achievements without tripping over your shoelaces, I don't know where that leaves you. I don't know where that leaves you. But yeah, I share your frustration and I share your anxiety and fear about a part 2 of the reality show known as the Trump administration, which it promises to be way worse than part 1, right? He's basically purged anybody who would have acted as a guardrail, who would have kept him within bounds of reason, who would have been a check on him in terms of his desire, fascistic desire, you might say, authoritarian desire to erode the very nature of democracy. But at this point, look, I mean, I gotta say, like, as much as maybe it could have been worse, the Trump 2016 Trump term could have been way worse, right? It's pretty bad, and some of that damage we didn't really see until later on. A lot of the damage that Trump did to democracy, he did through his Supreme Court nominations. Shakespeare says, what if alt hist for NCCV pick 2028? Okay, I will add your super chat to the what if alt hist fund, which now has 7%. And the dono goal has 53%. So that's where we're at. And heading into our last piece of content, potentially, it's all up to you, Chad. If we hit the sub goal, which is now at 53%, it might not be the last piece of content, but it is a doozy, and I think you'll enjoy it, despite the fact that David Pakman is involved in it. Again, not my favorite content creator, but he has been having some interesting debates lately. You almost got some Pod Save America today. I mean, I thought about covering them again. We did cover their debate with Mehdi Hassan at one point. they had some interesting thoughts about the Biden stuff. They're kind of at the center of this controversy, right? When Biden wrote the letter to, the fundraising letter or the fundraising email, right? Or so I shouldn't say Biden. Biden's team sent out the fundraising email. One of the groups that they mentioned were self-important podcasters, and people are pretty sure that was a reference to Pod Save America. I mean, these are, pretty establishment Democrat people in terms of the Pod Johns. They're most of them worked on the Obama campaign. There is a little bit of a, how should I describe it? Between the Obama team and the Biden team, there's some places where they don't see eye to eye. I wouldn't call them enemies, but I wouldn't call them friends either. And Axelrod, who was part of the Obama administration, has been one of the most out, people about his skepticism of Biden's ability to be the standard bearer for the Democrats in this election. Pod Save America themselves, like I said, they're very middle of the road, very not rock the boat, very, they're cheerleaders. They're cheerleaders for the Democratic Party usually. And the fact that they had reservations about Biden after the debate honestly does say something. But yeah, Biden kind of fired back at them, and I don't know if he realized how much kind of clout he's donating there. But yeah, I don't think we really have time they do like I don't know, 3 times a week podcast, and it's like an hour and 30 minutes long or so. So it's just kind of like too much to get through. Instead, I think I'm going to opt today for the
news at all
for this debate, because this is a spicy one. There's going to be some feathers that get ruffled here. And some of them may be Cenk Uygur's.
Today, I want to welcome to the show Rachel Bitecofer, political strategist, author of the new book, Hit 'em Where It Hurts, How to Save Democracy by Beating Republicans at Their Own Game, and Cenk Uygur, host of...
Oh, crap. I didn't do the thing that I'm supposed to do. So funny. There's the thing.
The Young Turks, author of the book Justice is Coming, and also a former candidate for President of the United States. I really appreciate both of you being here. I enter the conversation genuinely agnostic about, is the best way to defeat Donald Trump Joe Biden staying in the race or not? Half my audience is furious because I'm not taking one position. The other half is furious because I'm not taking the other position. I want to learn from the two of you and see if we can get to some kind of answer here. Rachel, let me start with you. Help me make sense of it. Does Biden have a path to victory? Is he the strongest candidate to defeat Donald Trump in November at this point?
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to come to the answer from political science background. I used to teach and lecture and research on presidential campaigns, including presidential nomination campaigns. So my focus is really focused on the structural complexity of switching our nominee in July. Obviously, if it was a clean slate answer, is Biden our best candidate? Clearly not, right? I mean, I had two strategic objectives for the debate that I thought were both very critical. Number one, the Republicans had used social media effectively over 4 years to brand him as not all there or whatever, Dementia Joe, right? And I said he needed to show in the debate that he is perfectly fine.
I gotta be honest, I didn't buy into the Dementia Joe narrative, right? Especially considering that Trump's not exactly all there either. I do think that the political parties right now seem to be beholden to people. Some people describe it as a gerontocracy. It really is kind of like a hierarchy, a pecking order that's in somewhat based on seniority. And so you have, a lot of older people, at the tip top of those hierarchies, and this establishment group of, especially in the Democratic Party, is more comfortable with handing the keys to somebody that is so old that maybe he should get his eyes checked before you renew his driver's license than they are with a new generation. And that's kind of messed up. When you look at Gen Xers and you say, I don't know if these kids are ready to handle this yet. Oh my God. That's a bad sign. That's a really fucking bad sign. And that's kind of what's going on in the Democratic Party. Now, look, age, sometimes age truly is not anything but a number, right? Like I said earlier, Bernie Sanders is somebody that doesn't seem to show any cognitive decline, that seems present and cogent and does not have difficulty communicating what he wishes to communicate. That's the issue with Biden. That's the major issue with Biden. Like, right, Biden, you know, people are pointing out in chat, has a good record to run on, especially compared to Trump's record. But his ability to communicate his accomplishments and his goals is limited by the fact that, like, when you say we finally defeated Medicare, when what you meant, and we're going to spread COVID, what you meant is like we finally defeated COVID. And again, like that's not, that might be a good talking point, but it's not really true. But regardless, finally defeated COVID, and we want to spread Medicaid, I believe was what Biden was trying to say in the debate, right? The sentiments are okay, but nobody heard that. Nobody's focusing on that. Everybody's focusing on Biden's inability to communicate, his inability to stay up, if you believe the latest reports, past 5 o'clock in the afternoon. His ability or lack thereof to, function in this office. And then the question being that if he's not up to par as far as functioning in the office of presidency, who's really running things, right? Anyway.
Step one, fail. And then the second thing was that he needed to say the words Project 2025, because the reality that I understand is that almost no Americans that need to know what Project 2025 is know what that is today. And
again, that's another matter that should be under discussion and could be under discussion. And look, Trump is afraid of Project 2025. He doesn't want to be associated with it. He released a truth saying that he doesn't know anything about it. He doesn't know who's about. It's the Heritage Foundation. Of course you know who the fuck that is. Of course you know who that is, Trump. But he's able to get away with lying and distancing himself from, an agenda that he very likely will undertake day one when he becomes a dictator on day one, unless he's defeated. And the reason that nobody's talking about that is the Democrats have this shit show named Joe Biden that they selected as their candidate for nominee because they didn't really have a meaningful nomination process, because it's impossible to have one. The Democrats blackball anybody who runs against candidates with any power, particularly incumbents. And for that reason, you didn't get serious candidates testing Biden. And a chance to vet those candidates as well if there's any skeletons in their closet. There wasn't a meaningful primary run, right? That's I think a problem in general, and particularly you can see it's a problem this year. That forcing Biden to do a couple of debates with real opponents might have shown you how far along how far along his cognitive decline has progressed.
Until we have saturation of average swing voters in the swing states, people who don't read or watch news at all, they know what Project 2025 is. We're in dire straits. So I wanted Biden to achieve both of those strategic goals, and he did neither, right? For me, though, the replace Biden thing is flawed, or at least the premise of it is very, very dangerous, because when you talk about moving the nominee, we have 159 field offices going in these 7 swing states. There's 11 field offices operating right.
I'm going to switch away for just a second. There we go. I just want to hear the sounds, the lovely sounds of the Twitch alerts. Omega Star, thank you for the community gift sub to Kilo the Giant. Kilo the Giant. You've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. And that's a good thing. MTG. Okay, so we're going to add that up to MTG. So look at this. The dono goal goes up to 58%, putting us, I would say, within striking distance. We add 5% to MTG I'm on a boat, which it definitely needs if it's going to win today. Not a lot of people voting for it, but definitely some people interested. If you know, you know, right? This is a combination of Marjorie Taylor Greene content, which is like the finest cringe really available, along with the Trump boat spectacle. I don't know what to call it, but like every year it seems like there's a bunch of boat owners for Trump that want to get out on a lake and go Trump, 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 Trump. And last year they actually sank a boat. Last year, I don't know if there was like too many boats on the water or whatever, but there's a picture of a boat. Let's see if I can find it. No, you know what? I gotta cover the. I want to show it to you, chat, but I'm gonna get distracted if I'm not careful. But yeah, regardless, we're at 58% on the dono goal. I would say, well, I was gonna say Jesse Gender is probably still ahead. Yeah, still ahead on this all. Just remember that if you donate, whether that is a super chat, super sticker, if you are gifting memberships, or if you are buying yourself a membership to give yourself access to exclusive content and the emotes. Same thing on Twitch. If you are getting yourself a sub, using a Prime membership to get yourself a free sub, or gifting subs to other people, right? That money can go towards supporting the content that you want to see. In other words, $1 will be added to the total amount of the, or 1% per dollar will be added to the total amount that each of these get. And it could possibly, especially today when it's so close, it could possibly affect the poll. And that goes for everything. That goes for Throne donations, that goes for Patreon signups, that goes for any of the links down in the description below. Just let me know if you donate what you want that applied to. And I choose the shark, says Omega Star. The boat will definitely sink because of its weight. Over being electrocuted by the battery. Yeah, I think though that shark kind of like, it only comes for Trump. Like it got a taste of him early on, chat. That's why Trump is so scared of sharks. If you don't know, I've explained this story a few times, right? But Trump may have gotten himself into a little accident when he was younger, a little boating accident where a certain appendage of his was actually eaten by a shark. And right now, instead of that appendage, hangs a hook right down there. He's got a hook. He's got a hook. And there's some that say that the shark may be bent on coming back to finish the job. You know, to finish the 2 berries after eating the Frank. So that's why Trump is so scared of sharks. He knows that the shark is out there and it's got a taste of him already, and it wants to come back for seconds. But we'll see. We'll see if Trump is if the shark catches up to Trump. That's why he's so scared of the shark, though. In case any, yeah, exactly like the crocodile. That's exactly the metaphor I'm looking for. Yeah. Anyway, let's get back to this lovely debate with Jen Kuger. And who is this? Rachel Bitecofer? 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 I'm not sure how to pronounce her name, but
average swing voters in the swing states, people who don't read or watch news at all, they know what Project 2025 is. We're in dire straits. So I wanted Biden to achieve both of those strategic goals, and he did neither, right? For me, though,
okay, so she's already said that she wants to stay with Biden. She's talking about now how she's aware of his bad performance in the debate. and that she had certain goals, right? She wanted Biden to push back on the image of being Dementia Joe, and she also wanted Biden to mention Project 2025. And that does seem to be a powerful talking point. That does seem to be something that when people find out what it actually is, they tend to not like. But yeah, no, unfortunately, Biden was able to do neither of these. Neither of these things were achieved.
Place Biden thing is flawed, or at least the premise of it is very, very dangerous, because when you talk about moving the nominee, we have 159 field offices going in these 7 swing states. There's 11 field offices operating right now in Virginia. The organizational advantage that the Biden campaign team had through the incumbency advantage was the one thing that like made me sleep at night, understanding that the polling over the summer would not reflect the vast majority of people who are going to vote, because they do not pay attention to any politics and will not pay attention to it until after Labor Day. So it is very, the answer is, should we have a different nominee? Yes, in a perfect world, we would put a new nominee and everyone has their fill in the blank for that. And if it's not Kamala Harris, like, you got big problems, folks, because that's the sitting VP. You don't switch over a sitting VP without isolating their voters. And in this case, of course, Kamala is the first female Black president, or vice president. So it would be a double whammy, because it would isolate not just any voter, but it would be the core base voter.
Okay, now notice something, right? She just said that in general, you don't get the majority of the voting public in the U.S. interested in a presidential election until after Labor Day. This is conventional wisdom, right? As far as when people check in, when people start to pay attention, right? They may already have their minds made up. They may hate Trump and they'll vote for anybody to keep him out, in which case their vote is kind of locked up behind Biden, or they might be part of the MAGA cult. And they're going to vote for Trump because they literally believe the guy is Jesus, right? But they're not paying attention to the matters until Labor Day. Now, I'm going to say that one weird thing that Biden's absolute garbage debate has achieved is, I think, making the election a little bit relevant before Labor Day. I think this year might be a little bit of an exception. I don't know, how, what percentage of people are paying attention to this now, but I do know that more of them. Now, that might not be a good thing, because like I said, most of what we're talking about is Biden's inability to communicate, Biden's potential cognitive decline. There is a lot to talk about with Trump that's bad too, but it's just not. The Biden stuff is taking up all the oxygen. That's why I think a swift replacement of Biden with, even somebody like Kamala, might actually be beneficial in that way, in terms of being able to switch gears and change the subject. Because right now, especially when you've got stuff like that that press conference, right, where you can't get a straight answer out of Karine Jean-Pierre. When you have interviews like the George Stephanopoulos interview, where Biden says if he loses to Donald Trump, he's gonna know he did the goodest job he could, and that's gonna be enough. It's like, no, that's not enough for the rest of us, right? The stuff that people are seeing right now is not necessarily good, but in terms of like what I always talk about, I think is it Roger Ailes quote that says, if there's a concert and there's a clarinet player that plays the smoothest solo you've ever heard, and then there's also a body trombonist that falls into the orchestra pit, what are people going to be talking about the next day? They're going to be talking about the trombonist. And Biden's definitely managed to fall into the orchestra pit. So he's got their attention. Whether he can do anything good with that is another question. Also, another thing about this whole, question of like, do we stay with Biden because he's the nominee and that's just what, they do, and you just trust Biden and his team that, this was an aberration and he's able to, do what's needed? Or do you, because the other option is a bit of a unknown, right? She's talking about how the obvious thing you do is you pass it on to Kamala Harris, you pass it on to the vice president, right? And the reasons that you do that, that's the line of succession, even though, running for office doesn't correspond with the line of succession. If she were to be passed over, in other words, if the Democratic Party would be like, no, it's actually Whitmer and Shapiro. That's who it is. Kamala, get out of here, right? Maybe that alienates some of her voters, right? But regardless, if there's any sort of novel process that goes on, in other words, the Democratic Party, which was dead set against doing a real primary, all of a sudden decides to do a primary, you might get the public's attention. It's been noticed that, the Republicans' debates that they have, even the ones that Trump doesn't show up for, get attention, put a little spotlight on people like Vivek Ramaswamy, and might actually get people talking, right? So, that's a question too. So, she's given us conventional wisdom, and the conventional wisdom is people don't pay attention until after Labor Day. The question is, how much does conventional wisdom apply in an unprecedented set of circumstances like the ones that we're facing right now?
For the Democratic Party. So it's very complex. The filing deadlines start in August. August 1st is the first filing deadline. It's for Pennsylvania. So we really only have a couple of weeks to sort it out. By the time the convention happens, most of the filing deadlines will have been passed. So it's something that either changes this week or it really is going to be very complex.
All right, let's hear from Cenk. So a few things there, Cenk. Number one, you had previously mentioned to us, we were thinking of having this conversation a couple days from now, and you said, I don't even think Biden will be in the race at that point. I'm curious whether you still feel that. Number two, if there is a replacement, Rachel saying...
You gotta love Cenk's predictions, right?
The only real choice is the Vice President Kamala Harris. Curious whether you agree on that. Feel free to respond to anything Rachel said.
Yeah. So let's take it one at a time. So number one, Joe Biden's going to drop out of this race. The only question is when. And so I need people to focus on how disastrous it gets, the later it is. So in a sense, Rachel's right in that it gets harder and harder as we go along, as you hit those deadlines, as you hit the convention. Past the convention, you think it's not even possible. It is possible, but he would basically have to step down from the presidency, and he will. He will definitely step down at some point. Why? Because, first of all, his numbers are catastrophic.
Yeah, Jinkuber and Tim Pool predictions are unmatched, says BCAT K.
So I appreciate that Rachel's honest and recognizes that he was a zombie in the debate. He was awful, didn't make a single point that he needed to make against an incredibly weak opponent like Trump.
And look, I will say something here, right? As much as I disagree with Rachel here, I got to give her credit for the fact that she's being real as far as what we saw on the debate night. Just Julie, thank you for the Prime sub. No, you put yours to Vox Populi. Wait, I'm trying to remember. Just Julie, if you want to remind me what you are, what subject you are pulling for, I will add. I will add those percentages there.
And so, okay, but the debate performance is just the indicator. It's like the tip of the iceberg that lets you know the iceberg is there, but it's not the iceberg. The iceberg is the numbers, but now there's a second iceberg, which forces the hands of the Democrats, which I'll get to in a second. But the main iceberg is the underlying numbers. So first of all, his top number is disastrous. New York Times and other places have him at losing by 6. This time in 2020, he was winning by 9. And he barely won the Electoral College at that point. So that's a 15-point difference. He is He had a 52% approval rating back then. Right now, he has a 36% approval rating. That's 16-point difference. That is insurmountable. Totally, literally insurmountable, because it's never happened before in American history. No incumbent for any federal office has ever been in the 30s this late in an election cycle and come back to win, ever. The best politician that has ever existed has not been able to do it, let alone Joe Biden, let alone Joe Biden in this state. So it's over. He's definitely going to lose. So that's point one. And so if you're blue MAGA and you say, hey, I want to go down with the ship and I love leadership and I would rather obey and lose to Trump than defy leadership and have a chance of beating Trump, okay, well, you made that bet and you can lie in it. But I, unlike a lot of Democrats, actually really, really want to beat Trump. If you really, really want to beat Trump, there's no argument for keeping Biden, none. But now the second iceberg is even more important, David, because the Republicans made one ad and then they stopped because they realized, oh no, if we keep going, Biden will withdraw. And they desperately want Biden to stay in the race because it's a guaranteed victory for them. And not just for Trump, but for all.
So I feel like there was something in the, I almost put the golf cart leaks. Trump talked to some caddies, apparently. Like he was, this is in golf. Horses hire usually like high school age guys. Or I mean, I don't know if it's like, maybe they've opened it up to all sexes now, but like to walk along with wealthy men that are playing golf, usually carry their golf clubs. I guess it doesn't really apply with Trump because he's got a golf cart. I don't know exactly what the caddy's duty is in Trump. Maybe to get him maybe they get his golf club out for him or something like that. But anyway, when he's paying them, they usually customarily tip, right? When he's tipping these guys, he starts talking, he starts dishing about Biden and the debate, and you get the sense from him that he doesn't want Biden to drop out. So I don't know if that's real or not. He has to have known, though, like somebody had their phone out, right? He has to have known that he was on tape. But yeah, is it possible that the Republicans want Biden to stay in and they're holding back because of that? I guess. I don't know. I don't know if Jink knows this, though, right? It feels like he's kind of making an assumption.
Of Congress, because the ad they made was against Bob Casey. And they had Bob Casey hugging Joe Biden and wearing a Biden hat. And they said, how long did Bob Casey know about Joe Biden's condition? But he lied to you, and he keeps lying to you to cover up for Joe Biden. Da, 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 da. Those ads are super effective. They're going to annihilate the Democrats in Congress. They're going to run that ad against every Democratic congressman and every Democratic senator. And it's totally going to work. You know why? Because 8 out of 10 Americans think that Joe Biden is not mentally healthy enough to be president. So you're not going to convince 8 out of 10 Americans that these people aren't lying to cover up for Joe Biden. Because it's not just that Joe Biden's incredibly weak and he gets attached to the Democrats. That's already terrible. But it's that they're all part of a cover-up while pretending and lying to the American people that Joe Biden is mentally healthy when 8 out of 10 Americans think that he's not. And if you're a blue MAGA and you go, no, I heard from Joe Scarborough, he's a dynamo behind the scenes, and I believe he's great. Okay, it doesn't matter what you believe. This is what people have to understand. And this is why I said Trump would win in 2016, even though I hate Trump. You can't judge it from your perspective. If you love Joe Biden, that doesn't matter at all. What matters is he going to win or not? What do the majority of Americans think? And now that jury's in, 8 out of 10, it's already over. So what will happen is if Biden stays as he is, the egomaniac narcissist that he is, and he's the mad king, and he burns down the Democratic Party, at some point, post-convention, for example, they'll realize, oh, now all of our poll numbers are 3 to 5 points lower. We're going to lose every purple state, every swing district, and we're going to lose some non-swing districts because now Biden's losing 3 to 6 non-swing states. Then they're going to panic. Then they're going to throw Biden overboard. They're going to pay Kamala. And at that point, you can't just say he's not the candidate anymore. He would have to step down from the presidency. Then they panic and put in Kamala Harris as the president and Kamala Harris as the candidate. But by that time, it's probably way, way too late. So pick your poison. If you don't push him out now, you are risking the biggest disaster the Democratic Party has ever seen in our lifetime.
Okay, Rachel.
I just talked for a while, so I'll get to Kamala Harris in a second. Go ahead.
Yeah, so Rachel, I mean, weigh in
Fresh Out says, oh, Jink accusing others of egomania? Yeah.
Math that Cenk is laying out, which is +9 4 years ago, -6 now, 15-point swing. If that's true, it seems ironclad.
Yeah, Biden's numbers are absolutely wretched, right? But one thing that Cenk didn't touch on that I want to point out is that the fact is, I studied, as an empirical political scientist, presidential campaigns. You don't get a lot of them. It's a pretty small model, right? N34, N36, because so many of them serve 2 terms. But I've still studied it empirically. And
so she's saying there's just not a lot of wait.
Presidential campaigns. You don't get a lot of numbers are absolutely wretched, right? But one thing that Cenk didn't touch on.
Sorry, let's.
4 years ago, -6 now, 15-point swing. If that's true, it seems ironclad.
Yeah, Biden's numbers are absolutely wretched, right? But one thing that Cenk didn't touch on that I want to point out is that the fact is, I've studied, as an empirical political scientist, presidential campaigns. You don't get a lot of them. It's a pretty small model, right? N34, N36, because so many of them serve 2 terms. But I've still studied it empirically. And, the fact of the matter is we've never had an ex-former president run against an incumbent president, okay? So some of the things that you see.
Wait, is that true? Wasn't there like one? I thought like maybe isn't there like one ex-president who's like lost and then what was it Garfield?
With the Biden numbers are the difference in 2020 and 2024, basically, of incumbency being the in party versus the out party. If we were the out party, I'd be in the Caribbean right now on vacation because it's summer. I wouldn't have to worry. We were definitely going to win. Everything would be great. Okay. The problem here is I want to talk one thing about what Cenk's brought up here, that he's convinced Joe Biden's going to drop out and that, and that their effort of some of other people, especially the Beltway media, to kind of pound this narrative, especially this hidden health narrative that's going to be the new birtherism. That's
no, don't say that, Rachel. Don't say that.
Hold on. Let me finish my thought.
Oh my God. I was seriously giving her some credit there. I don't think this is like birtherism. If you don't know, birtherism was something that Trump actually kind of how he got into politics, right? How he got noticed in presidential politics in the first place. So Obama won in 2008 with fairly unprecedented numbers, went in with a high approval rating, but there were people that were not fans. And, the Tea Party started soon after Obama got elected. And, these are people who disagree with Obama's economic policy largely, right? But there were also some conspiracy theorists out there that disagreed with Obama's identity. In other words, because it was such a mind-blowing fact that the rest of the country had voted for a black president with the middle name Hussein, you know what I mean? Because he is somewhat outsider coded compared to other American presidents, they come up with this theory that Obama, maybe he wasn't born in the United States. Yeah. And it's like, well, there's a birth certificate from Hawaii if you want to look at that. And they're like, yeah, but what about the long form birth certificate? And so they make up this whole thing where he's born in Kenya and they find somebody to say that they're Obama's, grandmom, and they're sure that he was born in Kenya and all this shit. And there was a dentist named Orly Tights that was pushing this, but Trump gets on board with this. Well, I want to see his long form birth certificate, right? That's what birtherism is, right? It is out of nowhere questioning whether somebody, who's an American citizen born in the United States is actually eligible to run. And, it's a pure conspiracy theory. This isn't pure conspiracy theory. This is evidence-based. At the very least, with the evidence, being Biden's deteriorating ability to communicate, because I don't know how else you explain that besides it has something to do with the aging process, meaning that it's not reversible. It's not an aberration. It's not something that can be fixed. It's literally how the dude is now. I really don't see the. I'll give her a chance. She got an explanation, maybe.
Thank you. Okay. So, with all of that stuff, like we have to remember, if Joe Biden doesn't leave office, okay, if we don't get him to quit, if he doesn't disappear, if he doesn't decide, by the way, that he wants to leave and then gift all of the campaign infrastructure, all of the campaign money, and all of the machine over to Harris, which is why another reason it has to be Harris, then, the people are going to pay is not Joe Biden. Joe Biden doesn't give two hoots if he wins or loses, obviously, right? I mean, he said, as long as I gave it my old college try. That's because Joe Biden, like many of our elites, are going to get on airplanes and fly out of here if Donald Trump wins, okay? It's the rest of us that are going to be here. And so, Cenk, if you're wrong and you can't get him to leave, and he is your...
I mean, look, Biden's got the ability to leave. I mean, I don't know. How far is Trump going to go? Maybe so. Yeah, like, right. He's essentially blamed Biden for all of his legal troubles, all of the charges against him, all of the charges that he racked up. And, they've tried to present this as lawfare and thereby, like, somehow Biden is, I mean, like the authoritarian office of presidency that Trump wants to run. I guess it could go after Biden. I feel like, poor people have more to worry about. Disabled people have more to worry about. Even people, I was about to say, like immigrants have more to worry about, but even people with like birthright citizenship have more to worry about, because he's talking about stripping people of their citizenship and trying to deport them. I would say that it's the more vulnerable people that have more to worry about. But yeah, I mean, I guess Biden could leave.
Only horse. And it is your only thing separating. Like, we're talking about mass deportations of brown people. We're talking about loyalty oaths of Muslims. It's all on Trump's website, laid right out there in his own words. This
Earthkeeper says Biden taunted Trump at a fundraising event. That's where he openly decided to run. Trump was a Democrat up until that point. I think you're thinking of Obama, but yeah, that it was Trump. So Trump, fresh off his birtherism, shows up at a press dinner, and Obama sees him in the audience and decides to make fun of him. And yeah, that was exactly or supposedly why Trump decided to run.
This is what we're going to do. Project 2025 is about how have the power to ignore the Constitution to do it. These are facts. That's what's coming for our most marginalized community members, Black community, trans community. So given those stakes, what I am personally, at least for me, what I can control is me. I am mission focused. If Joe Biden stops being the nominee, I will work to elect whoever the replacement is. But if he is the nominee, I'm not going to try to dig a hole deeper and deeper and deeper by doing the Hillary Clinton pileup that we did in 2016 2.0. Okay.
What?
Elect whoever the replacement is. But if he is the nominee, I'm not going to try to dig a hole deeper and deeper and deeper by doing the Hillary Clinton pileup that we did in 20.
As much as she talks about birtherism, this is kind of a conspiracy theory in its own. The idea that Hillary's loss was the fault of anyone other than Hillary is wild. You're talking about a person who refused to go to Wisconsin because she thought she had it locked up. You're talking about a person that made all kinds of mistakes in the campaign. You're talking about a person who was never that likable to begin with. It's a black hole of charisma. But no, it's Bernie's fault, or it's the Bernie bros fault, or it's, like people weren't nice enough to Hillary. People were dogging Hillary, when she was the nominee, post primary. It's such bullshit. It's such bullshit. Look, Bernie endorsed Hillary earlier in the campaign than Hillary endorsed Obama. So I will not hear this bullshit from Hillbot, I guess.
2016 2.0.
Okay, I want to hear from Cenk on that. On one, the Hillary Clinton pileup, and two, your reaction to what Rachel said about the medical Biden story.
Yeah. So first of all, I jumped in there because don't compare 8 out of 10 Americans who believe that there's something wrong with Joe Biden's.
I'm not saying that that's not true. I conceded that point right in the beginning of my first statement.
So what was the birtherism?
Then why did you compare it to birtherism?
But
No, please explain the birtherism.
Here's the thing: what you're talking about is how they'll weaponize it. That's all I care about too. And
What? Anybody understand? I'm trying to give her some. I'm trying to understand where she's coming from here.
Liberals, I'm not saying you, but everybody else, for me, it feels like is constantly like, oh, Biden's got this, he's got that, we got this, and we got that, and it's going to kill us. And when I look at the Republican Party right now, especially Donald Trump, is I see weakness. Okay, Donald Trump. Yes, Joe Biden. America doesn't like Joe Biden, but you know who they really don't like is Donald Trump. So when Jake, when you're pulling up those approval ratings, you got to pull up Donald Trump's, right? I mean, it's the same thing because it's not in Trump's case, a little bit more is the man.
Look, Trump's shitty approval ratings and his high negatives should not justify the Democrats selecting somebody with equally high negatives and approval ratings and equally, this is what I hate about Trump. Beyond Trump himself, Trump becomes an excuse for the Democratic Party to be even worse.
It's the time period that we're living in. We're living in...
Pac-Man is just sitting back. Yeah, he says he's agnostic on this matter.
Historic highs of tribalism.
All right, let's let Cenk react to that now that you've clarified, Rachel.
Who is this lady? This is Rachel Bitecofer? I can't remember how you pronounce her name, but she wrote a book. She's a political science academic, and she's coming on to argue with Cenk about pulling Biden, and whether that's going to make it more likely or less likely for Donald Trump to become president.
Okay, so there is no birtherism. He is in mental decline, and 8 out of 10 Americans are not wrong. So now that we've established that, so you're telling me about all the dangers of Donald Trump and all of his weaknesses. Well, sister, I couldn't agree more. That's why I'm pulling all my hair out, and why for the last year, as David knows, I've tried so hard to get a different candidate. Why are we voluntarily losing to this guy? How pathetic is Democratic leadership that they told us, oh, we're geniuses, don't worry, let us anoint, let us pick. We picked Hillary Clinton. She's guaranteed to beat Donald Trump. Well,
no, voters picked Hillary Clinton, dude. Okay.
What's that?
I wrote a whole book, an academic book.
Queen Bee says she does dim messaging and polling through her consultancy.
The voters picked Hillary Clinton.
Yeah.
Not the super delegates.
Yeah.
Okay? She talks later about it's Bitecofer. She talks later about the fact that apparently she's got think tanks trying to hire her, but she wants to. She believes in help. I don't know, defeating Donald Trump. So she's doing this instead.
So, all right, look, I've been through this debate 200 times, right? So mainstream media picked Hillary Clinton and Joe Biden. And so they said that she was great, the anointed one.
Earthkeeper says the only other choice would be Kamala because the campaign funds wouldn't transfer. Yeah, and a lot of people are behind Kamala for that reason. The other thing being that, kind of skipping over the vice president, might be taken as an affront to her constituency.
Kind of the super delegates before they even voted, they made it seem like
lib plus poli-sci, worst type of academic, maybe. Yeah.
DNC laundered money through the states to give it to Hillary Clinton. They scheduled the debates on football nights, very little of them. If you don't think that the DNC wanted Hillary Clinton and Joe Biden to win in 2016 and
AI, that's what I thought at first too. Right, when I first listened to the debate, I thought that they were kind of going hard on Biden until I re-listened to it. Right, there were just certain moments in the debate, like where he says, "We finally defeated Medicare, Jack. We're going to spread COVID now," and I'm just like, "Oh my God." I don't know. I mean, I guess there's a chance that there was a contingent, like Axelrod, for instance, right? David Axelrod, not. David Axelrod was very cool on Biden from the beginning. But other than that, I can't really think of a lot of people who showed that they had knives out for Biden prior to the debate.
2020, you're kidding yourself. No one believes.
I didn't say that. I'm just saying that at the end of the day, the voters...
at the end of the day, after you rigged the entire process through all the media...
And then they got rid of super delegates and Bernie still lost. So
okay, I don't want to get into the 2016 debate.
Oh my God, Hillbot's going to Hillbot.
I gotta tell you,
I know you don't, because Hillary was right, and you Bernie Bros should have just supported her, and then we wouldn't have Donald Trump at all. If only we'd all gotten together and said, let's all love Hillary, and everything would have been great. Everything would have been fine.
No. Let me speak. Let me speak. Okay. So bottom line is, in 2016, you guys were wrong. You were wrong. You said Hillary Clinton was the great candidate who was. No, hold on.
Wait, what's she saying? She was a what supporter? Oh my God. I wanted to turn her up if I could.
Let me speak. Okay. So bottom line is, in 2016, you guys were wrong. You were wrong. You said Hillary Clinton was the great candidate who was. No.
I can't hear what she's saying.
Let me speak.
Damn.
Okay. So bottom line is, in 2016, you guys were wrong. You were wrong. You said Hillary Clinton was the great candidate who was. No.
Can you tell what she's saying? I really can't tell what she's saying. Okay, I think what she's saying is she's a professor then. So what she's saying is, like, she's involved with the Democratic Party now. She's a political strategist for the Dems now, but that she was not you guys. She was not she was not, under the employee of the Democratic Party. I think that's what she's saying.
Hold on. I let you speak. The only way you could have any hope here is to keep interrupting me. So in 2016, did Hillary Clinton beat Donald Trump? I said she wouldn't. And I said, please, let's pick a different candidate so we could beat this moron. But you all said, no.
Hold on. Let's let Cenk finish. Let's let Cenk finish his thought. Let's let Cenk finish.
He did.
Hold
I
on.
want to just remind people that he spent the whole cycle to.
You'll be able to make that point, Rachel. But let's Cenk lay it out.
Every time we say pick a stronger candidate, for God's sake, look at the polling. Bernie was up by 12 points against Trump. I'm not relitigating Bernie. If that's gone, that ship has sailed. And at this point, we're not going to pick a progressive. Those are Biden delegates. They're going to pick an establishment candidate. I'm not here to fight old fights. All I'm saying is Democratic leadership has been wrong all the time. Please snap out of the hypnosis of believing these morons. There's very stupid average people who are like, oh, who pays my checks? Hillary Clinton picked me at the DNC. I will support Hillary Clinton. Joe Biden picked me to run the DNC. I will support Joe Biden. They're self-interested. You think they can't read a poll? You think they don't have eyes and ears? They didn't see that debate? They're sticking with them, not because they want to beat Trump, but because of their own self-interest. Joe Biden hired all those guys at the DNC. The entire campaign would be fired tomorrow if Joe Biden stepped down. And Jill Biden obviously is a massive egomaniac who thinks she's the president. So his inner circle is a disaster. He's the most selfish man I've ever met. He doesn't mind losing democracy on his watch. You think no one in his inner circle understands that you cannot make a 15-point comeback? That's never been done in America?
I don't know how, but like she's kind of getting his goat here. Did you see him? Did you see her just yawn in his face? He's like frothing. Look, I mean, like I don't agree with her, but
history, and a guy who refuses to do interviews and can barely campaign is going to do the most miraculous comeback. There's no chance of that. So anyone who's arguing for Biden is arguing for Trump. They're saying, I don't mind if Trump wins. It's not that big a deal to me if Trump wins. When you see
I ask a question now? Can I ask you a question?
Let me just finish this point, and I still haven't gotten the comment.
I mean, I've heard your establishment rant.
Hold on. You'll ask the question in a moment, Rachel. Cenk's wrapping up his thought here.
All right.
Okay, guys, if you stick with Biden, it is a guaranteed loss. If you go to another path, whether it's Kamala Harris or another, don't worry, super establishment, very corporate Democrat, okay? You actually have a chance to beat Donald Trump. If you pick someone other than Kamala Harris, all of a sudden we go from massive underdogs to favorites. We would be favorites. We'd gain about 10 points. Please don't throw away this election. Please don't put Trump back in charge. Rachel, the one thing you're right about is, look, I'm Muslim. You wanted to ban all Muslims from the country. I hate Trump. I don't know why you want to give the election to Trump.
All right, let's let Rachel respond to that. And also, Rachel, in your response, and take it however you want, address the 10-point gain claim that Cenk makes as well, please.
I'm happy to do that. It's going to be a lift, guys. It's always going to be a lift. Here's one thing that Cenk has to.
What does that mean? It's going to be a lift?
All the polling with the replacement people, same data, okay? It's the same data. I mean,
okay, so she's talking about the polls where you say, okay, polls where you substitute Kamala or Gretchen Whitmer or Gavin Newsom or whoever for Biden, and you ask, okay, what if it was Newsom versus Trump, right? And Newsom's still losing, right? And this is true from what I've seen. Not entirely. I mean, there are examples of people like losing by slightly less than Biden, but I would also say that you're dealing with candidates that have not got the name recognition that Biden's got, have not had a chance to have their moment in the sun, and who might actually, given the opportunity to be the Democratic standard bearer, might see those poll numbers go up, right? Joe Biden, the sad thing to say is that I won't say that you're looking at a ceiling for him, but I will say that the ceiling on Joe Biden is a lot lower. That is to say that he's got a lot of he's got a lot of negativity towards him that's not going to dissipate. He's got a lot of baggage, let's just say, and you look, not the least of which is questions about his fitness to run for office, his fitness to be president.
Poll after poll, Harris, Biden, whoever, Buttigieg, Whitmer, whatever it is.
I think that the fact that those candidates are actually doing as well as Joe Biden without any sort of push, without any sort of promotion, without being elevated to running for president, speaks to the fact that they might actually be stronger candidates.
All compared to Biden's numbers, basically the same. Why? Because it's not about the candidate, it's about the brand. Okay, we've got a...
Okay, I disagree with her. I think it's about the candidate. I don't think that Democratic... look, I have a problem with the Democratic brand because I've been burned by it before, and because if I take a historical approach to it, if I look at history, I see that at no point did the modern Democratic Party ever claw back leverage from the capitalist class to give to the workers, right? And that's the kind of political action that I want to see. So I'm not, I'm pretty negative on the Democratic brand. That being said, I don't think the voters necessarily are. I think that the negativity as far as party affiliation goes more to the Republicans, A, because of MAGA, and B, because of the rollback of Roe versus Wade, and C, just wait until they hear about Project 2025, right? The Republican Party's radical in ways that are massively distasteful to the majority of the American electorate. That being said, Biden shouldn't be having this much trouble. And the fact that he is speaks to his negatives, speaks to his brand, speaks to his perception in the public. And like I said before, not the least of which, the possibility of his cognitive decline.
Brand, and voters are associating that brand with all of our candidates. Okay, so there's that. Again, if I could wave a magic wand and I could put, let's say, my dream ticket, Gretchen Whitmer and Josh Shapiro, into the nomination thing, I would be in the Caribbean right now. I'd be like, woo, things are going to be great. I don't operate in wouldn't it be great land. I operate in reality land, okay? And in reality land, to do that, you have to isolate Joe Biden voters. If you skip Kamala too, you're isolating both the Biden and Kamala base. Good luck.
Sassy Sasserai says, if Biden dies, Mike Johnson becomes the vice president. Yeah, right? Isn't that how succession works? I don't know if they'd be able to get rid, if Kamala would be able to fire him or how that would work. Because that'd be super awkward. But yeah, you're right. The Speaker of the House is third in line for succession. It's too late for some states to legally have a different candidate on the ballot, is what Joseph is saying. I think that those deadlines, Joseph, are early in August, but we are coming up upon them. So
organizing and winning, because those are the core organizational gas of the party. Okay, I want to wrap around. Why you've been doing media? No offense. I've been working on campaigns and elections. I actually destroyed my whole career to go.
Well, you've been doing media, no offense. I've studied the sword.
Do that and took a massive pay cut, do a lot of my work pro bono. In 2022, this leadership that he just eviscerated as do nothing, terrible leadership, modified enough of the strategy electorally that we were able to go in and blunt their red wave. It wasn't a miracle, okay? It didn't just happen. It happened because of work like Jamie Harrison, from me, from others who are working on the strategy. So it's very easy from the sidelines to be like, Joe, you just want Trump to win. I have a disabled son, okay? I'm gonna have to flee over the border on foot because I don't have the context of a Young Turk show, okay? I have highly incentivized to win the election. The question is, can you take a nominee in July? July 10th is today. Whip him out, even though you already have the operation going in these fields, in these swing states, and switch him and be in a better position to win. And the answer to that is, I don't know, okay? I know any one of the replacements that
I will admit that there are unknowns involved in switching candidates. However, at this point, the knowns about Biden scare me more than the unknowns of switching, to a Kamala ticket.
They're discussed. But again, Kamala is the
And I'm somebody that's not a fan of Kamala.
only feasible replacement. Would eviscerate Donald Trump on the stump. I know that. Okay, but they each bring with them their own.
Wait, what did she just say?
Replacements that are discussed. But again, Kamala is the only feasible replacement. Would eviscerate Donald to win. And the answer to that is I don't know. Okay, I know any one of the replacements that are discussed, but again, Kamala is the only feasible replacement. Would eviscerate Donald Trump on the stump. I know.
Wait, so she's saying, okay, sorry, she's making a complex, like, comma, sentence, multiple clauses. I'm just sort of trying to figure out exactly what she's saying here.
No. Okay, I know any one of the replacements that are discussed, but again, Kamala.
I know any one of the replacements that were discussed.
Only feasible replacement.
Would eviscerate Donald Trump on the stump.
Would eviscerate Donald Trump on the stump.
And that's a great image.
Okay. But they each bring with them their own set of negatives. And perhaps the most important negative is how media behaves. Media is very predictable. That's why I cover it in my book so extensively. If we put a new candidate in, the DC belt.
Okay, you got to understand something, though. This negativity towards Biden is not like manufactured in the DC Beltway. It's an observation of the change in Biden's behavior, in Biden's speech pattern, in the way that Biden walks over a fairly short number of years, from 2020 to 2024. And as bad as much as, yeah, they can, they can start narratives, they can latch onto things with Kamala or anybody else, some of these candidates might have skeletons in their closet. I fear that stuff less than I fear the very real specter of and kind of irrefutable argument that Biden is not fit to hold office, not fit to run for another term.
Way isn't going to just magically stop. They're going to start hounding that new nominee about whatever it is their weakness is. Okay,
I'm trying to get a sense of her. I mean, if she's a Hillary fan, I mean, I understand why she feels this way, right? And indeed, maybe there's some degree of misogyny that contributed to Hillary's, historic unpopularity. The Republicans, the Republicans have been working on Hillary since like the late 90s. They've been defining Hillary. But that being said, like, Hillary's still a flawed candidate. And I don't know if she gets that. I get the feeling that she's got a little chip on her shoulder about Hillary that says she's a perfectly good candidate, and we're lucky to have such a professional, person, such a politician to run, and she was cheated, or Bernie didn't say enough good things about her, or whatever. It's bullshit, though.
It's going to increasingly revolve around us, and as I say in the book, voters are just not that into us, okay? Especially the super progressive base. Like, we look at the bell curve of humanity, our policies, progressive policies, are super popular. Climate change, guns, whatever, right? But not things like Gaza, okay? Not things like, student loan forgiveness or what have you, right?
Oh my God, it's hard to take. It's hard to take. I mean, I get it. She's a political scientist, and she's trying to weigh the people that, we're a candidate to talk about, like, hey, we got to get a ceasefire, like, right now. We got to stop the slaughter that's going on in Gaza, right? I think what she's trying to say is that as many people that would be relieved to hear the Democratic standard bearer actually, care about civilians in Gaza, there would be just as many that are like, oh, don't you care about Israel? Or I think that's what she's trying to say, but God, it comes across so cold. No, the Americans don't care about Gaza, little niche issues like chat. There's a report just out that suggests that the actual casualty numbers might be closer to 200,000.
Because it was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
Remember how that 40,000 number hasn't changed in a while? That's because they don't have...
So peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
They don't have personnel in that area to, to try to make a count. And so what the most recent thing that was released suggests way higher numbers. So yeah, I mean, it sounds monstrous the way that she's. I mean, I get who she is as a political strategist and what kind of calculation she's trying to make there. But that being said, it's just like, I mean, this is what makes that stuff so gross. Anyway.
We are very, very lucky if we can keep the conversation around what Project 2025 means for average Americans, because it's going to affect every single family in this country. I just randomly pointed at a page yesterday, looked it up. What is it? Eviscerates free school lunch for poor kids. Okay, so this allegation that somehow everyone's sitting in an office in DC not caring what's going to happen with the election. I just want to really push back at that. It's very easy on the sidelines to like call in. Trust me, I'm still largely on the sidelines calling in, right? Like, do this, do that. It is.
They all have a chip on their shoulder. They're pushing Hillary like she was Oprah, the next great thing for breaking the glass ceiling. But there is more ethical people that were better qualified. Yeah, and it's a misreading of the room. It's a misreading of the moment. Like, not only do I think that Hillary is a very low charisma, low political acumen kind of candidate. She's not a good candidate. 2016 was like the worst year that she could have run. 2016 was a year that people were looking for populists. People were looking for outsiders. People were not looking for the establishment that Hillary Clinton exemplifies. So add to that a massive misreading of the room on behalf of the Democratic Party.
Is very easy to make those judgments, but I want to be careful about, it is not going to help us if we spend the next 4 months ranting about how corrupt the Democratic Party is, the Democratic National Committee is. Every day that you have an audience and you're not using it to freak them out about what's coming from Muslims and immigrants in this country and trans people, then you're doing the country a disservice. Okay?
Well, let Cenk address that. And in your world, Cenk, when is Biden replaced and with whom?
Yeah, so there's one thing that Rachel and I agree on. Whitmer Shapiro would be a terrific ticket, would beat Donald Trump. We're choosing not to beat Donald Trump. We agree on what would be the great ticket. We agree that that ticket would win. We basically agree that Biden has almost no chance of winning. So what are we doing here? This is totally mad.
Well, can I just first, I'm not going to cut you off, but like, just so you know, we do agree on that. But the problem is like, I'm factoring as a political scientist, knowing how these conventions and nominations and infrastructure operates. I've studied it. I've taught it. I know how much infrastructure goes into the act of turning out the vote. And Cenk, now we know what happens when you don't do it, right? In 2018, 2020, when they suspended all the field operations for Democrats and we got hammered down ballot. That's why no organization. So that organization.
Wait, which year?
What happens when you don't do it, right? In 2018, 2020, when they suspended all the field operations for Democrats and we got hammered down ballot. That's why no organization. So that organization comes, like, if we get rid.
So 2020, there's no field operation because of the pandemic. And she's saying that the Dems didn't do that well down ballot because of that, even though Biden won by 7 million votes.
Of them, it would be one thing if we could wipe it and everyone would be happy, but you're going to have people pissed off. So how, okay, yes, Shapiro and Whitmer are great ticket until you factor in how they got there. If they get there by pissing off Biden and Kamala voters, you're going to have big problems.
All right, Cenk, address that specifically.
Okay, there's 100 things to address. But here we go. So number one, you guys make it seem like there's only downsides to the new people. Oh my God, how will they ever get an organization set up with the same exact organization?
Okay, I should probably take a little bit of a break here just to take a look at the poll and see what's going on with that. I'll be, and then we'll finish this up, all right? So, on shorts, we've got Jesse Gender in the lead. Mehdi Hasan versus Dean Phillips in second place, really close second. And MTG fairly close third. The boat thing, if I look over here on the full screen stream, we see Jesse Gender in a pretty commanding lead with MTG on a boat in second and Mehdi Hasan in third. This Mehdi Hasan debate keeps on getting votes, so maybe I should just cover it one of these days if I have a chance. She really, really, really believes in these systems. I think, yeah, misogyny could definitely have something to do with it, but also some of us have disliked the Clintons for a long time. Ask Henry Kissinger. Yeah, Kissinger, a Clinton voter there. So yeah, we are. It looks like Jesse Gender ahead by a little bit in one poll, ahead by a lot in another poll. And Vox Populi kind of taking a lot of this support out, but Jesse Gender does get 1 extra point there. So yeah, Jesse Gender still in the lead. Dono Goal still stuck at 61 out of 100. It is getting down to the wire here. We have a little bit. We're going to cover the second half of this debate. So we got that long to maybe push it to 100 if we can. And if that happens, we will unlock a second piece of content. It could be Jesse Gender. It's looking like that's got a lot of votes behind it right now. But it's pretty close, right? The Mehdi Hassan is not far behind it. And the MTG thing has a little bit of juice as well. So we'll see. We'll see if we get a second half to this. But for now, let's finish this debate. Oh my God, I always bite off more than I can chew. I always get too much content.
You have now.
That's my problem.
See, it's not like the DNC disappears overnight. It's not like those offices disappear overnight. You just put in a new candidate. And you say, well, that's a little bit of risk. Okay, fine. Oh, they haven't been vetted yet enough. Okay, by the way, that's why you shouldn't just be anointing Kamala Harris. She hasn't been vetted enough. We should actually vet all of our candidates at the convention and pre-convention. Okay, but you say, well, then Gretchen Whitmer, maybe she's got something we don't know. Maybe it's a little bit of risk. So that's easy to say, and it's true. Those are a little bit of risk. Except you have to compare it to the alternative, which is maximum risk. If you keep Biden in, we all know that he's got what is it, a 90, 95, 99% chance of losing? Doesn't get any riskier than that. So 50%. What are we going to go from a loss to a loss?
That's a mathematical. Now listen to this. She's saying 50%. She still thinks it's 50-50. I think that maybe 538 still has it around 50-50. I don't know if a lot of people are giving Biden those odds anymore. I would have said before the debate that, yeah, 50-50 seemed about right. I don't know. Maybe that's an overestimation. Because, again, you got to remember that it's not just Biden winning in the popular vote. It's Biden winning strong and, hard enough in the popular vote that he takes the preponderance of the swing states. And I'm not sure if that was quite there, but it was possible. It wasn't unlikely, but if you say it's 50-50 now, I mean, I don't know, maybe Trump, what is Jenkins saying, like 99 chance of Trump winning? I don't know if it's that bad, but oh my God, it might be 80-20. I don't know.
But now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
Probably somewhere between 60 and 80% chance of Trump winning at this point if it's Biden.
We all know that he's got what is it, a 90, 95, 99% chance of losing? Doesn't get any riskier than that. So 50%. What are we going to go from a loss to a loss?
That's a mathematical. So Jen, you say 99% Biden loses. Rachel,
did he say 99%? I don't know if it's. Yeah, I think they're both wrong, but
that's what the 538 model says. Okay. Here's the thing.
How much you want to bet on it?
Here's the thing: is that if I had to bet against you in the past, I got to warn you, I would have cleaned up. So.
Oh really? Because I've almost.
He has made some funny predictions, hasn't he?
So go ahead. Here, let's do it now.
Sure, dude. What do you want to bet?
The $1,000. I don't have a lot
Joe Biden's going to quit. You want to bet on that? Because he's not going to quit, dude. And all we're going to do is
an easy one for you, Rachel. It's a layup. If Joe Biden stays in the race, $1,000. I say.
I don't have that.
Look. Again, I don't agree with a lot of what she's saying, but I kind of appreciate the fact that she's treating him like a overgrown child. Because sometimes he acts like an overgrown child. There's something a little bit satisfying about that, but again, she's from what I can tell, some kind of hillbot.
The money. I'm sorry.
No, and I'll give you a huge advantage. I say he loses every single swing state. Come on, take $1,000.
Okay, sure. Okay. I mean, it's hard to bet something like that, but I'd rather do it for $100, something I can.
Sure, $100, $10. It doesn't matter. Okay.
I'm a man of the people there, I don't.
No problem. I just wanted it to be real enough stakes that it hurts both of us if we lose. So that.
No. Here's the thing. If we lose the race, this is why I quit my academic job. I could have gone into think tank world. They wanted to pay me a ludicrous amount of money to come sit in DC, okay? And instead I'm like, no, I got to fix how Democrats election year because we're going to lose in 2022. And we didn't. We held all the blue walls.
So that's what she's saying. She turned down the big think tank bucks to help the Dems win.
States. We should have lost them all. We held them all. Why? Yeah. Because of good strategy, right? No, and so
that's not remotely true.
Why was it then? Why was it, Cenk?
Here's my counterpoint.
No, hold on. I barely got to say anything.
Yeah. Let Cenk lay it out.
Let me address the 80 other things that were brought up. So, number one.
Again, there were problems with the Democrats were their own worst problem in 2022 as well, right? Some of the shit that they tried to pull in New York to try to make it harder for progressive candidates like AOC to gain seats there ended up harming Democrats, ended up throwing seats to in New York, throwing seats to the Republicans, right? So, 2022 is another example of Democrats being their own worst enemies. And she's flexing that. Look, okay, the Senate campaign. I mean, that is very surprising. It was a very good year for the Republicans. By all accounts, the Republicans should have taken the Senate. They did not take the Senate. That's kind of amazing. Potentially, I guess it could have been worse for the Democrats, but it also could have been better.
The reason we won in 2022 is because the Republicans are super unpopular.
It's weird that he's saying we won in 2022, right? They retained the Senate and they lost the House, but they didn't lose the House by as much as they thought. That's why when he's saying won in 2022, that's what he means. It's so weird how this gets retconned into like a win.
Popular. And they took women's right to choose away. So, but that's not a Joe Biden thing. That's any Democrat would do better than the Republicans. In fact, all we're saying is, Jesus, just get to neutral. Just don't have a candidate that's a disaster, and you'll very likely win, as you did in 2022. It's not the strength of the Democratic brand, as you acknowledge yourself. The Democratic brand is bad. But then, Rachel, you don't take the next logical step. How did it get bad? It got bad because the DNC sucks.
No, it's bad. Yes, it is bad because the DNC sucks. You're right. Okay. That is why I committed my career to.
All right. So we agree on that point.
Yeah.
Okay. So,
but it is also bad because we don't answer their propaganda. They're talking about us.
Hold on, Rachel, though. Hold on. I'm
Oh my God. Now this is a part, like, I really wonder what she had to say here. Like I said, I'm not in agreement with her, but I'm curious about what she I don't think she ever gets back to it. So, we kind of are never going to know because Pacman intervenes.
I'm monitoring time, and I want to make sure Cenk gets his time to fully lay this out. Address the DNC issue.
So every time that we say, hey, can you please fix this? Like, for example, paid family leave polls at 84%, and a huge percentage, over 90% of Democratic voters, and amazingly, even 74% of Republican voters want paid family leave. So Joe Biden, can you please introduce paid family leave? It's a layup. And then you can go down the list. Marijuana legalizations at over 70%, raising the minimum wage.
There does seem to be some low-hanging fruit here. And in general, look, if you want to understand the Democratic Party, like, understand this. It's not like football. In football, you've got this team that wants to get to that end zone, and you got that team that wants to get to that end zone, right? They want to drive that ball all the way down the field, right? Imagine the Democratic Party as a football team that wants to get to, I don't know, like the 38-yard line and just chill there. That's what you got. They want to be just like a few degrees to the left of the Republican Party in order to capture some of that donor money of donors that might not like the radicalism on like social issues, on quote unquote culture war issues that the Republicans represent. And they're there to capture that, right? They recognize that in terms of the economic questions, their donors don't want them going down the field and establishing a higher minimum wage. Their donors don't want them going down the field and getting universal health care, right? They're kind of paid to drag their feet on there. They're paid to capture that energy of like, yeah, healthcare, let's do something about healthcare. And then they get in there and they're like, ooh, you know what? Universal healthcare, that's going to be a heavy lift. Maybe we can get Medicare for all. Ooh, doesn't look like we can get Medicare for all. Maybe we can get a public option. Ooh, actually, you know what? The public option, that's not looking so good either. Here you go. Here's a plan from Mitt Romney, drawn up by the Heritage Foundation. Here's a plan that was literally made to do some kind of healthcare reform that was going to harm the interests of the healthcare industry the least. And that's what you got with the Obamacare, right? Cost could have been massively reduced, and it wasn't. It wasn't. Part of the selling point of Obamacare was that it's not going to cut into the profits. It's not going to claw back the leverage from these healthcare companies, right? This is what the Democratic Party is paid to do. They're paid to sell the reform and then slow walk it, right? So and that's why it's like this. That's why some of the low-hanging fruit, some of the easy layups that Cenk is talking about are things that the Democratic Party just doesn't want to do. I mean, like the legalization thing, though, I don't see anything, really, like, I don't know what's holding them back from that other than their own social conservatism.
Just over 2/3, on and on and on. And Biden just sits there and goes, nope, I'm not going to do it because my donors don't want it. And then when we say, hey, please, why don't you want to win? Then people like you turn around and say, oh, you're hurting us. Let us just keep sinking the brand with super unpopular policies for no goddamn reason when the Democratic voters actually have incredibly popular policies. Why don't you fight for them? Why don't you get them passed? If you got 2 or 3 of the easiest layups in the world passed, or even at this late date just proposed it, it would improve your brand. If you had a better candidate, it would improve your brand. But every time we suggest improving the brand, they go, you're being disloyal. You're a heretic. You're helping Trump. You're helping the Republicans. We should stay unpopular and have the worst candidate. How does that help Democrats? So every time you go to help, every time you go to fix, we get blamed. Well, okay, if you're not going to listen to anything we say, then okay, you're going to own the loss. You own 2016. You picked a terrible candidate. We told you, and we were totally right. And I told you a year ago, you talk about the sidelines. You kidding me? I entered the race. And I knew that it was desperation. And I told David on this show, I said, of course, the chance of winning is microscopic, but I'm so desperate to get a different candidate. If I just do a little bit better, or Dean Phillips just does it a little bit better, maybe we can get the popular Democratic governors into the race and actually win this thing. I've risked my entire career to try to make sure that we have a better candidate against Trump. And all I've gotten from the establishment guys is grief. Why are you trying to help? I think you're helping Trump by having us pick a better candidate. No, we should pick the worst candidate there is, that 8 out of 10 Americans think his brain's not even working. And we should just go to the, like lambs to the slaughter. If that is a brilliant idea of Democratic leadership, of course our brand sucks, because our leaders suck. I need you to stop listening to them. It's like a form of hypnosis. Please trust yourselves if you're a voter. And if your gut is screaming Biden, then okay, go Biden, go Harris, whatever you need. But just make the decision yourself instead of loaning out your brain to the morons at the DNC and the morons at Morning Joe, who are always wrong. Just look at our track records. They're always wrong. So last thing is, there are no Biden voters that you're going to alienate. There's Blue MAGA who's like, oh, I will do whoever the leader is. But it doesn't matter, because the minute you give them a new leader, Blue MAGA will just turn to that new leader and go, we are now for the new leader. We are for the new leader. There's no Biden voters. The only Biden voter in the country is Jill Biden. And then we still haven't gotten to Kamala Harris. That's a longer topic. She would be better than Biden. But don't anoint. Stop anointing. Let the strongest Democrat win. What is wrong with the simplest concept in the world? Let the strongest Democrat beat Donald Trump. Let's pick the strongest. Why is this so hard?
All right, Rachel, as this is your next comment will have to be the last one on this as we're getting to the end of our time. Talk about what you see in the next week and in the next few months. And maybe the one thing I'll go back to Jen.
We're getting close to the end of our time as well, chat. I'm going to take another look at the poll afterwards. We are still, I think, though, at 61% of the dono goal. So,
and I want you to address as well, Rachel, is there are some who say the debate quite literally will make no difference. It's too far out from the election. It doesn't change the structure of the debate, doesn't change the economy. It doesn't change whether there's incumbency advantage. It doesn't change the fundamentals. How much does the debate matter? I'd love for you to weigh in on, and then we'll go back to Cenk to wrap.
Yeah, look, I mean, in our coverage, we hear it all the time, like, oh, the election's winding down, or we're coming into the final stretch, right? And I always point out to people, no, for everybody else, it hasn't started yet, and you can't make it start earlier, right? So the question was, can we? Because we had this unprecedented situation where Trump won't do the real debates, right? So we end up with this debate in June, and I, as a political scientist and forecast is what I do, right? I thought, I'm betting we're going to see significant ratings declines because it's in June. It's not after Labor Day. And that's exactly what we saw. We saw a huge interest drop. Some of that is also powered by the fact.
Wait, what's she talking about? Interest drop? I'm a little bit confused with this. Right? Does she mean that that for a debate, you didn't have as much, you didn't have the numbers that you normally would? Which, you know, kind of makes sense. Soul Life, thank you for the gifted membership to Mike Avery. Mike Avery, you've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. And then I think, oh my God, Sasha G, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Remember, if you donate, let me know where you want your donation money to go, like what you want it to support. We've got 4 topics on the board. And if you want me to, I can put your dono money behind one of those 4 topics. And you can you can help that win. It looks like right now Jesse Gender is still winning on both of our polls. But it's pretty close. It's pretty close. So your dono money could actually make the difference. Passing Wind. You've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. Rowdy, you've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. Najra, you've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. Korawa, you've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. And Alex Womack, you've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. Okay, so Sasha G's is going towards the what if alt his spirit science. So that is going to put this up to, I think it's 22. And then I'm going to put this up to 76. And then Soul Life. Did you have a preference, Soul Life? Anyway, I'm gonna add like the dono goal goes up to 79%.
That nobody wants Donald Trump. I mean, we talk about how nobody wants Joe Biden, but the truth is nobody wants either of these men, right? It's a nobody wants election, just like in 2016, and that's why that third party vote defection factor could be so determinative of the results. Okay, nobody likes either one of these people in terms of like regular swing voter, normal Americans. Okay, so it's the every.
Okay, so just so people can see where we're at now, let me pop out really quick here. 79% of the way towards the dono goal. Mehdi Hassan's got 18 extra points. What if alt hist has 22 extra points? MTG is getting 5%. Jesse Gender is getting 16%. The Vox Populi is at 15%. So overall, it looks like Jesse Gender, Mehdi Hassan, and What if alt hist are still getting boosted. And wow, this is making it even closer. Oh yeah, I added that Shakespeare. All right, let's go back and finish this debate.
Everybody sucks election 2.0, right? And I want to tell Cenk about my book. I don't think he knows about it since he's talking so much about branding. You know, you get a lot out of this book. This is a book that you said, like, if you come to the DNC and you say you suck and you're doing it wrong, they get mad at you. Well, that's literally what my book is. It's you know, it's this is why we lose, and it's in 3 parts. Number 1, nobody knows nothing. Nobody pays attention to politics, and it's all about partisanship. That's what political science has to teach us. Most of the independents include.
Earthkeeper says, I personally believe that all the negative attributes of Trump are catching up with him. more and more Republicans are walking away from Trump along with independents. Yeah, and I talked about this a few days ago, right? In particular,
It was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
In particular, I think the Epstein stuff is going to be really damaging to Trump's brand. And more people are finding out about that.
By super chat.
Oh my gosh.
What I fall thirsty.
Okay, so we got 2 super chats. Shakespeare says, what if alt his teaches us the way of the blade? Okay, so I'm adding, I think, 23 points in total to what if alt hist. That's going to make this be 45%. And then I add 23 to this, and we get to 100 plus. Okay, so we hit that. We hit the sub goal. I might have to do some math here. We'll see. We'll see when I get done. All right, but this might be really close. This might be one of the closest ones we've had in a long time.
Included in that, right? And then number 2, how do the Republicans beat us? Well, they understand that assumption about the electorate, that it becomes all narrative. And Jenk's right, like the narrative's going to be, they hid Biden's cognitive stuff, right? And they're going to pound it, and that will be the thing that trickles over to these tuned out people. But, when we think about how they did it, what they do is party discipline, centralization of messaging, and then they prioritize winning over everything else, right? So,
but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
Okay, so what she's saying is that the Republican Party is a well-oiled machine, and the Democratic Party is an uncoordinated group of individuals, and that the Republican Party wins with narratives, which they're able to drive home through, let's see, what did she say here again?
To these tuned out people. But, when we think about how they did it, what they do is party discipline,
Party discipline, so in other words, I feel like the Democrats have that. We just ran a primary that wasn't really a primary. And it wasn't a primary because of party discipline. In 2016, we had a primary minus Elizabeth Warren, who would have been the obvious opposition to Hillary Clinton. And that was because Elizabeth Warren valued her future in the Democratic Party. We've got AOC supporting Joe Biden because AOC values her future in the Democratic Party, right? I think the Democrats actually do have more party discipline than she realizes it. Centralization of messaging, I mean, that might be true, but you know what that is? I'm trying to think of an example. There was like one time where Fox News was caught with everybody on the broadcast, like just saying the same talking point. And somebody, I think at Media Matters or something, like clipped everybody on Fox News saying the same phrase. And it sort of showed how centralized that message can really be. Now, I guess that's powerful. Another thing that's powerful is, you'll hear Trump say something kind of ridiculous, but you'll hear him say it over and over again. Think about fake news. Anybody remember where fake news came from? The fake news was bullshit, pro-Trump bullshit on Facebook. That's what the fake news was, more, for the most part, right? The actual the beginning of that term being used, but Trump hears it and he's like, he loves that, right? Because fake news, if just in an abstract sense, means you don't have to pay attention to anything that's going on. If you call it fake news, you call the news media fake, and thereby you bypass their attempt to keep you in, to check your power, to check your ability to just freely lie. And this ends up working out really well for Donald Trump. Because not just his supporters, but anybody with like an anti-authoritarian, disposition or anybody that's, and you should be skeptical of things that the news media says, right? But it ends up essentially discrediting the people that would have kept him honest otherwise. So yeah, is this stuff powerful? Sure. Do you want to embrace it though? Do you want both parties to do this shit? To just like hammer home the same message regardless of truth or I don't know.
Of messaging, and then they prioritize winning over everything else, right? So I look in the book, I talk about CRT. I'm like, look, Glenn Youngkin's a business dude. He doesn't give a hoot about CRT. If you were to run Glenn like us would run him, it would be in his suit of strength, business stuff, or whatever it is, and he'd talk about those issues, and that's how we would run it. We'd sell Glenn. Republicans are like, look, Glenn, we know you don't care about public education. You don't even have kids in public education, but if you wedge race in school, you can win. Okay? So this book, Jen, just so you know, I mean, it is highly critical of how we've done things and how we've ended up in this position.
So in other words, the CRT is actually a legal course. It's not really applicable to elementary or high school. You know, it doesn't have anything to do with that, right? But when Republicans say CRT, they're talking about the schools teaching actual history when it comes to race. Teaching, you know, what teaching about racism, right? And like white parents don't like the idea of their kid going into school and being taught the history of for instance, what white people have done to black people, what white people have done to First Nations people, right? They don't like that. So when you tell them we're going to get the CRT out of school, they're amenable to that message. I don't know how much of a winner overall that that is, because at some point it just sounds like you're talking about mome rats and slivy toast to anybody that doesn't have like a racist chip on their shoulder. Unfortunately, though, racism's pretty ubiquitous in the U.S. So as far as solidifying the right wing vote, getting all those racist votes you can, I guess it works. Otherwise, they wouldn't be using it. Same thing with DEI, wokeness, all these like kind of all these talking points without a lot of substance backing them.
Especially because we have this asymmetry of investment from billionaires, right? They have this map. I mean, we have 500 grassroots youth groups, none of them centralized, all of them repeating each other. They have Turning Point USA, $80 million annual budget working on youth and college voter turnout.
I mean, that's been a huge failure, right? Let me put it this way, okay? Turning Point USA does have a constituency. They do reach people, but they're not the people that they set out to reach. They're not really changing the perspective of young voters. They're getting money from boomers that hate the fact that, yeah, every generation is more progressive than the last. But yeah, like Charlie Kirk was the person that they hired back when Charlie Kirk was young. Can you believe that Charlie Kirk was young at some point? Yeah, he was. He was kind of paid to not go to college and to try to Pied Piper, students into the conservative movement. It didn't really work for that, but they do have they do hold really large events that are definitely watched by conservatives, not in the age group that they're targeting, but in, with boomers and maybe some of Gen X.
Okay, like huge asymmetries. And, the DNC received this book so well, they flew me out to their pre-convention meeting, bought 3 copies of the book for each of the state leadership committees. Hopefully, we're going to see a lot of good strategy. And I want to close off with this. All of these problems that Biden has had, are they worse after the debate? Maybe. I don't think so.
Maybe. Look, as somebody who was not a big believer in Dementia Joe, right? I just kind of thought he's older, his voice has changed. I didn't really think there was a big difference between his mental faculties now and his mental faculties 4 years ago. I have to admit, though, that I was wrong. And, that's a lot.
I think 80% of Americans thought he was too old to run going in. 80% of them think he's too old to run going out. And the only saving grace is who he's running against, right? But the fact of the matter is that's the nominee that we have as of today. And every time we are talking about him and his mental health and this and that, and not focused on what's coming with Project 2025 and this MAGA agenda, we're gonna be in big trouble. And you can see this in the hard election data, because even with Joe Biden unpopular, okay, and Dobbs, Cenk, is not something that's going to wear off. So you were right, and I acknowledge in the book all the strategic shift that we made would have been useless without Dobbs getting overturned, because the enthusiasm advantage at that point from us being in party was very low, and it equalized and kept us in the game. And the one saving grace I want to point out, and just want you to have this information.
Motorjet says, get your reverse mortgage on Fox. That's right.
Through every election since Dobbs, every single one, there has been an 8-point overperformance benefit to Democrats, okay? And so we see this world where all the soft data, all the polling data says, we're going to lose, and has said that the whole time, and yet we keep going into these face-offs in competitive races, even in places like Alabama, and wedging Dobbs. And
so if I had the ability to talk to her, I would face her with this. Yes, the Republicans' catching of the car that they've been chasing in terms of taking down Roe v. Wade has harmed them pretty significantly in the voters that they need to win, in the proverbial suburban swing voter, right? These are people that don't like what the Republicans have done. They don't like the result of the Supreme Court. Now, if you want to make that stick, though, you need messaging. You need to tie the Dobbs decision to Donald Trump and to the Republican Supreme Court. And you need to talk about things like the Federalist Society. You need to talk about the conflict of interest for people like Thomas and Alito. And you need to have an action step where the Democrats say, this is what we're going to do to rein in an out-of-control judicial branch. That's messaging. And that's where you need somebody that can communicate. Biden's not that person. So, as much as, you're looking at the Dobbs decision as a feather in your hat, as a Democratic, operative, it doesn't work unless you can do the messaging to actually make it stick, and to make it stick around too. Because, I mean, there is a memory holing, a very significant phenomenon of memory holing of things. January 6th, for instance, right, has kind of slipped into that memory hole. Trump's mishandling of the pandemic has slipped into that memory hole. There's a lot of things that people can pretty easily forget if you don't want Dobbs to become one of those things. Because I will tell you right now, something really frustrating that you see in focus groups are voters who will say, I am very much against the Dobbs decision. I hate that Roe v. Wade was overturned. But you know who was president when it happened? Joe Biden. And that's why I'm voting for Donald Trump. That's not a smart thing to say. That should be an embarrassing thing to say. But that's a thing that some American voters do say. And they will continue to say that unless you have better messaging. Right? That's somebody literally voting against Biden for a reason they should be voting for Biden. And if you think that person doesn't exist, I hate to break it to you, but you can see their quotes.
Races that we should not win, right? So when I tell people, like, I don't know what's going to happen, that's what I mean, because the polling data says one thing, and we just saw what happened with that polling data in France, okay? But the hard data is telling us an entirely different story.
All right, Cenk, so feel free to address polling. And also, at the end of the day, will the debate have staying power to make a difference here?
Yeah. So first, I explain on the Young Turks all the time that the reason you're seeing these wild swings from left to right all over the world, in Brazil, in France, UK, anywhere here in America, and people can't make sense of it. Do people want left wing or do they want right wing? Why do they keep changing their minds so dramatically? Like in the UK, giant win for Labour, historic win after Brexit. Isn't that weird, right? And then in France, you had this huge, the right was supposed to win and then the left won. And so there's actually an easy explanation. It isn't, oh, the polling is wrong or whatever. No, it's that whatever is change wins. So the party in France that won was formed a month ago, and they came out of nowhere and won the entire election. And the reason is people are saying we hate corporate rule. We hate the current system. We loathe it. So if you give me change, I'm going to vote for change. So that pattern is so well established all across the world over the last decade. Now, what are we? Yeah. And so now what are we doing as Democrats? We're saying we're the no change party. We're going to stick with the establishment candidate who's 81 years old and can't finish a sentence.
Chink, it's actually worse than that, right? If you want to look long term, there was a Democratic candidate who ran with the moniker of hope and change, who ran in the wake of the financial crisis. At a time when people, he's talking about the voters wanting change. This was the beginning of that. And after using that as a slogan, proceeded to give the people who created the financial crisis everything they goddamn wanted. Proceeded to do the bare minimum to reform healthcare. Proceeded to slow walk hope and change every bit he could. Somebody that got a new generation turned on to politics, hopeful that something like taking this inevitable candidacy of Hillary Clinton's and scuttling it in favor of somebody that they thought was on their side, and then having him, turn around and be like, haha, just kidding, I'm pretty much the same as Hillary. Like, yeah, I mean, there's a few points, right? There's that was not a good moment. And that was a huge loss of a opportunity. But again, am I surprised that the Democratic Party is doing this shit? No, this is just kind of what they do. So yeah, not only that, now people believe that anybody talking about hope and change is fucking lying to you.
Because it was so.
It's not good.
But now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
Instead of going for change. If we stick with Biden, we're the non-change people. They're going to vote for change on top of every other poll, on top of every historic number there is. It's among the reasons why Biden has no chance. On the other hand, Rachel's right about these big swings because of the abortion issue. Let's take the win. Give me Gretchen Whitmer, give me Josh Shapiro, give me Andy Bashir, give me any generic Democrat. And for God's sake, take the win. Why are we giving away this election?
It's so wild that they go through this whole hypothetical discussion of strategy without talking about the real obvious strategy, that being the court strategy. Like, that's where you go. If you want to talk about, something that needs changing, if you want to talk about corruption, the Supreme Court, is like, that's what got us, the Dobbs decision. It's just that, like, the things that they'd have to do to actually take on the Supreme Court are the kind of things that Democrats generally shy away from. Even the great FDR did not go through with reform of the court.
Historians will look back and we'll be befuddled. They'll say, why did they choose to lose? It was the most amazing thing anybody's ever seen. They had a historically terrible candidate, and they had perfectly fine candidates they could have gone with, but no, they chose to run straight into the iceberg. So when it comes to the debate, David, people talk about debates like, oh, they're all the same. After Obama got crushed by Romney in the first debate, you know what I said? I said, guys, this doesn't mean a damn thing. Obama's a lock to win. And I was right about that. Why? Because they're two normal candidates. Obama had an off night. Obama's incredibly smart. He's going to come back and he's going to do well in the other debates, and his record's good, and he's a great campaigner. He had terrific, hard-hitting ads out. So, whether I agree or disagree with all of Obama's policies, he was a terrific candidate. So when you're just talking about winning, right? But now you fast forward to this debate. This debate isn't about just one debate. This debate showed Joe Biden's actual mental health. Mainstream media and Morning Joe's the epicenter of it. They set up this play for you.
Yeah, Sassy's mentioning AOC filed for their impeachments. That's the direction that you got to go. And again, that's a bit of a signal, right? They're not going to impeach any Supreme Court justices right now. They would have to have a pretty big mandate. But if you want a mandate, you've got to start hammering home this message of corruption in the Supreme Court, of conflict of interest. And then then maybe one day you'll end up in that situation where, you know, and even like you kind of gotta get a lot of and it's not just going to be Democrats either, because like I think of plenty of Democrats that just don't have the stomach for, you know, what actually needs to be done. I would say that both parties need to be shamed into doing something.
It's like you go into the theater and they do this play and they keep Joe Biden hidden. He barely does any events. He didn't even do the Super Bowl interview. That's the biggest softball. That's tens of millions of people, and some of them that don't normally vote. Every president does the Super Bowl interview. You're giving away tens, maybe hundreds of millions of dollars in free media. So they kept him hidden. They kept the Mad King hidden. And every time he came out, they pretended that the emperor had clothes on. So at the debate, what happened, David, was the American people saw with their own eyes. The emperor has no clothes. He was exposed. So this thing is over. They're not going to change their mind. Joe Biden is not going to spring back to life and start doing, where's his press conferences? If I was accused of having mental or cognitive health issues, I would have done a 4-hour press conference. I would have done 12 of the toughest interviews you've ever seen, and I would have crushed them. Any good candidate would. Joe Biden still hasn't done any of those things because he's not capable of it.
Well, listen, guys, Rachel, clarify, but we're way over time,
Donald Trump hasn't done an event in 12 days, and Biden's been out the whole time, multiple events every day.
That's
so, like,
true.
I just
That's
want
true,
to
and
make
we've
sure
covered that.
people know Biden is out very aggressively, just not doing the thing that, you know.
He's not doing the things Cenk is pointing out, though. That's fair.
Yeah.
Listen, guys, we must end. We could go on another 45 minutes. We've been speaking with Rachel Bidikofer and Cenk Uygur. I so appreciate you guys taking time to talk to me today and to talk to each other. Thanks so much.
Thanks for having me, and thanks for fighting with me, Cenk. You can lock that $100 in, though. I can afford that.
Oh my God, chat, is the time of day where it is actually cooler outside than it is in my room. You can probably tell. You can probably tell that I'm sitting here sweating. But yeah, I got the fans on now, and hopefully it'll be cooling down my room. But yeah, we're so all right, let me do the math, right? This is actually gonna be, I don't actually know what the outcome is gonna be. Narwhal by Nature, though, thank you for the very generous super chat. I'm not sure what happened today, chat. It kind of feels like shorts got huge and everybody went and left the main stream. If you just so you know, I'm streaming on two places on YouTube at the same time. I've got like a short stream, a vertical stream, and I've also got like a full screen stream. If you want to watch that, I'm also streaming on Twitch. So whichever is more comfortable for you to watch. I try to be in multiple places for multiple, you know, kinds of viewers that want to, you know, watch different formats of the stream. But yeah, we kind of ended up all in shorts today. So let me take a look here. Oh my God, I'm really going to have to. All right. So Mehdi Hassan, so let's okay, so overall we got Vox Populi running at 15%. So I'm gonna subtract 15, and if anything changes in the meantime, I'll adjust, right? I'm gonna try to still count stuff. Minus 15. Minus 15. Okay, so there we go. So Jesse Gender is getting 1 extra percentage point applied. What if alt hist looks like they are it's getting yeah, 30 extra points, which is pretty damn significant. You can see that on a day like this where the numbers are close, the donos can make all the difference in the world. Let me see. So Jesse Gender at 34% in one poll, at 34% in the other poll. I'm going to call that 34%. 1 plus 34. equals 35. All right, what if alt hist 10% in one, 13% in the other, so that is going to average out to, it's 11.5%. So yeah, in terms of 11.5. And it's not quite as difficult. The math is not quite as difficult as I thought it was going to be, because it looks like that is going to average, that's going to equal 41.5%. For what if alt hist goes spirit science, and 35% for Jesse Gender on Joe Biden. So it looks like despite the fact that Jesse Gender on Joe Biden was dominating the vote the entire time, was dominating like the overall polls for most of that, right? The last minute super chat from Narwhal by Nature actually swung it. So it's looking like what if alt hist goes spirit science. Unless anybody wants to come in for Jesse Gender and change the dynamic. Oh my God, chat, I'm so hot. I sent you one other quick tweet to look at, a preview of what's happening tomorrow that we'll probably want to go over regarding Biden. We're gonna maybe address the Demon Mama versus West Side Tyler drama tomorrow. Although it's not exactly drama, it's a difference of opinion over Biden and over ContraPoints. Oh, I see what you're saying. So tomorrow on Morning Joe, God, Morning Joe's really cleaning up here, aren't they? They got a call in from the president. Now they're getting Nancy Pelosi and Gretchen Whitmer to discuss President Biden's candidacy and the state of the Democratic Party. It's 6 a.m. Eastern. Wait, what the fuck? Seriously? Is that what time Morning Joe is on? I think there's 2 ContraPoints. Wait, do you mean there's counterpoints and then there's ContraPoints? Oh my God, chat. The cold air is starting to get to... Oh, yes. Oh, yes. This is so much better. This is so much better. But yeah, looks like what if alt hist pulled it out? Whatever chat wants is fine with me. Well, don't feel bad about it. I mean... The far right is co-opting popular terms like that in order to hide their more extremist beliefs in plain sight. That was in reference to co-opting popular terms. Yeah, telling my kids, oh, like CRT and DEI and or trying to create buzzwords, right? Trying to take something that is like literally like CRT is a course that people take in law, right? Where they go over the unequal way in which the law is applied in the United States and try to develop an understanding of that, right? They're trying to tell you your kids are learning law school stuff, but really what they mean is just like your kids are learning about history the history of the United States, the history of racism, and it's not pretty. Demon Mama got into some drama. Well, it's more like Westside Tyler saw Demon Mama's video, I think, and just massively disagreed with it. And I've been keeping an eye on him too. He's very much, I think, on the riding with Biden side of things. I think I saw a little bit of him from a couple days ago where he was talking about how he'd been watching like other streamers and he'd been seeing a lot of bad takes. And I think the bad takes that he was talking about were, Biden should drop out. So since Demon Mama came up with a video to that effect, I'm assuming, I haven't seen it yet, but just knowing by what her takes usually are. It's more likely like a disagreement between Westside Tyler and her, and and Demon Mama. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it's gonna get mean or nasty or anything like that. Maybe not. Maybe it'll just be substantive. That's the kind of drama I want to see. A drama that's really got some purpose behind it. A drama that's not just about like, so and so doesn't like so and so, or like so and so said something bad about so. You know what I mean? That's I usually try to skip over that stuff. But yeah, it looks like we're going to do What If Alt Hist today, and we haven't done this in a long time. The last time I watched What If Alt Hist, I felt like... Was that the one where I kept on being like, this is too psychedelic? I'm trying to remember. I think that this might be similar. Like, right, I kind of compared it to a anthropologist from the 60s, if you heard earlier. And I say anthropologist with like a asterisk by it because while this person was a student of anthropology and received a degree in anthropology, once their research was looked into with any kind of scrutiny, the term the whole field of anthropology like distanced themselves, right? And that's a guy named Carlos Castaneda from the 60s who supposedly got in touch with a Yaqui medicine man in Mexico who taught him these ancient ways that went back to the Toltecs, and it was kind of it got a lot of buzz around him in his first and second books. And then by the time you got around to his third and fourth books, he was making claims like this medicine man taught me to jump off a cliff, and by manipulating my mind, I was able to wake up in my bed instead of dying at the bottom of a canyon. And it doesn't have a happy ending either, this story, because this guy went on to build a cult, to kind of induct. He was, sleeping, from what I can tell, with like multiple women in the cult. And when he sort of promised that he wasn't going to die, but rather would burn from within and just disappear from this plane of existence to go on and join his mentor in in some sort of hyper dimension, right? But instead he died of cancer. And the cult members really couldn't take this, didn't want to believe it, right? And one of these women actually drove to the canyon where supposedly he did this great feat of power and attempted the same thing. And her body was found years later at the bottom of the canyon. So, yeah, not a happy story, not a happy ending on the Carlos Castaneda story. We'll hope that nobody loses their life on behalf of What If Alt Hist. But I'm comparing them because... a lot of Castaneda's stuff was really captivating. Like, right? It was almost like spiritual science fiction, if you will. And I think that it kind of sounds similar to what If Alt Hist is doing, right? If I'm understanding him correctly. and his sort of obsession with the occult. Because here's what Carlos Castaneda did. Rather than what he said, from what people can tell, rather than finding original sources, people with ancient traditional knowledge in Mexico, it looks more like Carlos Castaneda found a library of the occult and went through this library of the occult, and we saw something kind of cool. He was like, yeah, and then Don Juan said, do this, and right, and so he's kind of getting this from just like this weird spooky library. And it kind of seems like what If Alt Hist is doing. So that's what I mean by it's kind of psychedelic. And yeah, Castaneda is one of the seminal figures of the psychedelic movement and the New Age movement. And in a way, there is a strain of like alt-right thought that seeks to couch itself in esoteric and occult knowledge, right? Now you could see this in QAnon a little bit. You can see this in the 4chan stuff, the meme magic. You can see this in, it's but yeah, we'll take a look and see if my see if I'm right about What If Alt Hist. I think I've got Or we could just watch Food Fight until my channel gets copyright claimed. No, just kidding, Chad. I think this is going to be maybe more psychedelic even than Food Fight. Playlist.
The truth is a cone. Different people hug different areas of
God, here we go, chat. Are you ready to join me on this adventure? We're gonna go down the rabbit hole. We're gonna go through the looking glass, and where we land, nobody knows. Let's see what this amazing journey is gonna be all about.
the cone, and some are higher up so they can see further along than others. In medieval China, there was this concept of the three vinegar drinkers. In that Buddha,
the
truth is a cone. Different people hug different areas of the cone. And
the cone. Okay, so first I was thinking he was saying there's a word KOAN that describes a kind of thought riddle that like Buddhist teachers will teach to their students, have their students contemplate. And they're kind of imponderable, right? You're supposed to meditate on them. I think he's saying cone though, C-O-N-E.
And some are higher up so they can see further along than others.
Some are higher up on they hug the cone. Some are higher up so they see more of the cone than others. I'm so confused. I'm so confused.
Medieval China, there was this concept of the three vinegar drinkers. In that Buddha, Confucius, and Lao Tzu.
But how about this? Okay, because like I see people in chat. Gabby was trying to do a super chat. Look, I'm gonna leave up. Okay, people. There's still people interested in Mehdi Hassan. I'm gonna leave that up. I'm gonna leave What If Alt Hist. Wait, no, we're doing that. So, I'm gonna leave Jesse Gender. Yeah. These two Jesse Gender almost won, right? So we're gonna leave that up. We're gonna leave the Mehdi Hassan thing up. Just so we'll have another chance to do it on another day.
Each tapped into underlying truths of
Anyway, here we go.
but came to different conclusions. For an example of what this means, studying how different civilizations view the world has really opened my mind. For example, in Indian philosophy, which is a worldview which has had as much thought put into it as the Western, they see all of reality as an illusion spun by the gods, called Lilaya or Maya. We really don't have any good historical records of India before foreign invaders like the Muslims or the British showed up, since in their worldview, reality is an illusion, thus not worth recording. Religion and spirituality is what's real in the Indian world. Alternately, the concept that there is a standardized time is very modern. In traditional African societies, time just doesn't exist. They don't have a concept for it. In pre-modern Chinese society, time moved at different rates depending on how it impacts the world. Thus, time moved fastest around the emperor since he was changing the course of history. Medieval Europe had 3 different kinds of time, which were all incompatible with
Look, I mean, there is real anthropological discussion of the way different societies looked at time. This is a real thing. I am guessing though that this is just the departure point for What If Alt Hiss. He seems like one of these guys that kind of like looks through books for concepts and then just puts his own spin on them, because he's not really interested in understanding the concepts as the authors understood them. Like I said, it's a jumping off point for him. How can he speak of entire continents, of entire varieties of people? Yeah, massive generalization / cherry picking, you know, just what he happens to have heard about
the others. And although we can all agree that time now is real, this means that there are probably rules to the universe and underlying principles that are going on that we haven't noticed or we don't have words for.
This would pair nicely with Castaneda, I think.
We didn't have a word for gravity until the 17th century. The reason I'm explaining all of this here is that something which separates us from our ancestors is...
I think Castaneda would describe this in terms of the different ways in which, you know, we assemble knowledge. And, you know, starts off examining different ways of knowledge, different cultural constructions of knowledge, and ends up hypothesizing an invisible point on an energetic body that's shaped like an egg, that when moved to different parts of that energetic body perceives the universe in different ways. But yeah, this fits.
We can't even consider all the ways that our worldview is alien to theirs. Things as basic as a concept of what reality is.
Please put those dono butts to Vox Populi. That changes everything, Just Julie. Wait, does it? What did you vote for before? What am I moving it from? Oh my gosh, Just Julie's like behind on the stream though. They're not going to hear. Is an egg a body without organs? I mean, it kind of does have organs, though, this body. It's energetic organs. They're, you know. And if you're able to move yourself into the second attention, you can see other people as a luminous egg and notice where their assemblage point is at on that luminous body, and thus the way in which they're perceiving reality. I dig all the topics. Yeah, I know, right? They're all pretty good.
Or what time is are different. This means that when we're reading about ancient thinkers like Plato, Lao Tzu, or the alchemists, when they're saying something...
Oh yeah, I meant to say, so he shows the scroll in the beginning, the vinegar tasters. I think that the scroll has probably been made famous mostly from its inclusion in the introduction to the Tao of Pooh, which is a someone trying to describe Taoist concepts with the characters from the 100-Acre Woods as Pooh exemplifying the uncarved block, for instance.
We might hear the words, but we don't actually know what it means, at least from their perspective. This is since we're missing their mental context where their worldview makes total sense. It sounds silly to us since we don't know what argument they're actually making. The longer I've lived in my...
Okay, so again, he's talking about an interesting subject. I'm not convinced he understands it. But, I mean, you know, this is a great... This is funny, right? Because right-wingers are usually allergic to social sciences. They hate social sciences because they want to see science as something with observable measurements, right? Objective quantities in the minds of right-wingers is what makes a science. And so things like psychology, sociology, anthropology, they're not fans generally. I don't know if he realizes that he stumbled into the anthropological world, but here we are.
Short life, I've come to the conclusion that the reality is more bizarre than any fiction could be. What would you say if I told you that historians have an irrefutable amount of evidence that the priest classes of the pre-modern world all saw the world vastly differently from how we do? That they kept...
Variant says, what if chicken equal egg? I mean, a lot of this is, the kind of navel gazing that you'd expect from like a freshman, like... This is, the kind of like, what if we are just a speck of dust on the thumbnail of a giant? What if our universe is just an atom in the greater universe? Like, I don't know. It's like this kind of mind-blown stuff. Yeah, exactly.
These teachings in secret, so only those who studied history and
oh my God, he's gonna give us some secret knowledge. That's what we're getting.
Very deeply would know about them. That almost all of the figures in history, or important elite ones from the pre-industrial world, were deeply steeped in this tradition, in that it changed the course of history in ways difficult to even understand. This is what this video is about, the Western esoteric tradition. This is one of the most important rabbit holes in my life.
The Western esoteric tradition, as if they were only one.
Personally, and it's changed how I see the world on a profound level.
Chat, esoteric just means hidden, right?
I'm excited to share it with you guys. I hope it will be as meaningful to you as it was to me. Let's get started.
Falling down the rabbit hole with Rudyard and friends. This video explains forbidden ancient wisdom.
Hi everybody, I'm Rudyard the Wood Occultist guy, and these sorts
I thought he was going to say I'm Rudyard the Wood Elf. I would believe him.
Topics can feel overwhelmingly detailed and complex.
We got a little sizzle patch on the. You're showing some sizzle.
And we're in for a bumpy ride. When dealing with really complex stuff, it's nice to have a guide to help you through everything. This is true for a handful of fields like...
So what he's telling us is that he's going to be the white rabbit that guides us through our adventure in Wonderland, right? Is that what we're doing? Rudyard's going to guide us through Wonderland.
Finance or law, and Morgan & Morgan is America's largest...
No!
And
what the fuck?
They have over 100 offices.
Injury law firm.
More than 1,000 lawyers and 4,000 case.
Carlos Castaneda's, like cult members should have gotten this, right? If you're injured because you believe the faulty teachings of a charlatan in some sort of a jump off of a cliff into a canyon, you can get some money back from it, or maybe your family, since you probably didn't survive the fall. That's wild. Okay, here we go. Let's we'll skip that.
Court hearings sue out Morgan & Morgan through my special link.
Okay, your special link.
Peace.
It's so weird to be like, I'm gonna drop some secret esoteric knowledge on y'all right now. You ready for this? You ready for this? This is the secret Western, so you know it's okay. It's conservative approved because it's Western culture. You know, esoteric, the secret esoteric tradition of Western culture. He's sizzling that steak, isn't he? Yeah. There's a total vibe change. Esoteric legal traditions, yes. Now back to the video. Thank you. Thank you, Rudyard.
Part 1. Consciousness.
Oh my god.
What I'm about to say in this video will confuse a lot of you. It will come across as completely ridiculous to many of you. That being said, those are completely normal reactions. What I'll tell you is just watch until the end of this video. I don't expect to change all of your minds, but the great thing about bringing opposing ideas together is that even if you disagree with them, you come away from them with a better comprehension of why you do believe the things that you do. So worst comes to worst, if you think all of these
Wait, anybody know what that island is? Don't tell me that's Little St. James. Don't tell me we're looking at Little St. James Island here. Is it? Chat. No, wait, unless they repainted the building. That's not Little St. James, is it?
Are ridiculous, that's fine, but at least you will understand your own position better. Our modern civilization is the most philosophically materialist ever. What that means is not what most people think it does, where we associate materialism with greed or status seeking. However, philosophic materialism is the concept that the world is fundamentally made out of atoms or things you can measure materially. It is opposed to idealism, or the idea that the world is fundamentally built off spirits or ideas. The irony is that idealism as well as materialism have become adjectives, and for idealism, it's a person who's unrealistic, shows that each of these philosophies have natural endpoints when applied to the real world. In our modern society, we only treat material things as if they're real. This is why we don't really take religion, anthropology, philosophy, art, culture, tradition, or any of that stuff seriously. It's completely normal for us to use economic or political systems to explain how the world works, but using religion or culture is a lot rarer. Materialism versus idealism is a philosophic battle that's been going on for as long as we've had philosophy. Aristotle or Plato were some form of materialism versus idealism, and it wouldn't surprise me if
I think he's getting this wrong. It's more like if you see like ideas as being primary versus material conditions. I mean, like, at least as far as I've
better records of them if this has been going on since Babylon or Egypt. That being said, we are by far the society in history which is the most materialistic.
And like, I feel like he's going to analyze this in a kind of simplified way that doesn't.
Because it was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
It doesn't take into account like options of looking at the world like dialectical materialism, right? I doubt that he has integrated that knowledge into his.
Even so.
Well, yeah, he's saying like this is an atom, like so right, that level of structure is what he's identifying as material rather than saying that our scientific understanding is limited, that there is matter and that there is energy, and there's kind of a continuum between the two.
For materialistic thinkers like Aristotle or Epicurus from the ancient world, they did believe in spirits or the soul, which our society really doesn't. For both materialism and idealism, they run into natural philosophic issues, and in my worldview, I think both exist symbiotically. But for the materialistic worldview, the issue it runs into is that consciousness doesn't make sense. Human consciousness is something which you can't physically hold, but it's completely important and decisive to the human condition.
So what he's trying to say is that consciousness, the phenomenon of consciousness, cannot be reduced to a function of matter and energy. And again, it's just kind of like, well, not at our current level of scientific understanding, but this is like him saying that there's some kind of proof of something somewhere that shows that there's got to be a ghost in the machine. There's got to be something that can't be explained by matter or energy that animates, all conscious beings. And I mean, that's a spiritual notion, to be sure.
In that our conscious experience is the only thing we really have in life. This is why Descartes said, "I think, therefore I am." As a society, we call this the hard problem of consciousness. The modern world doesn't even really attempt to craft a theory to explain consciousness. Thus, we kind of avoid it and put it in a mental box away from the rest
I don't think that's true. I think there are people that study consciousness.
Our attempts to explain the world. There's a thinker named Kuhn who developed this idea of paradigms in the 1960s, or that different cultures develop different theories on how the world works. What happens is that this paradigm does a good job of explaining things.
Yeah, it's like Bill O'Reilly. Shakespeare is saying, if you can't explain consciousness, therefore God exists. It's like Bill O'Reilly being like, the tide goes in, the tide goes out. You can't explain it.
In the beginning.
Therefore, God.
Then, as decades or centuries pass and society gets more knowledge, or that paradigm is applied to the real world.
Let's read this. Some previous paradigms and how they failed. Greek, logic is superior to the outside world's evidence. Result, theories never get tested and become too esoteric. Indian, reality is an illusion spun by the gods. Result, we're stuck here and barbarians are killing us. Christian, the world is made by God as a place of love. Results, fossils and naturalistic records show evolution gradually crafting the world through brutal competition. Communism, history will bring equality naturally. That's more like Marxism, right? Rather than communism. Does he think that communism began with Marx? Result, there's no real plan and ideologues kill 80 million. Oh my God, we got the black book of communism. Do you know that? Does he realize that he's counting Nazis? Like that 80 million figure, I think the calculation comes through blaming blaming communism for deaths in World War II, including deaths of Nazis. That's, I mean, technically that was the communists that did it. Newtonianism, a world operates through mechanical laws that are predictable through atoms. Result, only applies close to the Earth. When tested further out, the rules get completely weird. Wait a minute, he's also missing, like, it only applies to order, like a certain size of order of matter, and then we discover the quantum world that operates, and drop laws for that, and it's trying to kind of, combine those two concepts in a way that explains both of them. That's the challenge. Anyway,
you naturally see the intellectual flaws of that.
Like, there's a certain kind of like arrested intellectual development that I'm getting from What If Alt Hist.
That worldview. This gradually happens, and you can see it in how the scientific consensus from, say, 100 to 200 years ago is very different from what it is today, even though we've had the scientific method or the same tools for assessing the outside world intellectually for that whole time period. One of the mental ideas which really shocks me for how most people don't wrap their heads around it is that in the same way previous eras of history were wrong about very important things in their worldview, and this is true even as recently as the last 20 years, why won't we be wrong about very important things in our worldview today? The main way that people discover new paradigms is by seeing things in the last paradigm that they don't have an explanation for. The thing is that our current ideas about time, existence, progress, and more stem from Christianity. We're taking what we ourselves...
Classic right-wing trope. Even if you don't believe in the truth of Christianity, right? The literal truth of the Bible.
They don't have an explanation.
You're using Western you're using ideas that come from Western civilization, and therefore, because Christianity is integral in their minds to Western civilization, therefore you're standing on like the shoulders of Christian giants, and you must acknowledge them, at least in a sense of like, this is like the Dawkins. What is it? Dawkins and Sam Harris have that. Oh my God, I can't remember what the phrase of it is. Is it cultural Christianity?
For. The thing is that our current ideas about time, existence, progress, and more stem from Christianity. We're
leftist philosophical assumptions that are really Christian. Human life is naturally equal. Progress is normal. We will eventually reach utopia of peace and no struggle. The message is universal prophecy saying we must succeed and our enemies punished by the universe. That's more like Deuteronomical law or something, which the force of the universe is behind our cause. The meek and downtrodden are good. That is actually not. I mean, you could say that you see that in Christianity, but it's a misapprehension of leftist philosophy, to say the least. The meek should form a church or communist party to fight the evils of the world. I mean, these are like doodlings of a notebook.
taking what we ourselves would say are irrational teachings of a religion without analyzing them. For example, the idea that time moves linearly comes from Christianity. Alternately, no one ever scientifically tested whether people are equal. It's a spiritual teaching from Christianity, though. The underlying framework of our worldview is something we don't even think about or analyze scientifically since it comes across as so obvious. For example, in the Middle Ages, when they found fossils of sea animals miles inland, they said that it was think about or analyze whether people are equal. It's a spiritual teaching from Christianity, though. The underlying framework of our worldview is something we don't even think about or analyze scientifically since it comes across as so obvious.
Did he ever think about the worldview underlying Christianity?
For example, in the Middle Ages, when they found fossils of sea animals miles inland, they said that it was a trick by God to question their faith. In retrospect, we can see that this was total ideological cope, but they unironically believed that. It's similar to how people...
Okay, so he's not a biblical literalist.
...will unwittingly go through incredible mental contortions to protect their current ideological view, even in ridiculous situations, and they normally don't even realize that they're doing it. My job here isn't to make you believe in the esoteric tradition. It's to get you to the point where you can mentally empathize with why the most brilliant minds of centuries ago would believe in this sort of thing. The easiest way to do so is to show the weak points in our own worldview to hazard some humility. We can tell that materialism is not the whole world, given the post-World War II West is the wealthiest, safest, most hygienic, freest, fairest society in history.
There's so much to unpack.
And its inhabitants are miserable. Look at the art or culture from our...
Oh my god, you gotta love the hating on quote-unquote modern art.
...society, and you can see that we're clearly not happy. The West is literally committing suicide as a society in every single way it would. We openly say we hate ourselves. Likewise, celebrities materially have everything they could want, but we all...
Do they? What the fuck does he... Wait. Is he basing this on being a 600K subscriber channel on YouTube? Like himself as the celebrity? Is this where the knowledge comes from? I've got everything I want as a internet celebrity.
No celebrities don't have good mental health. What this shows is that the material isn't everything. You can
celebrities don't have good mental health. Does anybody?
Really have everything you want, but you're still missing something else important which drives you mad. Likewise, it's very clear that if you change the ideas in someone's head, that you can change their whole life. I'm sure a lot of you have stories about a deadbeat relative who was a total loser until they heard a message, or they had some reckoning which made them pull their life together. Alternately, when a country changes its religion or ideology without changing its material conditions, so much else changes. All of these arguments are super complicated and have thousands of pages that have already been written about them going back thousands of years. But again, in both of these cases, the material conditions stayed the same.
Whenever somebody says modern art and is complaining about it, they always show these art shows from dense cities that I've never been to. Yeah, and it's like they'll tend to grab like a Jackson Pollock or something. They'll grab something that reeks of being just random and try to typify modern art, right? Without understanding the surrounding context. What modernism even is.
Same. Well, the idea changes. This shows that ideas exist independently from material conditions, at least on some level.
Oh, he's going to say material conditions.
This is where the pre-modern esoteric worldview comes in. They believed that consciousness creates reality, in the opposite form of what modernity believes, in which we focus on the material to ignore consciousness. The ancients focused on consciousness first. They built a worldview around what the human condition is like through the lens of how we live it. I would like to hazard some humility here, and that there is a...
The double slit experiment, yo! Do you, like... I'm trying to think if I can really, quickly... explain this. This is an experiment interrogating, the way in which light can have both like a particle wave duality, functions as a wave in some ways and as a particle in some ways, and the observer effect of collapsing a wave function into and people treat this shit like it's fucking magic. Like it's the magic of observation, and it's just kind of a misunderstanding. Wait, should we, I don't know. I almost want to watch Doc Quantum with you. Like I don't know if I'm okay, like if I'll get copyright claimed or something for this, but
So, what they taught us in school.
oh no, they put the wait, what the bleep down the rabbit hole? Wait, what the fuck? There was some like new age documentary called What the Bleep Do We Know? That's just trying to make you be like, yo, science is like kind of bullshit. It's actually like magic is, I don't know. It's just like I'm too hot to explain this.
And that our senses are playing tricks on us. You just gotta wonder, what is this reality that we find ourselves in? Quantum physics says it's all just waves of information. Do I believe that? I hope so. Yikes! And here we are, the granddaddy of all quantum weirdness, the infamous double-slit experiment. To understand this experiment, we first need to see how particles, or little...
Oh no, it does. It has the what? The Bleep Do We Know poster right there. Jesus.
Balls of matter act. If we randomly shoot a small object, say a marble, at the screen, we see a pattern on the back wall where they went through the slit and hit. Now, if we add a second slit, we would expect to see a second band duplicated to the right. Now, let's look at waves. The waves hit the slit and radiate out, striking the back wall with the most intensity directly in line.
So do you get it? The marble's a particle and the waves are represent energy.
With the slit. The line of brightness on the back screen shows that intensity. This is similar to the line the marbles make. But when we add the second slit, something different happens. If the top of one wave meets the bottom of another wave, they cancel each other out. So now there is an interference pattern on the back wall. Places where the two tops meet are the highest intensity, the bright lines, and where they cancel, there is nothing. So, when we throw things, that is, matter, through two slits, we get this, two bands of hits. And with waves, we get an interference pattern of many bands. Good so far. Now, let's go quantum. An electron is a tiny, tiny bit of matter, like a tiny marble. Let's fire a stream through one slit. It behaves just like the marble, a single band. So, if we shoot these tiny bits through two slits, we should get, like the marbles, two bands. What? An interference pattern. We fired electrons, tiny bits of matter through. But we get a pattern like waves, not like little marbles. How? How could pieces of matter create an interference pattern like a wave? It doesn't make sense. But physicists are clever. They thought, maybe those little balls are bouncing off each other and creating that pattern. So, they decide to shoot electrons through one at a time. There is no way they could interfere with each other. But after an hour of this, the same interference pattern is seen to emerge. The conclusion is inescapable. The single electron leaves as a particle, becomes a wave of potentials, goes through both slits, and interferes with itself to hit the wall like a particle. But mathematically, it's even stranger. It goes through both slits and it goes through neither. And it goes through just one and it goes through just the other. All of these possibilities are in superposition with each other. Physicists were completely baffled by this. So they decided to peek and see which slit it actually goes through. They put a measuring device by one slit to see which one it went through and let it fly. But the quantum world is far more mysterious than they could have imagined. When they observed, the electron went back to behaving like a little marble. It produced a pattern of two bands, not an interference pattern of many.
Did you see the observer effect collapses the possibilities?
The very act of measuring or observing which slit it went through meant it only went through one, not both. The electron decided to act differently, as though it was aware it was being watched. It was here that physicists stepped forever into the strange, never world of quantum events. What is matter? Marbles or waves? And waves of what? And what does an observer have to do with any of this? The observer collapsed the wave function simply by observing.
It's an extract from a documentary. You can watch the full documentary on YouTube by looking for it. Yeah, hopefully it's not something they're copyright claiming, although I guess I'll find out. I guess we'll find out the hard way. Is the stream still up? I should check on that whenever I watch anything that might be dicey. Where is the thing? Oh my god.
Significant amount of evidence in physics that consciousness does actually change reality. We've found that particles move differently whether or not they're being perceived.
Okay, so consciousness changing reality is not what we just watched. Measurement changed reality.
Of recent discoveries in physics which do suggest that consciousness does create reality. Keep in mind
that's him literally saying that the double slit experiment means that your eyeball, your fucking soul is collapsing the wave function. That's not what that experiment's showing. He's really this is just a what the bleep did we know kind of move, right?
A lot of our views on this stuff were never scientifically tested. It's just that we took them so much for granted we never thought about it. We never wondered about if consciousness does change reality because it so affronts our mechanistic materialist notions of how the world works. And I'm not an expert in physics, but all of these things are much more complex than we give them credit for. Our society confirms all our biases, so we don't look at this on a deeper level. And I would say don't take the science we have now as gospel, since history has shown the scientific consensus is frequently wrong.
Example of motivated pseudoscience in our society. There are sizable personality and biological differences between men and women. That's what motivated pseudoscience. Biological race is a fact. Oh no, we're gonna get some race realism here, aren't we? Wait, these are things that he believes, right? Corn syrup and seed oils drive obesity, not saturated fats. Oh my god, that's almost like a religion right there. I don't think that there was ever a claim that saturated fats caused obesity. He's getting that mixed up with the diet heart hypothesis, which correlates saturated fat intake with heart disease. We pushed so these are pseudoscience in our society. Wait, I don't know if he's saying these things are pseudoscience. It seems like these are things he believes, right? Anyway, he's incomprehensible. All the humanities are ideologically motivated, where everything must fit inside a leftist prism. Wow. Humanities assume the blank. So these are things that he believes. These are all things he believes.
When the ancients discussed reality, what they're really talking about is how we as humans experience reality. Thus, dream life, or the things you see when you're tripping on psychedelics, were as real as the outside world was in their worldview. When ancients talk about demons or angels, those are things that exist because we see them exist, since reality is what we perceive. This is one of those things that's argument from definition, and Sitch from the Sitch and Adams podcast developed Sitch's law that
Wonderful. That's who we're consulting, chat. Sitch from Sitch and Adam. Wow.
Almost all debates are debates about a definition. In the modern worldview, reality is that which is replicable. Thus, dreams or things that we see spiritually or in hallucinations don't exist. Meanwhile, in the ancient world, they exist by definition. I understand where the moderns are coming from, where if you're dying in a dream, that doesn't mean you're dying in real life. But also, we do completely ignore these non-replicable sensations in modernity, but the problem is that they still do happen to us, and they're still there. These are things that do happen, and ignoring them means they don't exist, but it's a way of getting around not having to deal with information that our paradigm can't understand. I can understand the importance of having scientific rigor, but at the same time, don't get stuck in a cyclical argument. This is like the medievals saying that the inland fossils are a sign of God tricking them because their worldview doesn't understand, so they're going to put it in a box where they can ignore it. If spiritual phenomena doesn't exist or conscious phenomena can't exist since the only things that happen by definition are not those things, then that's a cyclical argument. Nothing doesn't happen for any reason. Nothing in the universe is just silly details that don't serve some purpose. If you don't believe in the spirit world literally, I think we can all agree it's important to understand why humans would naturally see these illusions, even if that's all that they are. You can't just shove an entire aspect of the human condition under the rug since your theory can't explain it, but that's what our society and all societies to differing degrees do on this topic or whatever topic that society doesn't want to deal with. Now that we're at the point where we're willing to treat non-replicable phenomena of consciousness as real things, we've reached the point where the esoteric
What if his talking to Brianna Wu Shakespeare? We got to make this happen.
Worldview starts to make sense. Even if we can agree that this stuff isn't real in the way that we define that word in our society, isn't it still interesting to see what's down there? Rather than being random or silly, we've found the nature of consciousness is actually quite ordered. People have been delving deeply.
Very Tate adjacent. Yeah, it's the Matrix. Yeah.
Their own consciousnesses for thousands of years, and they develop systems to deal with them. The codification of what they found in many cases became religion. The further you go into the human soul, the crazier things get, but also they get more ordered. One of the most
I'm going to say this, and maybe I'm taking a leap here, but like I feel like this guy's cosmology makes Jordan Peterson's like wildest theories seem sane by comparison.
Found things I've read, which I've had to mull over for a long time, is something Itzhak Bentov said, that the natural order has a way of recycling all things. There are ways water, atoms, or oxygen is recycled. If consciousness exists, and we know it has to in some form, there has to be a way of naturally recycling it. So why not have an afterlife, reincarnations, or a spirit world? I made a video a few months ago about how the CIA had decades worth of research into the spirit world. They were able
we never watched this.
To get hundreds of people, and the vast majority of the people they worked with, to visit the spirit world in a replicable manner.
Of course, that was what MK Ultra was all about, visiting the spirit world to see if they could exploit it for
assessment was that the science involved was accurate, and the independent military's assessment was that all the science the CIA did was correct. The Soviets also had their own research into this field at the same time, which came to the same result. Keep in mind, every previous era of history also believed in the spirit world with complete confidence. Even the most educated people until the start of the 20th century, like Isaac Newton, Thomas Edison, Nikola Tesla, Charles Darwin, or Queen Victoria, believed in the spirit world with complete confidence. What this suggests is that there is something here that we don't know about.
The spirit world.
Even if it's not material.
Yeah, the water memory. Yeah. Well, I mean, that's what the bleep do we know documentary thing is about, right? They like do some experiment on freezing. I think it was like they froze water with people like praying. Oh my God, is it, or like they freeze water and then they freeze water with people praying for the water, and the water that gets prayed for has like a different shape of crystal, so they're like, oh, see, it's like
really real in the way we expect. Shouldn't we at least check it out to see what's going on? Let's start going down the rabbit hole. Hi everybody, please humor me for a shameless plug, but you guys should check out my Rome, the World War, significant impact on the history of the world. That sounds like a conspiracy theory, but this is something that we have very significant records with, and that all historians would agree with. The Masons being vital forces for the French or American revolutions are easy examples of this. Even the revolutionary or Marxist movements started out as secret societies to escape persecution by the government. You can look at how leftists covertly were operating in academia or other institutions, but as they gained power, using it to push Marxist aims, which they had the whole time. The World Economic Forum is a public example of a kind of association which can influence the world. Now imagine how many organizations exist like that secretly, or who at least keep a very low radar, which would be easy. I mean, to be frank, if I ran the World Economic Forum, I would try to make sure no one ever knew. If these kinds of groups existed in recent history...
Oh no, Chad, it's Klaus Schwab. Klaus Schwab is like the Satan figure to these people.
It's not insane to believe that they go back further into societies where records are worse and it's easier
Davos.
to in the Roman and Hellenistic periods.
No, you gotta show some Bohemian Grove too.
The known world followed secret mystery religions like the cult of Isis, Cybele.
We should watch some of what?
The Bacchae, Dionysians, Orphism.
The Bacchae? Is that like sussy Bacchas?
Even early Christianity. These are large religions with millions of followers where we have an enormous amount of historical information about them, but they kept their teachings secret and underground. For a lot of these, we don't even know what they were doing even today. In the Middle Ages, if you look at the early Protestants or heretics like the Cathars, these started out as secret religious societies since the Catholic Church hunted down dissenters. As they gained more power, they came out publicly, but for centuries beforehand, they operated under the surface privately. Again, this is not how modernity likes to view the world, but this all shows that secret organizations can have very significant amounts of authority over the world and yet have very little outside form. We have an overwhelming amount of evidence for various esoteric mystic associations. This occurred around the world in every major civilization. Christ once said, "Do not throw pearls before swine." What he meant there is that there are secret teachings which the public in general is not ready for, but
God is real. Yeah, he figured it out. Yeah, the double slit experiment proves it.
Those who are more advanced should know. This is a principle seen around the world in which every major religion has an advanced esoteric mystic tradition.
He's even more reactionary than spirit science.
Which is only shared by those who have reached a level of profound development, who are capable of handling it. This is something I think a lot of people can understand, but applying this principle to adults makes our society feel very uncomfortable due to the notions of equality we follow. Study after study, as well as just conventional wisdom, is that people are not equally intelligent or sentient. Imagine trying to explain the War of Spanish Succession, ship processing, or the most complex level of finance to the stupidest person you know. They would probably not even be able to comprehend what you were saying, leaving your explanation with a few key...
So wait, are you telling me that if I do the double...
So peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
Are you telling me that if I do the double slit experiment around this, hypothetical, very stupid person, that, there's going to be less of a collapse? It's going to collapse the wave function less because they've got less God particles in them? Is that what's going on? They've got less midichlorians in them?
Points that they might forget later. This is not pleasant, but it is reality. Ken Wilber has written about spiral dynamics, or how different people or different societies have differing levels of consciousness in which they can't see the levels more advanced than them.
Wait, isn't this what Homath was on about? Didn't Homath have something like this? It's all coming together, chat. So you got the archaic infrared, spiral, dynamic beige dawning of self-awareness survives through instinct, intuition, and banding with others. Indigenous, magenta, oh my gosh, sees the world as enchanted, values ritual and deep community, individual subordinate to group. Tribal, red, egocentric, vigilant and aggressive, impulsive and ruthless, courageous, determined and powerful, traditional amber, ethno or national centric, value rules, roles and discipline, faith in transcendent God or order, socially conservative, modern, orange, values rationality and science, individualism and democracy, capitalism and materialism, risk-taking, self-reliance, postmodern, green, values pluralism and equality. This is the one that they said was hippie shit. Relativistic and sensitive, civil rights and environmentalism, world-centric, integral, teal, sees natural hierarchy and systems of systems, holds multiple perspectives, flexible, creative, effective, leading edge of consciousness and culture, integral, turquoise, sees the world as alive and evolving, holistic and cosmocentric, lives from both individual self and transpersonal self. This is like some Stanislav Grof shit. Post-integral, realizes oneness, exhibits wisdom. Chat, like, I wish I could show you the... There's a episode of Avatar: The Last Airbender where Aang meets a guru, and the guru tries to unblock Aang's chakras. And if you notice, like, we move from red to yellow to orange to green to turquoise to indigo, right? This is somewhat like it's somewhat analogous to the colors of chakras. It's anyway,
has written about spiral dynamics, or how different people or different societies have differing levels of consciousness in which they can't see the levels more advanced than them. For example, tribesmen from the Amazon can't...
This is like arguing people in different cultures have different consciousness, which is Gobino tier shit.
Can't mentally conceive of science, since their frame of consciousness doesn't have objectivity. You see this play out over history and even among individuals. For example, we all know ideologues who take their ideology at complete face value.
That's the example of an ideologue, the triggered SJW.
Without the ability to think about it. My friend Josh Doan, who is a fantasy writer, likes to say that you have a certain level of currency in your writing where you can get your audience to suspend disbelief for you up to a certain range. That being said, this is the point in writing the script where I realize I have to throw that out the window. But we have decades worth of research that psychics exist. Again,
oh my god, yeah.
Just watch the rest of the video.
I mean, you could go ahead and believe that psychics don't exist, but we have evidence. We have decades of evidence that they do. Haven't you ever seen Ghostbusters? You know? That was a documentary, chat. That was a documentary.
But Princeton professor Dean Radin has done a lot of work to show how some things
Bill Murray proved that psychic abilities exist.
Statistically just don't make sense if people aren't psychic, in which the only explanation for lots of stuff is that someone is psychic.
And then sexually harass the participants in the experiment.
What his work found is that most people are only very passively psychic, in which they might guess cards a few percentage points higher than expected, which doesn't sound important, but is actually...
He's literally talking about guessing cards. That's literally the thing from Ghostbusters. Wow.
Significant if you operate at large enough scales of numbers. Meanwhile, 1% of the population has natural genetic psychic gifts.
1% of the... That's why you, if you don't notice people being psychic, it's because only 1% of the population. You have to have the right mitochondrians.
Ability concentrated in a very small part of the population, which is not percolated to the rest. In the same way that there is a point in which only 1% of the population could speak language or comprehend abstract concepts. These people can do incredible stuff, like share information remotely, gather knowledge about what would otherwise be impossible, see the future, among many other things. We have hundreds or thousands of public records of this, with people getting information that's otherwise impossible, including from the US and Soviet militaries. The US used this ability to locate military bases which would other
MK Ultra. This is another one of the you can bet that by the end of this he's going to be like, yo, MK Ultra was a successful program.
Otherwise be impossible. Or
it's how we won the Cold War, chat, through getting psychics to remote view the secret information from the Soviets.
Spy on Soviet.
That's how the United States got the developed the glizzy technology, even though the Russians were the first to invent the or even though the Russians were the first to put a hot dog into orbit, right? The Americans were the first to send a hot dog to the moon. That's why you can still find little packages of ketchup and mustard and relish on the moon, because the astronauts enjoyed a glizzy.
Weaponry. This makes me sound insane, but look it up. The record.
That's how Hamas reads the minds of the IDF. Yeah.
And it's a skill that even the most advanced people can only do rarely. For example, with the best baseball players, they're only able to bat not that often. And we, for example, have gotten people to read statistically significant numbers in rooms on the other side of the country. But the further you get away from your home base that you're psychically seeing from, the more the world gets distorted. That being said, the chances of this stuff even happening once is literally statistically impossible. Humanity has constantly been evolving new skills over its history, whether the ability to think rationally, speak, do math, or dance. So why aren't there more mental abilities that we haven't evolved yet? Keep in mind, every single era of history besides ours agreed that these kinds of people existed. They just called them wizards, magicians, or witches. What the esoteric tradition existed to do is to create religion for these psychically gifted people. Once you see religion as developing institutions which can cater to the 99% in these...
Oh, okay, I get it. Okay, I get it. So just like there's religions that you know about, right? There's like secret religions that are for the psychic people, but they kept them secret because there's like only 1% of the... Oh my god, chat. I'm sure this is not going to lead anywhere, yikes.
The entire history of religion starts to make more sense. For example, for people who can't see this stuff, they're given moral frameworks that can make sense for their lives based off rituals and rules, since they themselves can't experience those, or at least only so rarely. Meanwhile, the esoteric is coded and hidden since only those who are physically capable of attaining it will understand what it's saying. It's a natural filter. We can see this in both Taoism and alchemy. In each case, they use riddles and paradoxes as a way to...
Let's rewind that for a second. In my opinion, in my humble opinion, he's very humble. It's necessary that these sorts of things remain coded and hidden, since every mystic trend it will become filled with people trying to look cool and trendy. You saw this with the hippies, world religions, Western Buddhism, mindfulness, etc. Thus coding the message removes those physically incapable of doing it, removes a way that you can fake mysticism for social clout, forces the mystic to actually do the work and figure it out. It's all the same. I thought it was only 1%. What, maybe you can develop it? Is this like being a Sigma? Is this like being a Sigma that is like, like the rare, person is the Sigma, but if you listen to enough like of the hypnosis, then you too can become a Sigma as well? It's all the same selection pressure I saw for those kinds of people I hiked the Appalachian Trail with. It's why I say Appalachian Trail hikers are really amazing people as a group.
Attaining it will understand what it's saying. It's a natural filter. We can see this in both Taoism and alchemy. In each case, they use riddles and paradoxes as a way to demonstrate complex philosophical concepts to people. They don't make sense until you've had the experience itself and then it clicks. For example, alchemy is supposedly about making gold, or Taoism and Orphism about attaining immortality, but the reality is that's not what they're about. Those are all codes for different things. For example, let's look at alchemy. Alchemy, for those who don't know, is a pre-modern philosophic process of trying to turn base metals into gold. This is complex, and here's a text wall, but making gold is supposed to be symbolic for attaining a state of spiritual perfection. Alchemy uses a bunch of complex systems and symbols in order to convey points. For example, water is symbolic for the nature of the soul. Splitting water apart means breaking apart the subcomponents of consciousness. The thing is that if you have these genetic abilities, you can supposedly feel what these psychological states are, and so water or gold have completely different meanings once you have attained the psychological states that they're symbolic for. An ironic thing is that Jordan Peterson is based a tremendous amount of his philosophy upon this tradition. The terms he uses and the underlying philosophy he has are all based off Hermeticism. For example, talking about the Dragon of Chaos going into
the Dragon of Chaos,
the belly of the whale, and saving your father are all concepts which stem from Hermeticism. Jung was obsessed with Hermeticism, and Peterson got his ideas from Jung. Peterson's idea that you need to face chaos, incorporating it into yourself healthily, is an alchemical idea. The thing is that the world from the perspective of these esoteric traditions is very similar across cultures. Everything I just said was believed across the major Eurasian civilizations, whether India, Europe, Babylon, Islam, or China. All believed that a small genetic group have these abilities to see the spirit world and commune with God directly, that there should be secret associations of those with symbolic knowledge to guide them. Once you get to the very highest levels, the world's religions teach...
Okay, now here's what I want to know. If the shit that he's saying is true, and let's even go a step further and say that, like, what if alt-hist is one of this, like, 1% of people that has this high midichlorian count, why is he sharing it with us, the normies? Didn't he just say that there's got to be, like, some gatekeeping to keep the hipsters out?
Very similar things. Houston Smith, the top thinker in religion from the 20th century, wrote a book called Forgotten Truth, which teaches the points that all world religions agree on. They all say that consciousness creates reality, that the world is an ordered spiritual place where all things are connected, that we should raise people's moral levels to be more like God. They believe in a soul which goes in and out of an afterlife. Also, that the universe is a more peaceful and meaningful place, with the trials and tribulations of our lives being the engine that drives a beautiful universe. All of them all describe God very similarly, of the state of attaining complete unity and peace apart from the division of our world. That being said, they start to diverge from that point. The CIA's researchers in the spirit world came to the conclusion that there are different geographic...
Oh my god, what the fuck am I looking at? Explaining the geography of the spirit world through European discovery of the New World? So Europe is like conscious life. The North Atlantic is like ghosts who can't take a hint? Reincarnation back to Europe. So wait, what? What the fuck? This is like, yo, spirit world is like, it's like colonizing. Yeah.
regions of the spirit world.
Is this guy a spiritual colonizer?
Like continents. One which looks more like Indian mythology and another...
Hell is Mexico. Yeah, wow.
Which looks...
Wait, but heaven is like...
more like the Abrahamic and Western, and other areas that look more like shamanic mythology.
Heaven is like Yucatan and South.
Thus, with Eastern, shamanic, or Western...
Nirvana is like Canada? I don't get it.
Religions. They all are tapping into what are authentic spiritual experiences.
Yeah, he's calling Mexico hell. I'm sure there's no racism behind that.
But they're going to literally different places. Then, as the religions get codified for the real world, changes become more apparent. This isn't to say the differences aren't important. For example, theologically, Islam and Christianity aren't that different, but in actual application, they have created vastly different societies. That being said, the world religions fight over what they disagree on and...
What does he mean? What does he mean by that? What does that fucking mean?
But in actual world, changes become more apparent. This isn't to say the differences aren't important. For example, theologically, Islam and Christianity aren't that different, but in actual application, they have created vastly different societies. That being said, the world religions fight over what they disagree on and don't notice what they agree on. That being said, often world religions don't teach the things their followers think they do. The Christianity that a lot of people in the West have, especially the non-religious, is a series of mental tropes and images that don't often relate to the actual religion. Nowhere in the Bible does it say that God is an old guy with a big beard.
No, he's like supposed to be made out of clouds, right? He means brown people fumbled the bag with Islam?
The fathers of the old Catholic Church all agreed that the crazy stories of the Old Testament, like Noah taking all the animals in the world on a single boat, are symbolic. This is what Hinduism or Buddhism teaches. All agreed that the crazy stories of the Old Testament. Nowhere in the Bible does it say that God is an old guy with a big beard. The fathers of the old Catholic Church all agreed that the crazy stories of the Old Testament, like Noah taking all the animals in the world on a single boat, are symbolic. This is what Hinduism or Buddhism teaches well. Once Protestantism showed up, they started having to take the Bible literally rather than as the authors intended, with statements.
I thought it was like after this. I thought it was after that the biblical. I thought biblical literalism was something that got started in the 17 or 1800s. One under nation, God indivisible.
Often being symbolic for deeper spiritual points, which the initiated would understand.
They all agreed, Shakespeare. All of the fathers of the OG Catholic Church. Authorial intent.
And contemplate, but not the common person. With the esoteric movements, and we'll be focusing on the Western esoteric tradition here, is that there are multiple paths you can take. We spoke beforehand,
but no matter which path you take, there's still time to change the road you're on.
About the mystery schools, but beyond that, there is left and right-handed magic. Left-handed magic is that which comes from trying to become like God. Right-handed magic is that when you submit yourself before God and letting him channel himself through you. Left-handed magic is black magic, which as you practice it gradually rips you apart, while right-hand magic is...
Well, you eventually start to have to do like Horcruxes, right?
Magic, which is the opposite and has positive effects. If you want to look at pop culture, Sauron, Voldemort, or... Darth Vader are all black magicians.
Oh, I see. Now I get it. Thanks, What If Alt Hist. Thanks for clearing that up. I was under the impression those were the heroic figures of those works, but no, they are actually bad guys. Thank you.
Who lost their souls through doing this, while Gandalf or Jesus are white magicians. The ancient religion Gnosticism is an example of left-hand magic, in that the founding principle...
Look, all I know is that a black mage can cast Vairaga, Watera, Blizzaga. A white mage can cast Curaga, Life, Holy.
Of Gnosticism is that man is a god who must realize his own divinity. The Catholic Church was seen in the Middle Ages as a bastion of white magic, protecting Christendom from evil and chaos. Hermeticism or alchemy can be used either for good or bad. That being said, this is not in contradiction with Christianity at all. The church practiced this sort of stuff in secret. Lots of famous Christians were involved in this sort of thing, whether Isaac Newton, Roger Bacon, St. Augustine.
I thought he was going to say Roger Daltrey.
And so many other figures who we view in a completely different light. Frankly, it's harder to find thinkers.
People don't realize that Roger Daltrey had massive psychic abilities. This was one of the big reasons The Who broke up, right? Is that...
in the pre-industrial world who didn't dabble in the esoteric than those who did. Even people like William Shakespeare or the American founding fathers use loads of phrases and words that have symbolic meanings in these esoteric traditions. These secret teachings stemmed from ancient Egypt or Babylon. Hermeticism was based off the conflation of the Greek god Hermes with the Egyptian god Thoth, both of which were gods of wisdom. In the Norse tradition...
This is spirit science! Let me introduce you to a little someone I like to call Thoth. Thoth is a great teacher of all things, and you can learn all manner of...
Their equivalent is Odin. Both Egypt and Babylon had very advanced religious philosophy.
Chad, I'm trying to remember about spirit science. Does spirit science end up saying that they are actually Thoth? Is that where it ends? Like, actually, I'm Thoth, you know, just low key. Is that what happens when you watch enough spirit science? You realize that spirit science actually is an Egyptian god. Is that how it works?
Philosophy.
I'm trying to remember.
These traditions mixed with Orphism in the classical world. Orphism is a secret religion that dominated ancient Greece. The ancient Greeks saw thinkers who we see as philosophers, like Socrates, Plato, or Pythagoras, as prophets of the Orphic religion, which we
Gandalf versus Jesus sounds like a great fighting game.
Interpreted in a very different light. An interesting segue here is that we've proven that these Orphics were consuming psychedelics at their secret religious retreats, which they weren't allowed to talk about publicly. In this book, this theory is pushed even further, where there's significant evidence that the Eucharist in the ancient and medieval
Forward by Graham Hancock. Where have I heard that name before?
Church was a psychedelic.
Yo, is that they're gonna eat Jesus? He's wrapping Jesus up in a little wafer. What the fuck?
From a combination of evidence, records of how they made the
dude's gonna make Jesus sushi.
Eucharist and people taking it, it sounds a lot like it was a psychedelic. These beliefs evolved into Hermeticism, Gnosticism, alchemy, and the early Christian church.
Yeah, that's right. This is how bread tube started, Shakespeare. Narwhal by nature. I'm getting chats mixed up. That's not good. Is he gonna... Yeah, there should be a bingo card with this, right? And Madame Blavatsky would be on that bingo card. We already got Peterson and Jung. And the Dragon of Chaos
became incredibly popular during the Islamic Golden Age.
Now I'm literally imagining, right? Because a Jesus roll isn't that different than sashimi, is it? It's kind of... Wow.
Great thinkers of
maybe a little bit fresher.
That age, like Ibn Sina, being obsessed with it. Through a combination of the Catholic Church and from Islam, it became popular in the West through the medieval and early modern periods. Alchemy was an art which evolved from Hermeticism, which was popular in both Islam and the pre-industrial West. We know that people can change their neurological structures more than we give them credit for. If you look at the brains of Indian holy men, due to years of spiritual practices, they literally have come to work differently from normal people. This is how they can do the incredible physical feats like walking over burning coals, standing on top of a pillar for years, or living in dark caves for years on end.
I mean, that's a pretty cool cave, though.
The goal of these esoteric groups, and religion in general, is to change the neurological wiring of our brains into something better. Hermeticism and alchemy are supposedly based off the Emerald Tablet, which was the teachings of Hermes. It's public access now, and supposedly inside it is an encoded message.
Wait, Chad, I gotta ask, is this guy using magical, mystical, esoteric, woo on us? Is this his stand ability that's going on here? If he's a magic dude, shouldn't you kind of watch out? Is that what he's saying? He can do all kinds of magic? So he knows the YouTube algorithm. Before he makes a video, he's like, oh, this is going to get exactly 197K views in 2 weeks.
on how to turn any substance into gold through the philosopher
including YouTube videos.
Stone.
Including YouTube content.
Much of Hermeticism and alchemy involves reading ancient texts to try to understand them on a symbolic basis. Which leads me to a major point where I do want to hazard caution.
Is that kale?
In that these ancient teachings can often devolve into
chat. Now I'm hungry.
Intellectual masturbation over things that are basically silly. A lot of this can become very
quite a salad bar.
Obsessive and masturbatory and autistic while reading
what?
Ancient texts where it's unclear if the author is even correct or operating in good faith. And I have a lot of friends who are involved in this sort of thing, and I frequently...
Are they magic too? Are they the 1% midichlorian gang?
Tell them, guys, please calm down. Don't take everything you see here as complete gospel. And also, what I would say is that it's a natural tendency of historians to go native and fall in love with whatever time period they study. And my favorite era of history is the Middle Ages. So I've tried to be careful to avoid that, although I think it has happened to a certain degree. What I would say is that this worldview has flaws implicit in it in a way that's comparable to our modern worldview. And the issues that this worldview can get into is over specificity on things that are not specific and assuming we have more knowledge than we have on these very subjective topics. Again, idealism ends up with having different flaws and pushed to its extreme than materialism. Where materialists can become very cynical and very greedy, idealism can just
Nietzsche.
Evolve into silliness and delusion. And the two need the other to balance the other out, because once you've removed too far from the material or the intellectual ideal worlds, you just run.
I feel like this is one of those guys that thinks that nihilism is ethical egoism and that Nietzsche was a nihilist.
To gullible and naive silliness. Another natural outcome of pushing this philosophy is incredible egoism and
And that beyond good and evil starts off like, no, actually, sometimes it's really good to be evil. Sometimes it's pretty fucking cool.
Arrogance among the people who do have,
my dude,
the genetic ability to do this sort of thing. And if you want to see examples of this from history, look at the caste system in India, or Platonism, in which both of them are effectively creating a caste system where those who can see the spirit world at the top and everyone else. And I hate to be this blunt, but
What? I am pretty sure that's not how the caste system works.
If you compare India versus Europe, because India is the society where these kinds of mystics took over everything and ran society in their image, where India stagnated once the priest class took over, while Europe, which went after empiricism and studying the outside world, they were the ones to take over the entire planet, to invent all the new...
Does he actually have a bibliography?
...technologies, and how...
Yeah, he doesn't want to read what's in the gay science.
...all these innovations, so that shows that this kind of esoteric world isn't everything there is. And just because you're a level 12 battle mage who can talk to giant spirits doesn't mean that you're a a better person than someone who isn't. I think the organization that did the best job of dealing with this dichotomy is the Catholic Church, in which the pre-industrial Catholic Church had organizations for mysticism, like the Jesuits or Saint Teresa of Avila, and at the same time, you could socially promote yourself in their structure by just being a moral person and following their moral compass. And Catholicism was able to combine elements for people with disability and normal people. Part 3. The Occult Worldview. One of my favorite books ever is The Secret History of the World by Mark Booth. It's a history of the world from the perspective of these esoteric pre-modern organizations. They had constructed their entire theory of world history from the discoveries they made in the spirit world. It's remarkable to think there's this entire vision of the world, which had a tremendous amount of effort that was put into it for millennia, that normal people just know nothing about. If you read their narrative of prehistory, it's stuff like,
then Saturn killed the mother goddess. Angels came down and bred with women, creating the ability to think consciously. The sun god is at war with the forces of chaos. Hermes went down to Egypt and gave them wisdom.
It's so complicated that I can't even barely explain it here, but read the book if you want to know more. At the same time, though, they've built their entire mythology, which is a rationally consistent worldview. To be completely transparent, when I first read this, I thought, this is bullshit. I still have that feeling somewhat, but I did make a mental transformation, which resulted in this making more sense.
Especially the part with the snake lion and stuff, right?
I'm being totally honest as well, if you see a new religion that you're unfamiliar with, your first gut reaction is this is stupid. And the ancients would have thought that if they heard about modern science without. The thing, though, is that this isn't supposed to be what objectively happened, but rather what it felt like what happened. Also, keep in mind, these are explicitly symbolic, which the people involved said. For example, there was a cognitive breakthrough around 70,000 years ago called the Cognitive Revolution. With that, humans started to have culture, religion, abstract concepts, technological progress, and all that stuff. We can scientifically know that something neurologically probably happened, but for the humans who experienced that, it must have felt like they left the Garden of Eden. Suddenly they...
I personally believe the Garden of Eden is a memory of cognitive revolution, which is something I've said in multiple videos since the psychological breakthrough that we think happened archaeologically. Oh, I thought he was talking about his psychological breakthrough. Is equivalent to what the Bible says humans realized when consciousness, the inevitability of death, the future or planning. Also, there's a theory that possibly happened through consuming psychedelics, which radically increased trait openness. Would be the fruit of knowledge. It was acid.
They were exposed to all these scary ideas like death, God, or moral standards. Likewise, it's possible that there were other events in our prehistory that were processed like this. For example, in the esoteric tradition, they say the breakthrough towards being alive and moving was the vegetal state being conquered by the animal state. This video is by nature very cursory, where there's an entire...
This video is cursed.
Entire worldview built off these concepts with...
That's what you mean to say. That's what you need to say. That's what you should say. This video is cursed. Thank you. What if all hiss for cursing all of us?
A tremendous amount of effort, thought into thinking about them. And I don't even pretend to be an expert in this topic. And if you want to know more, read more. My bibliography is in the description. I'm also not here to talk about the Eastern esoteric tradition. That being said, the Indian esoteric has interesting lessons that you see in the Western tradition. One of my favorite books ever is The Eye of Shiva by Amaury Duriancourt.
Yeah, we conquered the vegetal state. Is that by imbibing in psychedelics, or is that by just eating food? Is that by maybe it's cultivating like agriculture, cultivating agriculture, whatever.
It's about how ancient Hinduism has many similar concepts to modern physics, including...
Oh no, where is he going with this, chat? Where is he going with this?
Reality being contingent upon how we process it, consciousness changing reality, space and time being able to rip apart, string theory, quantum physics, alternate dimensions, the universe being billions of years old, reality being a bubble, and more. This is something the discoverers of modern physics were deeply aware of, and that's why Oppenheimer quotes the Bhagavad Gita when the first nuclear bomb was detonated. Amaury believes that since all things are connected, that by becoming more self-aware, we are capable of sensing our place in the universe. Imagine a cell in your hand being able to know intuitively the broader purpose it serves inside your hand, or its place in your body. Carl Jung writes about this further, giving an example of how artists were drawing things which looked exactly like what certain cells looked like under the microscope years before that was discovered by science. Thus, when these types of mystics are using their abilities, this is how they're gaining knowledge. That being said, this often creates knowledge biased towards the worldview of the mystic. Although, if you want to watch my video on science, this is also science's greatest flaw, as I explained through this text wall. Science does have an arbitration method based off empirical data, thus I will personally trust scientific data over a mystic, since there's no way to hold a mystic accountable to their knowledge, but I still think the mystic...
But you know what you can hold accountable, chat? you might not be able to hold a mystic accountable,
And now,
but you can hold the Scrump runts accountable.
and now, back to everybody's favorite furry creatures. The
Scrump runs.
Are you ready to learn some secret lore? Well, first we have a message from the Scrumprunts themselves.
Just another Scrump Run Monday, and another Scrump Run Tuesday. How about Scrump Run Thursday? Give me that Scrump Run Saturday. Only another Scrump Run Wednesday. Thank God it's Scrump Run Friday. Just another Scrump Run Sunday. Just another Scrump Run every day. Just another Scrump Run every day.
The year was 1987. The Scrumprunts had long been an established presence at the local creek near the town's hospital. While the Scrumps were a welcome addition to most, there was loud opposition to their presence and an effort to brand them as, quote, an invasive species destroying the biological distinctiveness of our region, end quote. In the town's election the year before, a political party with anti-Scrump views formed a minority government. They commissioned a study to assess the environmental damage being done to the creek by the Scrumprunts. The study was undeniably a farce. It suggested that Scrumprunt excretions were causing damage to the soil and water. The commission study was unable to provide a correlation between the excretions and real environmental harm. The piece of legislation based on the study was unable to gather the necessary votes to pass. But the government was facing public pressure from a new citizens group that called themselves the HSRA, Hold Scrumprunts Accountable.
Is this a different video? You know what would be so cool is if I said no. I wish this was the same video. I wish that at that point, What If Alt Hiss just threw it over to the Scrumprunts. I feel like that would be preferable.
This group was mostly comprised of the wealthy residents who lived near the creek and found the Scrumps' performative nature to be, quote, flustering and obscene. In the end, the government created a compromise. The Scrumprunts would stay at the creek, but a publicly funded program would be introduced to provide diapers for each Scrumprunt whenever excretions were active. There was controversy over this decision, as environmental groups believed the excretion was actually helping the biodiversity of the creek. As the years dragged on, the situation only became more confusing. A more pro-Scrump government came to power, and it was believed they would axe the whole program. However, the Scrumprunts had come to respond to their bi-weekly diapering with comfort and joy. The city staffer in charge of administering the diapers became a welcome visitor to the creek, and Scrumps would look forward to every visit from their diaper man. Despite being on a modest salary from an underfunded program, the diaper man had gone above and beyond, both in terms of creating strong ties to the Scrumpront community and developing his own research to enhance the diapers in terms of comfort and biodegradability. The new diapers, combined with the Scrumpront excretion, was helping germinate the soil and bringing new life to the creek. When a proper study was done on the 5-year period of this program, government and environmental groups unanimously approved the continuation of the program indefinitely, much to the chagrin of the HSRA. which still exists today on a Facebook group. They mostly post provocative pictures of scrumps they see on their walks.
Scrumps you should know. So everyone knows that there's this one scrump. There's one scrump. His name is Scrump the Scrump, and Scrump's been around for a long time. He always says that, and he kind of knows his way around, and he's kind of like a tour guide. He likes introducing new people to the stuff around the creek and forming long-term relationships. Scrumps you should know.
Scrump Runt questions. Can I take a Scrump Runt home as a pet? Well, yes, but they are very difficult pets to keep. First of all, they can talk and they will follow you around, constantly asking you questions. Secondly, they only call themselves pets because they think it's funny and it's kind of fun. They can leave at any time via the magic of poofing, which I will explain in the next video. If you would like a Scump the Scrump postcard, sign up for my Patreon, any tier, and I will mail.
I should probably put this channel in the chat if you want to know more about Scrump Runts and so much else. This is Maya Ben David. She does, I would say, performance art, although that is only one. I feel like there's other ways that you could describe her creations as well. But yeah. No, not Dr. Quantum. What are we doing? We're gonna watch more of Dr. Quantum, right? That's what we were up to, I think.
Is vital and useful and a vital part of the human condition. In India, there were associations of priests and monks who would corroborate evidence from the spirit world to create a sort of mental map of what it looks like. This is how Hinduism developed. With both the Western tradition and with the CIA or Soviet research recently into the spirit world, they all find a map of the spirit world which is quite consistent. This being that there are higher and higher levels of abstraction.
Oh, so it's kind of like Tartarus from Persona 3.
An example of this is Dante's 7 Layers of Hell. Once you move out from the earth, you see crazier and crazier stuff until you finally reach God. The medievals confused the spiritual universe for the actual universe and thought that heaven was literally above them and hell below them, rather than being spiritual symbolism. Even inside the Christian Abrahamic tradition, there were different gods in the esoteric spirit world. They were processed as angels, if positive, or demons, if negative. This is how devout Christians were studying the methods of the god Hermes. In the Abrahamic tradition, the role of white magic is to build unity with God himself. There are 7 planetary gods or archetypal principles which underlie the universe.
I don't know, chat. I kind of prefer Scrump Runts. What do you think? If I had to choose a theory to believe in, it would be Scrump Runts, not... Wait, which part didn't make sense, Narwhal by Nature? The Scrump Runts or the... Oh my god. ExxonMobil trying to find the extent of climate change so they could better weather their equipment for extreme climate change. Ding, ding, ding. Scrump Runts is definitely more plausible. Yeah. See you on the flippy floppy? Yeah. I'll see you at the creek with the Scrump Runts. I'll see you at the creek. Okay, yeah. I'll see you at the creek. I'll see you at the creek with Scrump Runts. Scrump Runts. I'll see you at the creek. I'll see you at the creek. I'll see you at the creek with Scrump Runts. Scrump Runts.
accurate to how the natural world works. Meanwhile, if you look at...
Oh, that's really cool, Mike. You know, the guy that worked at my local bike shop was like a CIA agent, too. I think he was trying to recruit me. That's generally how the CIA works. They have guys at bike shops that try to recruit you while you're getting your bike fixed. They give you all kinds of inside knowledge into the assassination of JFK, and you're like, oh, so that's how it was. And they're like, yeah, actually, that's what happened. That's what happened. Like, I'm like, I knew that George H.W. Bush was involved. But I mean, that's why you should patronize your local bike shop, so you can meet the CIA agent. And even if you don't decide to get recruited, you can learn some cool stuff about the assassination of JFK at the local bike shop. The Illuminati? Yeah, why fuck with the Illuminati when you can just go to your local bike shop and talk to the guy there? He knows everything. Everything.
Human
ask him questions.
Nature, you find that the positive of
human female nature,
the ability to bring out the next generation and providing stability for future growth. And
that's all women are good for.
Irrational growth and kindness. While the negatives of the
what the fuck? Yo! That is some incel shit right there.
Feminine are short-sightedness, the abdication of responsibility, chaos, and irrationality, and that matches pretty well with the archetype for how Mother Nature acts.
But do we mean chaos for chaos' sake? Or do we mean...
And you wonder why things like this happen. This is
chaos because it's cool.
Why the ancients believed in archetypes. Mars for
see, that's the archetype that like is totally holding its sphere like in the position of a different kind of appendage. I don't know.
For example, is the chaotic force of bloodthirstiness and aggression. In the Iliad, Homer would say that Mars took the side over the Greeks over the Trojans in a certain battle, and what he meant by that is they fought more ferociously. How the pre-moderns viewed the world is that
No, I'm pretty sure that Mars was a dude in the Odyssey. Am I wrong, chat? Mars was a dude in the Odyssey. Neptune, wait, would it be... No, it'd be like Ares. And, oh my god, what the fuck is Neptune's name in Greek? I can't remember. Trying to remember.
These archetypal forces which take over us. For example, with lust, or in the esoteric tradition, represented by Venus or her masculine form Lucifer, in the...
Lucifer is gender-swapped Venus?
Passions of lust, we lose our rationality and humanity, consumed by this ancient biological form. In those moments...
But it's only because that guy's beard is just epic.
Owns us. We don't own lust. A book that's really changed my worldview is A Secular Age by Charles Taylor, and he said the biggest philosophical...
A deeper meaning, it says she slept with 42 men. You see 42 is the answer. Yes. Poseidon, thank you. Oh my gosh.
The modern and pre-modern world.
I was going to say King Triton, but that's...
Is that modernity believes in a thing called the buffered personality, or that each human mind is different and rational and processes the world individually. Meanwhile, the pre-modern world viewed the human psyche as an ecosystem, in which pathogens like bad ideas can enter, but also good ideas, and that psychology is collective, through which a certain population can have psychological plagues that are transmitted, or things like the seasons or astrological signs can affect human consciousness. So moderns view human consciousness as a bunch of discrete, rational, individual things, while in the Middle Ages they viewed it as like a cell ecosystem in which someone's mind is constantly being permeated by outside forces. Jung took this idea from Plato, who had this through the idea of Platonic forms, that there are these perfect abstractions of which us on Earth are just imperfect copies. This sounds insane in the modern worldview, but to see examples of this, let's look at love. We look for the perfect archetype of our opposition, that being a male or female partner. We then see how actual people fulfill this archetype. The human race is perpetuated by the archetypal mating of the masculine and feminine. Aristotle found that human governments cluster around 3 systems, those being monarchy, oligarchy, and democracy.
That's his example of the oligarchy. Right? Because Marx... Marx, Engels, Lenin, Stalin were the leaders. They're like, cool, we've finally conquered the Soviet Union so that we can rule over it, all 4 of us, right, guys? And then Stalin made them all disappear one by one, because he was like, there could only be one.
He found that each of these collapsed for their own reasons relating to their greatest strength. 2,500 years later, this is still largely true. Thus, human government must fit inside these archetypes of potential forms of government. Natural laws are archetypes. We find that all material things are dependent upon these.
This guy is just painfully, annoyingly daft.
These idealistic rules. We all have to follow the law of gravity, something we can't touch. Non-material principle.
Oh my God, Lauren Evans. Now I'm wondering. Now you made me think. You made me think how this guy smells.
Another one.
I mean, we saw him earlier. He's got fucking chest hair now, and he's making sure to unbutton down to the chest hair, so we all know that he has chest hair.
Being the law of Darwinistic competition. Dominate.
Oh shit! Is that the golden spiral?
Our whole lives. The archetypes also explain why you keep seeing similar patterns over history, why tyranny looks the same wherever it is in history.
They look the same? They look the same? It's a mustache. Mustache equals tyranny. Okay, I got it.
How the holy act similarly in different societies. How war remains while those who fight the wars change. You can see this in societies in which organic wholes like communism, Western civilization, or the stock market form through emergent systems. The stock market has a life of its own that no human can really control. Only through trusting...
Wait, but what do you got the magic midichlorians? Certainly you could control them. If you're the recipient of this ancient heritage of midichlorian density.
In the archetype that is capitalism, can we grow rich while trying to control the...
Yeah, why didn't the Jedis ever try to control the stock market, chat? Is that not a thing? Like, you would think, right? That some of the Jedis would try to use the Force to control the stock market? That would be sick.
The process itself causes poverty and despotism. You can see that there is a spirit of Western civilization that operates through its architecture, values, or nations which struggle for their own life. Spengler writes about this a lot. This is something I'm not an expert in, so I can't speak at great length about, but I've heard that AI, as it shadow boxes different ways of organic learning, it ends up in a couple different of the same patterns being repeated again and again, which suggests that even organically, that thought fits into different archetypes that naturally form. I mean, you keep on seeing the same sorts of patterns.
Bold of you to think they didn't. The Wolf Wall Street of the Jedi. Yeah, yeah. The Wolf of Wall Street was a Jedi. Oh my god.
And the same.
Was there a stock market in Star Wars? I mean, they had trade, right? The Trade Federation. Could you buy stock in the Trade Federation, maybe? Or the people that make the Death Star? Northrop Grumman?
Symbols being repeated in the natural world, which is something that you can look it up, and it's pretty crazy, with the Fibonacci sequence for seashells being an interesting example. And the ancients believed that symbols were a way God winked at us to show us that he was there, and there is a broader structure to the
I thought God only winked at us through the solar anus.
Universe. One of my friends has a saying which I like a lot, which is, I don't believe in conspiracies, but I also don't believe in coincidences. And what that means is that this worldview, which I share, is that if you're seeing something, it's not, in most cases, because some evil cabal decided it. It's due to something like,
I'm hungry as a stereotype. I fit that stereotype right now. The Jedi all live in boarding rooms.
Like shared self-interest. But at the same time, if enough things happen in ways that are statistically implausible at the same time, it's probably not a coincidence. There's some underlying...
Like, there could have been some Jedi that just did Sudoku with the Jedi skills.
Principle of the world, or you could say archetype, that you didn't know about. And we're constantly discovering that there are new theories to explain the world. One person would see as random coincidence, another person would see as some underlying thread that you didn't know about. And
oh my god, chat, I don't know how much more I can take.
Which is that things that are related to each other or sort of similar happen.
Did you say synchronicity? Yeah.
In a manner which is comparable to string theory, or that different particles, which are really far apart in the universe.
Is that really what synchronicity is?
An example of a synchronicity would be if you...
Synchronicity? Is this different? Is this a thing? Is he mispronouncing synchronicity? Or is a synchronicity a similar thing that's different? Is a synchronicity a thing?
The day you broke up with your last one, or from real history, how two great enemies and symbols of different schools in the early republic, John Adams and Thomas Jefferson, died on the exact same day. When you're looking at a story like Hercules, what you're seeing is symbolic of man's struggle against nature. The dragon is symbolic of the forces of chaos, being a combination of all the things.
The dragon of chaos.
Most dangerous to our monkey ancestors.
The monkey must fear the dragon.
Snakes, eagles, and fire. Thus, killing the dragon is fighting chaos, and this is why every society has myths about dragons and the kind of...
Synchronicity. Yeah, I've heard of synchronicity. Yeah, what's synchronicity?
Kill them. That being said...
With an O, like not...
inside the dragon is a caution.
I think he might... I'm guessing maybe he's just spelling it wrong. It doesn't exist? He just got... Oh my gosh. Well, yeah, there we go. Look, you know, I doubt his followers are gonna be like, actually, it was synchronicity. They're just gonna assume that he knows what he's talking about. Do right wingers get stoned and like watch these videos? Is that what's the idea?
Tale. Dragons almost certainly never existed in the form that we believed they did. In 1000 AD, there weren't these flying, fire-breathing dinosaurs in England. That being said, we have lots of medieval records of people seeing living dragons. A credulous person would say that since the archetype exists...
Wait, what's the thing about UFOs?
Dinosaurs in England. That being said, we have lots of medieval...
My personal theory is that our consciousness often projects our mental states onto the outside world so that we see mythological things. I got this theory from UFOs in that I don't believe in UFOs, in that they look too much like what future humans would be. If you followed the trajectory of human evolution for another 1,000,000 years, we get taller, hairless, larger heads, more intelligence, mechanical. We'd be exactly the Greys. I think this is a form of collective subconscious fear of progress ripping away our humanity. People do actually see these aliens in the same way that the medievals saw dragons or witches, and the ancients, fairies, and dryads.
evil records of people seeing living dragons. A credulous person would say that since the archetype exists, so must the physical thing it's attached to. This applies to a lot of the concepts we're talking about here. An underlying principle to this entire worldview is that the spirit world is as messy.
What? Well, he would say that the Greys are the mythological creatures that we see now, but he thinks that the Greys like represent a fear of human evolution, that we're gonna like abduct ourselves and anally probe ourselves. I don't know.
And complicated as our reality. There are loads of different special interests, factions, planes of existence, and that sort of thing.
Yeah, aliens are just the, you know, just the evolutions we met along the way. I don't know.
In prehistory, shamans would venture into the chaos of the spirit world. What the Abrahamic religion supposedly did.
I'm not sure if he's taking too many drugs or not enough, or not the right ones.
The spirit world, with God being the greatest spirit. Thus, by establishing order in the chaos, what this gradually did was remove the importance of the spirit world to society, since it had already been superseded by the greatest spirit.
This is extreme yapping on LSD. It does give that.
That being God. There are a couple principles in Hermeticism which I find very interesting. One which we discussed before is polarity, or the idea that all things need an opposite to function. Day and night, love and hate, ocean and land, man and woman. Without its opposite, nothing exists, since there's nothing to contrast it to. Without evil, there would be no good. Without free will, there must be evil, since by opening humanity up to choice, you must allow good as much as bad.
What? No, what did I do?
Today I want to welcome to the show Rachel Bidikoff.
Oh no!
Strategist. Today I want to welcome to the show.
No, get us out of David Pakman.
Opposite to function. Day and night.
Oh my god, I don't want to watch the rest of this.
And that which results in reaching higher levels is more godly. Something C.S. Lewis has said many times is that hell is a petty small place. Heaven exists in the same place geographically, but itself up to God's plan and your place inside it. By removing your ego, you become one with the divinity of the world. This is the thing mystics have been searching for as long as we know. We align our spirits either with higher or lower frequencies. Our souls thus naturally guide us to either higher or lower forms.
He made this chat so wild.
A person with a good mindset gradually improves their life and those of everyone around them. A person with a bad mindset does the opposite. Hermeticism believes that reality is a bunch of radio frequencies which transmit themselves outwards, God being the greatest of all of these in that God dreams up the universe. We live in God's dream. Another principle implicit in Hermeticism is the idea that there are these sympathetic connections between things.
I thought we lived in God's butt.
And so this is how the philosophy of magic works. For example, if you have a voodoo doll, that voodoo doll is mystically connected to someone it looks like. And so if you look at Hermes or Mercury...
Does he even bother to look into the actual spiritual practice that got turned into this?
He has
Oh, wait, it reconnected? It never does that. What? It actually reconnected? Are we back? Did we F for a second there? I always think when it goes down for good. Or at least that stream does.
Which I think is going to trip a lot of you up. But since all the people who were in modern science were also...
I think we're back.
Whether Isaac Newton, Roger Bacon, Descartes,
Roger Daltrey,
Galileo, and science is actually an extension of these studies.
Ringo Starr.
The scientific method was discovered by monks in the 14th century, and the principles under which science operated were discovered by people who were studying alchemy. And so what you could say is that...
No, that guy's just making a really good soda. You know what I'm talking about? You can see that in his face, right? He's really thirsty and he's inventing some refreshing beverage.
Modern science is a form of magic in which magic operates under certain processes through which you attain results that would not exist without those processes based under a certain philosophy, is that science became such a powerful form of magic that it invalidated all the other kinds of magic. We're getting in really controversial territory that I know the moderns won't like. The idea in her
The goddamn moderns are there. That's like the normies. The moderns aren't gonna like this. All right. Hopefully the moderns haven't watched this far into the video, so it won't matter.
Hermeticism or alchemy is that the more advanced you get, the more you can change reality to what you want. If reality is a dream by God, and then you start dreaming too. This is why the pre-moderns believed in.
And God will be like, welcome player 2. That's how that works. God is
magic, in that they thought that certain people had psychic abilities. To explain how they saw magic, let's say that if a witch kills someone, the way that would work is that she would cast a spell, and then her target drowns the day after.
I thought his penis shriveled first.
We would see this as a coincidence. God or magicians act through the universe itself. This means that it's basically impossible to disentangle whether magic is effective or not. A point I want to be clear about is that basically everyone in history except us believes in magic unquestionably. Even if you go to Africa today, it's taken completely for granted that magic is real. One of my good friends was an anthropologist who lived in rural Cambodia for years. The people there would literally see spirits and magic in their daily lives. Even as late as the 17th century, scientists believed in magic unquestionably. In the pre-modern world, we have loads of
That's how Mountain Dew is made.
Reputable, educated people writing about seeing magic, fairies, miracles, and all that kind of thing. Part 4, conclusions.
Okay, finally, let's draw some conclusions.
With this video, I'm not sure what
they're going to trip to it.
Application for all this ancient knowledge is in our day and age. I do think that there is something in that, even if this all.
Can you imagine though if you did like psychedelic drugs and watched this, and you were like you found some great meaning in fucking What If Alt Hist, and you thought he was like amazing guy. You're like, I got to get into more about Trump because that's how I explore my inner divinity through Trump.
Turns out to be completely wrong. It's important to have,
or is he a DeSantoid? I can't remember.
Knowledge and paradigm in the back of our heads as a lens through which to understand the world. For example, I am not a communist, and I in fact hate communism, but on a very, very frequent basis, I
must admit that Marx has Riz.
Use intellectual tools Karl Marx developed. I think the reality is that the next paradigm that will develop is a mix of our current scientific worldview with traditional religions and some
Wait, is Jesus getting baptized? Oh yeah, I guess that was a thing.
Mysticism like this. I don't think this old worldview is perfect or
I thought it was in a river though.
As you can also see with modernity steamrolling the peoples who believed this sort of thing. That being said, our current worldview,
goddamn modernity and its bike lanes,
isn't enough. That's more and more obvious as each day passes.
Oh wait, there are no bike lanes.
The fact, which I talk about in this video, is that we have some of the worst mental health ever in history as our society commits suicide, tells me that we need to figure our stuff out now. My hope is that people—
That's why we need Jordan Peterson.
Wiser and more intelligent than I will be able to parcel through the useful information in this video from the babble to make—
So he's like, I can't figure it out, but there's these magical people, like 1%, they got midichlorians, they can sense special things. Then there's like religions just for them that only they can find because it's like it takes special. You wouldn't see the code unless you're midichlorian dense. And then you go to the magic church and you learn how to do Jedi stock trading.
Something that can help society. In a cold—
Does he mean parasite? Maybe?
Sterile, depersonalized society, wouldn't having a spiritual tool for self-discovery be incredibly good? I think in the seeds of these forbidden 8—
Wouldn't have a spiritual tool for self-discovery be really good? Yeah.
Teachings
great.
Might be nuggets of knowledge that can save our dying society. Keep in mind the West has already had 2 revolutions stemming from discovering lost knowledge, those being the Renaissance and Reformation. We need some white pills and things to hope for in these dark times.
I think when he says white pill, he means like racist.
Today, I want to welcome to the show Rachel Bidikofer.
Oh my God. Okay, we're done with this. We're done with this. We are so done with this, chat. That was wild. That was too much. And the stream almost went down. It was almost too much for the stream. I've never had the stream come back like that. I don't know what the fuck did it. I'll have to look into that. But until then, chat, I gotta sleep. I gotta eat something and then I gotta sleep. I'm supposed to stream tomorrow. I just kind of started late today and I kept on going and I didn't mean to, but I mean, I guess I needed this. I needed my spirit psychedelic trip through the right-wing rabbit hole of what if alt hist, and a little detour into the world of the Scrump runts. We had to say hi to the Scrump runts, but I'm glad we got to see them. What if alt hist does deliver? Whatever people say, he does deliver. Yeah. All right, good night, chat. I'll try to be back with the stream tomorrow. If not, I mean, I just need to get to sleep. The Scrump runts. I'm gonna dream of Scrump runts. You do too. And I think tomorrow either tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, whenever I stream next, we'll be talking about the Demon Mama and Westside Tyler thing. And look, if Westside Tyler is involved, probably by then President Sunday will be involved too. So there's drama, there's discourse, there's contrapoints, there's Biden. Oh my God, always back to the Biden. I'm so done with the Biden. I want to switch candidates just to get, I've had enough Biden. I'm satiated. I never thought I would think about, talk about, speak about Biden this much. He's kind of a boring president. And I guess I appreciated that until he wasn't. And now we've got this. So we'll figure it out tomorrow. Until then, good night. And may the Scrump runts bless you. I don't know.